first of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see. I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. And so much happiness.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move. This d takes d4, this d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hallo Papa.
Hallo.
Ich bin gekommen, um dir mit dem Rasen zu helfen. Ich hole den Rasenmäher aus der Garage. Papa, wo ist der Rasenmäher?
Komm, mein Sohn, lass uns Schach spielen, während ich den Rasen mähe.
Quality for life.
Seriously? Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Lustig kann man es auch.
Familienunternehmen,
super Produkte,
Nachhaltigkeit,
die Sauberkeit und die Verlässlichkeit.
Tradition, moderne,
Sicherer Arbeitsplatz,
weil er arbeiten wir mit den besten Rohstoffen.
Super Zusammenhalt. Eben wenn man was braucht, kann man zu jedem hingehen.
super Dienstleistung.
Es hat wirklich viele Aufstiegsmöglichkeiten gegeben.
mit Produkten, die einfach eine Qualität haben.
Das macht dich auch schon stolz, wenn du siehst, dass du mit den Größten von der Welt mithalten kannst.
Manchmal auch ein bisschen fordern, aber wir stehen zusammen, kriegen es hin.
Auch an die Zukunft denkt, wenn man Entscheidungen trifft, und da fühlt man sich auch als Mitarbeiter einfach sicher und gut aufgehoben und kann das auch mitleben, diese Welt.
Ich bin froh, dass ich vor 10 Jahren angefangen habe.
Gute Leute können man immer brauchen. Ich bin jetzt seit 26 Jahren da beim Betrieb.
Eine tolle Firma.
Ich bin stolz auf das, was wir da zusammen geschaffen haben.
Ich bin ganz gern.
How many times have you been stuck in a rut where you're just not improving? Why can't I improve? I'm 1600, 1800, even 2000. I can't get to the next level. What am I doing wrong? This course is aimed at taking you to the next level. I show you one game which has inspired me, which has really helped me in a particular idea. And this is what Berea said in his notes. The move h4 is not to try and checkmate black, it's to try and stop black from playing f5. And I'm going to show you one of my own games where I've used that idea and I've put it into practice. That's why I started playing h4 in multiple positions. I now play bishop e2, and you can see it's very similar strategy to the last game. I want to play h5. Best form of defense is attack, and calculation is key. Force your will on your opponent. Rook to d4. Boom! So get yourself a nice cup of coffee, get yourself a nice comfy seat, lay back and learn.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Gatakamski.
Endlich wieder Herzrasen. Mit dem Alco-Mähroboter Robolinho machen Sie Ihren Garten smarter. Alco. Quality for life.
Hello everyone and welcome to the last round of the European Club Cup 2022. I am French Grandmaster Laurent Fressinet and I am joined by my friends and dear colleagues, Grandmaster Peter Svidler, former world number 4, and Lawrence Trent, who will join us in a bit, I hope. How is life, Peter?
Fine. Early round is better for us since we're not playing, and less pressure to actually be prepared for the show than it is for the players to be prepared for the game. But today should be a very, very interesting day, despite the fact that both open section and the women's section are effectively decided in terms of the gold medal, barring some really, really unexpected results today. But the race for second and third is going to be extremely, extremely tight. And in the open section, Magnus's team is very much in the running for second. Could even be in a big tie for first, but I don't think their tie breaks will be enough for them to win if there's a tie for first on 12 points. And these are the standings. As you can see, Novibor so far won all 6 matches, including 4.5, 1.5 victories in round 5 and 6 against Superbet and Viernheim, teams led by Vishy, Anand and Shakir Mamedyarov, respectively. Honestly, quite amazing. There have been some very, very dominant performances in the European Club Cups over the years, but this is really quite something. The way Novibor so far has been absolutely bossing this competition this year.
Just amazing, and we have Vidit who keeps winning all his games. Yeah, 6 out of 6, and well, they all play very well, but some are even well, really performing like, okay, 6 out of 6. I mean, it's just you can. He will play today to try to make Bobby Fischer score 7 out of 7. That would be just amazing. And we see on the screen that Anier, who is one of the 2 French teams with 10 points, led by, of course, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, with your boys, Ezipenko, Alexeyenko, my boys, Jules, Mathieu, Cornet, and also Sergei Movsesian, brought 5 very, very strong teams, but it will be very difficult because, as we said, we always we're trying to find scenario where Novibor is not winning, but actually, I mean, they should lose that match, and we don't see any reasons for that to happen.
That would be already quite unexpected, because I mean, they've been playing extremely solidly, and yes, they are playing against a very strong team, and a personal favorite of both myself and Fress is because it has the top French players, and also my former boss and my former colleague working for that boss on boards 2 and 4. So a team we very much like to do well. But I mean, on present form, why would Novibor losing today is very, very unclear.
And well, did they something I should have checked before the show if I would have prepared? But did Novibor lose a single game?
Let me check for a second. Because I have a feeling the answer is no. But no, actually, Harry lost to.
Of course, he lost to Magnus. So they lost. So maybe they lost one game, and it was against the world champion.
Exactly.
Magnus Carlsen. So this is acceptable, I would say.
So the board scores are: Harry is on +1 on board 1, 3.5 out of 6. We did won all 6 games so far. Radek actually is on 5 draws out of 5. David Navarra is on 3.5 out of 5, a win in round 1, win in round 6. The Vietnamese Czech player, I guess, win tie-dye 1. He had a kind of a very tumultuous first 2 rounds. He was completely lost in round 1 and drew, and then he won a poor position in round 2 as well, and hasn't played since, which is something I generally kind of, as someone who has played for teams where captains take such decisions, it's a difficult decision to take because you don't like benching people sort of for the rest of the tournament. But his first 2 rounds were really, really unconvincing, and the team has very, very good bench strength. So it's maybe understandable. Niels Grandelius is on +3, 4 out of 5. David Anton is on +3, 3.5 out of 4. And just to show the depth of the team, board 8 for them is Marcus Rugger, who is on 2.5 out of 3, and isn't really playing very much despite winning, most of his games, and not playing today either. So they once again benched Win, and they continue not playing Rugger despite, as I said, perfectly respectable 2.5 out of 3 score, which really is nothing to be, complaining about.
But it's a tricky situation, as you say, from a human point of view. Of course, you want everybody to play and participate. But when the team is doing so well and everyone seems to be in the tournament, it's not a long tournament. So, I mean, people, they don't get so tired. So, it's very, very understandable to keep the same team. I remember Armenia was very well known for that. They would find the 4 top players and wouldn't change, and some guy would just be benched till the end of the tournament. In the Olympiad, for instance, they would play with 4 players, and the reserve would just not play. And I kind of understand the point behind it, because you are into your tournament. If you want to play, and if you are playing well, then why not? Of course, it's a bit sad for the reserve board. And we see on Batu now, we see that I didn't notice it, but that will be, it's not for the top, probably they don't play for the top 3, but these 2 teams, Super Bet with Vishy Anand, who is playing as white against Arjun Erigesi.
It's definitely an interesting pairing today. For Vishy continuing to play against the next gen, so to speak. He has lost against Harry a couple of rounds ago with the black pieces, and that was apparently the first ever game that Hare Krishna won against Anand. So kind of a landmark event for Harry. I saw his interview. He seemed very, very happy about it, understandably, because I'm pretty sure every single generation of Indian kids learning chess since Vishy became Vishy has had him as an absolute hero. Like, there's no way it's not true.
And Arjun, look at that, showing no.
Whoa.
I mean, showing, it's not showing lack of respect. Of course, he was just want to surprise, and that could be actually it could be a sign of big respect for Vishy's preparation, and he's trying to get him out of book as soon as move 3. Knight G7 is very, very rare move, especially in the top level chess, and has a very dubious reputation. Let's face it, but he must have some idea. I mean, he generally knows what he's doing. So that will be interesting to follow. I think we'll start with the Anier, of course, Novibor match, which is the most important. And guess what? We have Maxime Vacher on board 1 playing Grunfeld. And of course, that cannot be a surprise for Harry, who is playing that quite harmless. I mean, it's supposed to be harmless, this H3 line for white. Of course, the idea is obvious. You want to prevent any kind of bishop G4 and keep on developing with bishop E2, bishop E3 castle. But exactly. Takes, knight E6, bishop E3, queen A5. As far as I know, from the white side, you will tell me from the black side, but this is the well-known solution, which is fine for black.
I'm pretty sure this is what my course says as well. It's actually trickier than I expected. When I started looking at this, I kind of assumed it's possible to misplay, just as everything else is possible to misplay if you try hard enough. But I assumed I will not have too many issues solving black's problems in this line. But it's quite tricky. You do have to be quite precise. It's not a walk in the park. White generally goes d4, d5 here. Nothing else really makes too much sense. You can make a draw offer with bishop c1, I guess, if you really wanted to. But I don't think Harry is in that frame of mind. Actually, even that is maybe not even such a good draw offer, because you have queen c3, queen b2. But yeah, d5 is by far the main move here, and this is
so he played.
Yeah, and this is what he played. And I think I played knight d4 in that position against Yu Yang. I played a long match in Rapid and Blitz against Yu Yang some years back. And it's not the right square. It really needs to be on e5.
Okay.
If that trade is supposed to happen, it has to happen on e5. And now after knight e5, bishop e5, or castles, or rook b1.
I think it's castle.
Yeah, all three moves are possible.
Yeah, rook b1. No, rook b1. Are you sure it's knight d3? No.
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
a bit later. Yeah, in some other positions.
Yeah. So it's castle, bishop d7, rook b1. As far as I remember, something like bishop a4, rook fc8. I can't remember, but I remember. As a white player, I'm trying to find different kind of ideas, and I was trying to make it work. And there's some Nepo game. I remember, which was hard to crack, so hard to crack that I couldn't crack it. So I mean,
I held this position for black in the course for sure. And in general, you take on a2 in many positions. You allow rook takes b7, you go rook fb8, and those types of positions turn out to be okay. But you actually have to be quite precise, because it's if you give white a shot here, very often you will have to play some rather unfortunate positions. Here in particular, I think you can go rook fb8, you're completely fine, because the important thing is, hang on, queen b1 is still available,
Yeah, but I think it's bishop a4 here, but
I mean,
maybe rook fc8 first.
Yeah, I can check, but
bishop b4 is a big threat, so we should do something about it. Bishop b4, bishop takes e7. Maybe you're right, maybe it's queen takes a2. I can't really remember. I just remember the verdict, but I'm sure that it's possible to find one game idea. This is generally what you are looking for as white. Just one game, you ask some question, one or two, or maybe more if you're lucky. But let's see what Harry has in mind. He cannot be surprised by d5 95, so he's just taking his time, to enter the game. He has 131. While Maxime has 136. I mean, just taking a bit of time getting into the game, maybe some small recollection. But because that position you get, if you play h3, knight f3, you have to expect it simply.
Yeah.
So
it seems to me that I'm actually in the course. Rook b1 is the main move here, because I think 93 check king f1. You're just not really doing very much. And bishop b4 will be coming in eventually. Now rook b3 is a threat. So rook b1, bishop d7 is the main line. I have here. Castles also, of course, exists, but
castle after bishop d7, no.
That and rook takes b7 and castles bishop d7 is a separate long line which also holds. But we'll see what Harry comes with.
Well, here it's very surprising opening by Vidit. Knight c6, bishop c4, knight f6. So far, so good. d3, and now, guess what? d5.
Just d5. It's a bit shocking to me, because
me too. So takes, and now
castles. Yeah, and the question, I mean, obviously, the idea of playing d5 in one tempo is a very, very central idea to how black is trying to equalize in all kinds of Italians. And okay, this is now no longer an Italian because the bishop went to e7, but generally speaking, of course, black wants to play d5 in many of these positions, and if you can do it in one go, it's good. But if white hasn't wasted any time on, let's say, c3 or a4 or h3, your pawn on e5 will be attacked extremely quickly.
Yeah, exactly. That was the point, that in general, I thought now it's a bit more complicated than that. But in general, as black, I thought you would wait for c3 to play d5 just to get the counterplay on d3.
If we talk about, let's say, the position, the classical Italian position, right? Like, let's say d3, bishop c5, castles. If white goes c3 here, you can play d5.
Yeah, and it's well known that it's perfectly fine for black. But here it looks a bit too early. Of course, chess is more complicated than wait for c3 to play d5. But that's in general, that's the rule. So yeah, like in the Marshall, actually, you are waiting for c3 to play d5 most of the time. Not always, actually. But yeah, so that's weird. So bishop e7, how you do it after rook e1? Oh, that's really weird to me. I mean, rook e1 looks so natural. That's the first move. You have to check as black here. I'm sure he checked something.
Yeah, it's very, very risky. At first glance, sometimes bishop g4 works, but you're running a lot of risk doing it in this move order. And after h3, like sometimes bishop takes f3, knight d4 is playable, but I really, really doubt it is playable here. White is just so far ahead compared to normal positions.
Yeah, I can even play queen d1.
Even queen d1, exactly. And then
yeah, we'll have two bishops.
And if you play bishop h5, this is already like a legitimate pawn sacrifice. White can very much go g4, knight takes e5. You can play these types of martially positions like takes c6, but once again, knight c3 exists. Like you're giving white so many additional options. Bishop takes d5, knight c3, with the second pawn, probably queen f3 or something.
Yeah, and you have to give something.
And white is very well developed compared to Marshall's. The pawn is already on d3. The bishop on c1 will come into the game very quickly. It looks borderline lost, honestly, here. So I guess maybe f6. Yeah, maybe he wants to play f6.
Maybe f6. He will have some idea. Anyways, that's guaranteed. We will have a look. It will be interesting, maybe d4 here, but yeah. On board 3, my boy Jules playing black against Jules Moussard, of course, the French champion, current French champion, playing against Radek Wojtaszek and a Catalan as white. Okay, this is all very.
I'll give you a couple of minutes to describe this Catalan while I do some maintenance here. Okay?
Yeah, sure, please. My pleasure. Bishop f4, b6. This is still the very, very main line, and here, of course, rook d1 is a main move. You can play also b3. You can go knight bd2. Anish Giri played that very recently, but Radek is going for cd5, rook c1, which also makes a lot of sense, but it's not supposed to give that much to white. Anyway, what is supposed to give a lot to white in that Catalan? But of course, Radek is very, very well prepared. He is a former second of Vishy Anand during many World Championship matches, so generally don't know.
Have they really stopped working together? I did not.
That I'm not sure, but
they
I
might
would
actually still be working together. Yeah.
maybe. But it's a long term. I mean, he was there already in 2008, and here we go. Who is here?
Hi guys.
Hi.
How is everybody?
Good. How was your morning?
My morning was. Sorry. I've just been rushing back, so it went a little bit over, and but I'm here. I didn't get hit today, which is good. So it's always good to not get hit in general. Just a bit of advice, Laurent.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
But there was a great article, and I maybe we can put it in chat, by a guy called Ed Latimore, who is a former heavyweight boxer. So he was, but he's really into the chess. So he's very involved in the chess community. He's got 200,000 followers on Twitter, and he wrote a great article yesterday about what we learned from being punched in the face. 5 lessons from being punched in the face. Very, very cool article. I suggest you all go and read that article by Ed Latimore.
Okay. Could be, yeah. Sure, it's very interesting. So, bishop b7. And how about Catalan? Does he talk about Catalan in that article?
He knows about the Catalan. He's an okay chess player, so he knows all about the Catalan.
Okay.
Yeah, he knows all about the Catalan, and he knows all about this position. And by the way, I can actually talk today, which is perhaps the best news.
We can.
This is
Let's
great.
rejoice. Yeah, this is very good news.
Yesterday, I was, what's the word? I was suffering because I got a bad injury. But today I'm all right. What do we think of this position?
94,
we want to discuss some other positions, I think.
We think that Radek is very well prepared. He knows what he's doing, and he has probably some idea. And doesn't look that easy for black. Of course, the first move which comes to mind is rook c8, but I guess you have to check knight b5, a6, knight a7 could be the idea. I don't know if that works or not, but it looks like working. So that could be the basic point of Radek here. But let's see. Obviously, then we're on board 4. We have Alexeyenko against Navarra. he will try to do something. Maybe another crazy game from Alexeyenko, who is playing very, very active chess.
And he actually did win that queen ending yesterday. We had to go off air, and while we were off air, he converted that 4 against 4 queen ending into a full point.
It was Esipenko.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, it was
I'm losing my
Esipenko.
mind here, yeah.
Yeah, so Esipenko is doing great actually. That's 5 out of 6, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Esipenko is on very good form in this tournament. Kirill not so much, but if he wins today, I think the sort of the abiding memory of the tournament will be the win in the last round. What do they do in these types of positions these days? Like King H1, Rook G1, G4. Is that still a thing, or?
Yeah, very much so. It's very confusing. Even if I'm playing the Berlin, I mean, this is the most difficult line to understand for me because, so many. I mean, everything is closed, and you don't really know what white wants. You can also play 93, knight f5, and then G4. But King H1, yeah, you have to do something on the king side, and you can also play for f4. But well, that's very hard to play for both sides, actually.
Yeah, it's a very confusing structure. I've tried looking at it. It's very difficult to navigate, at least for me. On board 5, we have Sergei Movsesyan doing what he always does, pretty much, which is this Chebanenko Slav. He is one of the remaining hardcore Chebanenko players, basically playing it in every single game if he is allowed to. Knows it inside and out. Generally, I think has good results in it, but playing against somebody who is extremely well prepared, Niels obviously is part of Team Carlsen, has been for a while, so probably also has some idea about this. And kind of an interesting opening on board 6. I think I already gave this speech earlier during our coverage of this tournament, but it's just so interesting to me how in every single like closed opening, 1 d4, 1 c4, 1 knight f3, white is doing all kinds of incredibly modern, incredibly like offbeat stuff, like you play h4 and move 5 in like every second position or something. While in the Spanish and in the Italian these days, the knight just goes to c3 on move 5, like they used to do in 1815.
Yeah,
and it's become a very serious line. It really isn't a joke. People do this to play for a win quite seriously, and they actually get advantages with white in these types of lines these days.
So the basic point is, of course, if you play d6, they don't want bishop g5 and this all line, which is nothing for white. It used to be the line c3 d4, but it's known as nothing. You just want to get the bishop actually. You want like therefore, let's say bishop b6. So at some point you will take, or maybe immediately, then you will go c3, bishop b3, and pretend you have. I mean, you do have the bishop pair and also slightly better chances. Okay, so that's why Nino Anton played h6 and waiting.
Without d6, yeah. So you can go to d7 if knight a4 happens.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. So it's useful waiting move, and after castle h3, another useful waiting move a6, so you don't go d6. And now the next move is d6, because after knight a4 you will retreat to a7.
And I think in these types of positions, there are two plans you can go for. Sometimes they play 95 and then c3 and try to fight for the center. That way, it's not very much, really. And the other way, which also doesn't really look like very much, is to play bishop e3 here.
Yeah.
And ask black if you want to take on e3 and give me the semi-open f file, or if you want to play d6, which is actually quite playable as well. Despite this looking a bit strange, this trade on c5 is not that great for white. You can try, but it's not really giving white all that much. And my general feeling for many years was that there is no way this can give white anything. But it's become quite serious. It's now getting played by very strong players, and I just have to assume that that they're not joking. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see how this goes.
And we have Magnus Carlsen, of course, world champion, playing against Magsulu from Iran and from Clichy. And we have Carlsbad, bishop g5, c6, e3, bishop h4, bishop e7. bishop d3, castle, knight g2. So this is all very normal. And now 98.
Yeah, instead of that position with a4, right? We could have gotten another one of those weird knight d7, castle,
exactly.
rook a4,
Yeah.
But Magnus actually has done this on the white side, I think.
Yeah.
So maybe he doesn't really like this from black so much. Instead, he goes for a maneuver which obviously exists in every single Carlsbad structure, but I haven't seen it this early.
Actually, he already played it in Rapid and Blitz this year. Yeah, Sotiris says that Magnus played it three times.
3 times. Okay,
and after
really
castle, queen c2,
out of
a guy on this show played 98 in Bundesliga actually, which a Bundesliga game which I lost to Bogner. That was not. I was doing well after the opening, so I tied also 98. So I let you decide if that's an accident or not. Probably not.
So how do you develop the b8 knight here then, Laurent? What's the idea with?
It very much depends. When the queen is on c2,
yeah,
you are very tempted to go a5, knight a6, win a tempo, a3, and then you can come back here. Or sometimes you can even go b5 before, which I did into the game. I think I played against Bogner. You can also play knight d7, knight f6. So there's many different options. And it's a very fresh and a very interesting position, actually. You just, in general, the knight, it's supposed to be the right square for the knight on d6. And so you just go there immediately. And it's, it's very playable. Knight d6. And probably you just...
And if I just castle, for example?
If you just castle, I would think I play...
yeah, that would be my initial instinct is can't we just go f3, e4 and win?
Yeah, you cannot do that. I can't remember, but it's not that simple.
No, obviously. I mean,
I promise I am not exactly sure how.
Do you want to play? I mean, and it's 11 o'clock in the morning. I've trained. Yeah. I'm already like the blood is flowing, but the mind is weak. Okay.
Yeah.
Am I blundering a piece with bishop f5, or am I just?
Yes. You
I'm blundering a piece. Yeah. Takes. I take on d3. I take on e2. I take on e2. I take on d1. Why am I blundering a piece?
You're not.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and Sotiris informs us that there was a game between Grishuk and Magnus in which Sasha put the queen on c2 specifically to stop bishop f5.
Yeah, no, rook e8, f3. Can't remember actually, but yeah, there's something.
I think probably it is bishop f5, honestly, because this position I don't like.
Yeah, like,
now it becomes...
No, it was played. Rook e8, queen c2, bishop f8. So
rook e8, queen c2, bishop f8.
No, queen c2 before castle. Okay,
exactly. I think it was probably queen c2 first.
So maybe bishop f5. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, I think if you give us this move, we take this option very happily. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's interesting from Magnus, and clearly a sign he wants to fight. And Max Zudlu is surprised. Okay, you never know with Magnus what he's going to play. So even if he played it in a few games in World Rapid and Blitz, you can never fully guess his choices. Okay, that's interesting. We'll see what he decides. But it's clear that bishop g3, of course, you could also take on e7, but it's much more soft because the queen, first of all, is very well placed. We'll go knight d6, maybe bishop f5. Knight d7, knight f6, and it looks
that looks much easier to deal with for black. Yeah. Let's take a brief look at the other five boards because this is after all a very important match. Aryan Tari is playing yet another one where this setup against h6. You understand knight c3 a bit better, of course, against this move order. And
bishop before. You give bishop before, so okay.
Yeah, I did not expect that. And also, when black does that, they often connect it with the idea of taking on c3 and playing d5. But Jordan instead took on c3 and just played d6 and is playing. The bishop on c4 kind of confused me, but it very much looks like a 4 knights, right? It looks like the very old style classical 4 knight structure. But the bishop is on c4, and also white declined to play bishop g5, which they normally would in those positions. Like the old main line. d3, d6, or that, it doesn't matter what order you choose,
and actually it's very similar. Yeah, you're absolutely right. If I play, it could be even some kind of I have to play a dumb move, bishop c4, bishop. So maybe it's better version for black. Actually, I don't know.
Yeah, it's unclear whether bishop is better. Yeah, and Aryan played rook e1 92, which neither of those two moves seem obvious to me, because if you want to play 92, it does seem to indicate that maybe at some point you would like to play f4.
Yeah.
So why have we played rook e1? But I guess maybe the knight just goes towards e3, and we're playing some kind of a central game there. But that seems slow. Let's say we go bishop b6 here, and if you play knight f1, I'm definitely playing d5 there. Like in this position, I think I'm pretty sure I'm playing g5 here quite happily. This doesn't look like it does very much for white.
No.
Some kind of a long-term game. Maybe we play f3 and we just shuffle like f3. I don't know, bishop b3, bishop f2, knight somewhere, and we just shuffle.
Yeah.
Interesting position though. Yeah. I don't know.
Very playable. Then we have on board 3. Of course, we must say that except on board 1, Clichy is a favorite on rating favorite on every other board. So that's tough challenge, of course, for the Norwegian team, but they have a good leader. G3, G6, C4, C6, Queen A4. Okay, that's typical. You're asking black to do something, so you want to take on D5 and take the center.
Already a little bit, actually a little bit unusual, because knight f3, d5, g3, g6 is one of the most annoying things, I think, I used to be like at one point I decided I will make myself into a reti player, and I played knight f3, g3 in a bunch of games with white. And g6 is arguably maybe the most annoying thing you can face here, because symmetrical Grunfeld is looming very large, and symmetrical Grunfeld is not why I was playing knight f3, g3. And after c4, the point always has been just to take. Yeah,
it's one of the first time when it was played. Actually, I faced it as a second for Magnus Carlsen against Vishy Anand in Chennai, and it was a big problem. And actually, it took on c4 on game 3. Vishy played that on game 1, then we repeated, and on game 3, so it took on c4. We tried this c4, and then we just benched the reti. That was Magnus just benched the reti. He decided, okay,
enough is enough.
Yeah, enough is enough. So he went 1 c4, won a game, and then went 1 e4 because he was already on +2. And that's really.
Sorry to interrupt, guys, but. What do you mean one day you decided, you woke up in the morning, Peter, you rubbed your eyes, you stretched, you looked out the window at the beautiful fields, and you said, today I am going to be a reti player. How did that work?
Well, I think it was, once again, like dramatic changes in my opening repertoire. They generally tend to be connected with candidates tournaments. And I think that was probably the 2014 one, where we chose to we once I kind of stopped being a 1e4 player for the candidates tournaments, we started shuffling everything else, and I think in 2014 it was one knight f3, and in 2016 I actually became an English opening player for a tournament. So yeah, these things do happen. But what I wanted to say is that dc4 is just very serious, and g6 queen a4, this particular move order, queen a4 is a very solid move, which does give black a decent headache, I feel, unless d5, d4 is playable. Because what Eric has gotten, it looks very risky, right? Like d4 generally.
I played it actually. I played that position as black. It's very decent. You go bishop g7, e5, 97. I think I played it against Amin Bassem actually. So this is just playable, but it's playable for both sides.
Absolutely.
Very interesting. And it's actually what you explained the other day, that why you start playing other stuff than 1e4 is because you hate. I mean, you decide, okay, I don't want any Petrov, I don't want any Berlin.
Exactly.
So I have to pick something else. I mean, actually, you have to play something. So you come up with reti, Nimzo f3, or whatever works. And
absolutely, that's exactly right. And let's explain the reason why we're talking about this as a problem for black. If you go knight g7, which is what Eric has done here, I assume after some thought, because he's already burned through 15 minutes. After cd5, you don't even have the option of knight b6, which sometimes is an option if white plays queen a4 a bit later. Because here the bishop is not on g7, so queen d4 just basically wins the game for white. White is just going to be a healthy pawn up. So you have to go cd5, cd5. And now we get basically a symmetrical Grunfeld in which white really hasn't done very much wrong, whereas black put the knight on d7. And it really, really does not belong on either d7 or b6. It has to be on c6. It's just so much better on c6 than on any other square. And it actually, I think, gives white a significant pull.
Yeah.
I personally just dislike these positions with a passion. I would prefer never to play them. So yeah, it's a bit surprising that Eric has voluntarily entered this. Of course, this being a very symmetrical structure, you're not going to be lost out of the opening. You're not going, maybe not even going to be in too much trouble, but you will have to defend a passive and very unexciting position for quite some time.
Okay, so that's interesting. On board 4, we have Johan Sebastian Christensen as white against Vocatuo, some Petrov, which Peter will ask us to switch. Maybe not, because Queen f6 could be exciting, actually. So Queen f6 is, as far as I know, I can't remember actually. Maybe not. The main move, of course, is Bishop d6, and while there is Knight c3, there is Knight d2, which Magnus Carlsen, was it here? Yeah, he played.
Yeah, it was here. Knight d2, Bishop d2, h5, Queen e1 check. The infamous game 8. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, it was really strange from Nepo because he took on d2 very quickly. Which was weird, and here I start realizing that after castle there is Queen h5, which is actually quite a serious move, because castle Queen h5, you are threatening mate, you are threatening that pawn. Sometimes you can give it, but not really here, so you have to play f5. Then I can go rook e1 or bishop g5, and you have some kind of also Queen f3 attacking here, and bishop a4 next. And well, that's very unpleasant actually for black. So knight takes d2 is probably not the best here. Let's face it. So he played castle and Queen f6, which is then a sideline. Actually, not the one Nepo played. So what Nepo plays these days in the Petrov is the main line. I can't remember what was. So it was a World Championship game, so I'm sure Queen f6 was checked. I'm not trying to hide anything, but just can't remember what it was. And
yeah, I mean, it looks like a normal move. We're sort of attacking the pawn on d4. Maybe not even sort of. Maybe we are actually attacking the pawn on d4. And we're also black very often in these lines really doesn't mind the idea of castling queenside. But you are also giving white, some time to do something prior.
Yeah, you can go knight c3.
Knight c3, or I'm wondering if maybe there are some merits for queen h5, but probably not. It's possible.
C4 is also a move. You just want to attack the center and take here. If you take here, I just take here, and already looks very, very dubious for black.
Unless long castles works, right? Maybe I can just castle long here, and everything is not that bad.
Yeah, maybe actually. Yeah.
I don't see an immediate refutation. If it goes wrong, it goes wrong spectacularly, but I don't see an immediate refutation. So yeah, lots of options here for Johan Sebastian. I'm guessing knight c3 is the most natural one of everything that you can do. I mean, not
of course. Yeah.
In the current position.
So he will think, and good surprise from Vocatuo, who was also surprised. 118 shows that he was surprised by the opening choice. And we have Luc Van Velde, the senator, who is playing as white against Jorquedal. Very typical Catalan, We claim a small edge because we took the light square bishop, but in general, it's really not much for.
Well, I mean, this particular move order, Queen b5, I think, is a very strong indication of exactly what Senator is planning to do, because I think he snaps on c6 next move. Otherwise, I don't think Queen b5 makes any sense. So it's a bit different to
what that's true, actually. Yeah, you're right.
It's a bit different to what you normally get in the structures. I think in recent years, I think Levon Aronian played a lot of this, and there was some. Actually, maybe Jan played some very instructive games on the white side of this, Jan Nepomniachtchi. But that normally involves just, dropping the queen back, playing like b3, d3, bishop b2, and then shuffling in your own camp for the next 50 moves. But this is very different. This is just Luki is playing queen b5. He has already taken on c6.
Yeah.
Of course, black is not going to be playing an endgame. You want to keep the queens on.
No, this is for sure.
And now this is kind of interesting because I mean, structurally, white is kind of borderline winning, I would guess.
Yeah.
But you have played g3, and now there is no bishop there. So if you castle kingside, your kingside is a little bit compromised, and also you're way behind in development compared to what black has got. Black has everything connected. All king is already castled, semi-open files for both rooks. Potential play with, I don't know, e5, queen h3 somewhere maybe.
Yeah, you have to be careful. Yeah, that's right.
And white has two pieces developed and everything else on starting positions.
Something funny I just noticed now. If you want to, I mean, queen c4 looks logical. Just you want to block here, but after rook b8, d3. Let's say d3. You lost the queen immediately. So this just to show the potential. I mean, you have to be very, very careful as white, and probably you will have to go back. I mean, immediately queen b6.
Yeah, he played queen a4, which is a similar idea. You need to have access to like c2, d1 squares just to. And this is maybe slightly clever because you are also saying if you want to play rook b8, at least you will have to spend like 5 minutes on rook queen takes a7. Because I mean, if I can take on a7 and survive, I will like really, really be winning in every single game that lasts 40 moves.
Yeah.
So yeah, Luki is actually playing in a very principled fashion. And on board 6 there, Pavel Tregubov is black against Benjamin Halldorsen. And, well, that was a Petrov, actually. Okay.
Yeah, Petrov with d3, knight f6, d4. So, of course, you are hoping to get some symmetrical French, exchange French. As white, you are always a bit better because you have tempo up. But, of course, it's not much. But Pasha is doing something very interesting. G6, bishop g7, very aggressive actually. Bishop b2, bishop g7, castle, h3, and you have this bishop here. Okay, it's interesting.
Yeah, 94 is a move that they make in these types of positions quite a bit because this pair of knights on d7 and f6, they need squares. Like if you keep them for like if you allow white to play knight c3, I don't know, queen c2 or bishop d3, you will struggle to find squares for all of your pieces. Like some pieces will have squares, some really won't. And 94 is an attempt to put it on e4 and keep it there until white actually trades it for something.
Yeah.
And then life becomes just so much easier for you as black because you have fewer light pieces to find squares for, simply put. So yeah, I don't mind it. I think it makes sense. The question is, can we actually keep it there for long enough? If I go like bishop d3, are we actually playing f5 or are we playing knight d6 or e8?
F5. It's always too early, no?
Yeah, I mean it looks extremely risky. Lawrence, what do we think?
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of
as a punter, as a kind of a general purpose punter in this position. Are you playing f5 or?
No, I mean, if you have to play f5, I'm not a fan of it for black. You create long-term weaknesses. You don't really gain too much. It's not as if you're about to launch some kind of tirade on the king side. I don't like it. I think it's actually a bit unnecessary, and I actually just don't like the entire setup here. I think Halldorsen should be very happy, and this is going to be a super tight match. So it could come down to a game like this. I mean, this is a sort of, a last board game could easily be a decider. So I think Offerspiel in general have got, good chance today.
Yeah, and
they seem to be doing okay so far. But I mean, much will depend on Magnus, really. I feel that in the match where Magnus is playing the black pieces, in a kind of a tight match where things seem to be kind of reasonably level, if Magnus actually continues winning, it just gives such a boost to the entire. Like if you have a win on board one with black, that does a lot. So far, I'm definitely like, if I have to choose, I'm picking white here every single time, of course.
Yeah, no, of course it's normal. So he didn't play after castle, he didn't play bishop f5, but he played rook e8. So you see how memory works. I mean, probably I said bishop f5 was not good, which I think it was playable, but okay, rook e8 and F3, I cannot.
Yeah, F3. I actually checked with the engine for a second.
Knight
there,
C4 maybe, no?
Yeah, I think the point is probably Knight C4. And once
Yeah.
again, this is just so weird to me because I'm hardwired to think that after bishop takes C4 and E4, white is much better.
Yeah, but it's not.
But then I guess B5 starts, and
Yeah.
you always have enough counterplay on the queen
Yeah,
side.
and light squares, and
Mhm.
maybe it's at times F5, of course, to really attack the white
But I mean,
center. But
before you play B7, B5, just like if I understand this is not how any of this works, but if we go one ply back, bishop C4, D4, E4, we just look at this position, right?
Mhm.
White is much better developed, has two pawns in the center, they are unchallenged. You can play D4, D5 next move, maybe if you're allowed, right? Your pieces are all kind of aesthetically pleasingly all connected, like your center is extremely well supported. Optically, it just looks excellent. And then you play B5 and you realize that D5 pretty much always gets met by B5, B4, meaning that it's not that comfortable. You'll have a nice Eleni on D5 after all the trades happen. If you play A3, you give black one more tempo to do something, even though actually A3 followed by D5, I think is quite interesting. Because after A3, if you play A5, you cannot play before next move. There's one more tempo needed for black. So I can play D5 now. And black will have to, have a solution. Because I think if the knight lands on D5, I should be better with white. It's so difficult for me to imagine I'm not. This is how I would approach this. But obviously Parham chose against it, played queen C2. Now after bishop F8.
do you have a computer? Yeah. So can you check my game against Bogner? I'm pretty sure it was exactly that.
If it's not rapid, it will find it. Yeah.
It was Bundesliga, so it was
okay. So hang on.
But
this is now back to Bishop Carlsen and also your game against Bogner. Yeah.
I think you should play Bishop F4, right? Oh, what did you do?
So Rook A1, A5. Yeah, this is still your game. You played knight. Bogner played knight C1. You played knight A6, A3, Bishop A6, and there was some kind of a slow maneuvering game which you eventually lost, I think.
I'm sure.
Yeah, and in Sasha's game, Sasha did something very cute. He actually played Bishop G3 F4 without Rook A1 even immediately without Rook A1 F5.
Okay.
He went Bishop F4 here, Bishop B6.
Okay, so
F3.
the obvious point we will just explain very quickly. The obvious point of Bishop F4 is to protect the pawn E3 and to go for the typical plan F3 E4, which is not easy to achieve if you don't protect the pawn on E3, which is impossible to achieve. So Bishop F4 is very clever move. Okay, one A5.
Yeah, now Parham is thinking.
What was the game? Bishop F4,
F4,
I guess.
Bishop E6. No, he didn't go F5. Bishop E6, F3, 97, Rook AG1, B5, E4. I think Magnus was in trouble quite quickly. E4, he played Rook C8, E5, Knight C4, B3, Knight C, B6.
Yeah,
this looks borderline lost, honestly.
It was rapid or blitz?
There was rapid.
Rapid, okay.
He ended up saving this game, but he was in a lot of trouble.
Okay, so that's Magnus Carlsen playing very quickly, hinting that it's still well known to him. We will see. So you have to be careful with Magnus because sometimes he's playing some cap in rapid and blitz. Sometimes he's playing his lines. So he's making a clever mix, I would say, between some lines he's not planning to play in classical and some lines he does plan to play. That's always interesting. Okay, we will have more. Let's go to we should go. Sorry, we should go to the women competition. Absolutely, and make because we didn't see it, and I'm always attracted by these Grunfelds from Maxim, but and so what's the situation here, Lawrence?
Yeah, I've been watching the games, and this last move, King H1, might be a little bit too slow. I was very surprised, Alina, if you go back one move here, this is a typical kind of same-ishy Nimzo Indian, but why she didn't play E4? So something put her off. I guess it's to do with the fact that the queen is a bit loose. So
maybe take knight E5, knight C4 or something. Yeah, some kind of
exactly.
Sorry?
But even yeah. So let's say, yeah. So you want to go 95 here, no?
95. Sorry. Oh yeah, of course you
So
will.
if I go back to, let's say, D1 looks like a decent square, or E2, let's say D1.
Yeah, knight c4, bishop c1, very
Knight
typical.
C4, exactly. Bishop C1. Now the bishop's coming to G5. Knight is coming to F5 in a lot of lines, and I'm very scared here as black. Like, I'm extremely scared.
Really, no disagreement whatsoever. Yeah, I kind of I agree with everything you're saying.
But she played King, I mean, King H1 is perfectly logical because she wants to put the rook on G1, and it still looks scary for black. So you have to find something kind of immediate here. I don't think you can just sit around and do something.
Yeah, honestly, I understand King H1 because I think, with the G file semi-open, just putting the rook on G1 and saying, yeah, now this is an additional thing you have to worry about. While it really does feel like stopping E3, E4 is completely beyond black at this point. You don't have the pieces to stop E3, E4, so you have that on tap, and you're just choosing to improve a little bit before you actually do that. So, just to recap the tournament situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Here, this is the match between Gwiazda Budapest and the Pamhagen team, in which the Pamhagen, the team Elina plays for, probably doesn't need anything, but the draw makes them champions without even needing to calculate any tiebreaks. If they lose, they can be caught up by a couple of teams. Not the team they're playing against, by the way. They can be caught up by Circle de Chèque or the Superbet team. And those are not playing each other either, because all of those matches have already happened. So there are 3 matches today which will decide the fate of the first 3 places in the competition. But this one is, of course, the most relevant, because if Pamhagen doesn't lose, everything is just over in terms of the gold medals. So this is a very sharp position. I think Alina Kashlinskaya should be quite hopeful here, because I think it's just easier to try to give mate than to try not to get mated. I think in general you just enjoy this side of the equation much more. So this is board 1. Board 2 is a very, very slow moving game between Anna Oshenina and Olivia Kilbasa. They're on move 6, basically, well, a bit less than an hour into the round.
Yeah. And it's not like something. It's just a Queen's Gambit declined.
Pretty much, yeah.
So that's okay. Bishop G5 is a bit of a move order take, but you don't want to take on D5 and just play Bishop G5. You want E3, and she's trying to punish, which is of course very interesting. She's taking on C4. E3, you want to get back your pawn. H6 now. Okay, she played Bishop H4, which is quite a decision. And actually, I understand why she took such a long time, because this is very rare for black, and I guess she must be improvising as black. So this is funny, because you can take and play Bishop C4 and claim you will be ahead in development. Knight F3, coming castle E4.
Yeah.
So that was a way to play, definitely. So she played Bishop H4 and C5, which is of course very thematic.
Yeah.
You want to give an isolated pawn to white, and white actually has to do something quickly, otherwise it would just be very, very equal and very dull.
Yeah, and the thing here is that like my first instinct was we just take on C4, we play this IQP position because it seems like black is burning tempi a little bit, but as a matter of fact, the fact that we already included H6 and Knight H4, if we continue here for like 2 moves, Knight F3, castles, Knight C6, let's say Rook E1, which is normal, and black will have the option of going Knight H5 here, which I think is very, very valuable.
And actually, that's just a pure transposition to a very well-known, known line for black, which is supposed to be
completely fine.
Yeah, exactly. I think I remember some Korb of Anand game here with B3, Knight F6. But if you're a bit precise, actually, Vishy lost that game. It was a rapid game, but if you're a bit precise as black, you just equalize.
Yeah.
So.
But what else can you do? Like if you go, sometimes these endgames after you take C5 can be a little bit of something, but Yeah, I'm just never a fan. Like I want to watch something with queens on.
No, I mean you
As
can
a-
also play. I mean the other option is to go knight f3, cd, queen knight d4, and you
yeah.
claim you are. I mean you are better developed, and well, you'll take on c4 the next move, and you hope for little something.
Yeah, that absolutely is a choice. So we probably should let them figure out exactly which structure they want to be playing. On board 3, there is some kind of a really quirky position, which started as a a6 bishop c5 Spanish, which is a very, very rare line. And Yulia Osmak also followed it up by knight g7, because I think a6 bishop c5, I think the idea used to be to play c3 f5. If I remember correctly, I think that used to be the justification.
Yeah.
It's not great, but it exists. You know, it's I wouldn't recommend it, but it's a move you can actually make. But 97, this really shouldn't be very good.
It shouldn't be, but well, she knows what she's doing. That's
So Darius says that this is actually the way to play this line now, and Jordan played it with black and so on. But yeah, knight c3 does seem that it maybe gives black an easier way out, and bishop d2 may be a little bit more critical. Bishop d2 probably forces you to take. We take with the knight, I guess.
Yeah, okay.
I feel like I've seen this before. Maybe even queen takes, actually.
Yeah,
queen takes. Knight c3, right?
Yeah, so they see, but I have no clue.
And d5 I will be taking with the pawn and going knight c3. And is it here? There's this really weird line. Queen d2, let's say d5, e5, queen d5, knight c3, queen e6 check, king f1, queen c4 check. I think it's from here, right? Maybe king g1 and then something happens. Yeah.
Lawrence is our boy for offbeat lines like that. Come on.
I mean, to be honest, in this particular position, I have to say, like, I mean, like, I don't really know. To be honest, it's a bit too random. It's hard to say. It's one of the. I would probably. I'm not even sure I would take white here. But
too random is for you. Come on. I mean, you like this.
Yeah, sometimes I'm showing my age. No, it looks a bit too random for me.
Yeah, those are not, not the two words I ever expected to hear from Lawrence. Yeah. Yeah. What is too random? Does not compute. But what we have in the game right now is e5, queen d5, castles, bishop c3, and bishop g4. And this looks reasonably healthy for black because you have this pin. And yeah, in this position, I mean, I assume after bishop takes f3, we go into endgames.
No, but look, are you sure? Can I trick you?
Knight d5 or something. Yeah. Knight takes d4. Whoa, okay. That is very, very unpleasant.
Is that working?
And bishop g5, f6. Yeah, I think it does. I think it does.
That's why, I mean, like we see the evaluation bar. So maybe that's why, because after bishop f3, you have to play gf then.
Yeah.
Which is
and we're having a kind of a silent disagreement with Satiris about what this position resembles, because I wanted to say, and I understand the structure is completely different, but in spirit, when I was growing up, I read all of those books about like the history of the world championship matches and like the heroes of years gone by, and these types of positions with two bishops against two knights, like the immediate thought that comes to my mind in all the old Chigorin games.
Yeah, for sure.
I understand it's like in terms of structure, this is a Petrov or some kind of a Spanish, the Petrov most of all, I think. But the two bishops versus two knights specifically.
Yeah, it reminds Chigorin.
Yeah, the old Stanis Chigorin matches are. Yeah.
And here, actually, I mean, like, I think it's just so bad for white. Amazingly, bishop g3.
I have queen f5 check. Otherwise, like, I would be losing, but I have queen f5 check.
Didn't see that one.
Yeah. But maybe we just go, like, but f5 for bishop b3. And this is the thing. If you manage to actually restrict the bishops, you're doing really, really well. But this is a reasonably open position.
Yeah.
So you have to be very careful not to give the bishops any freedom.
And can I go anyway? By the way.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Yeah.
No, you have queen e4, yeah.
Oh, that's very clever. Yeah, queen e4 saves material.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So this is an exciting game potentially to watch, and
that's for sure.
We'll keep an eye on it. And on board 4, Alexandra Maltsevskaya, who has had an absolutely stellar tournament, even though she lost yesterday. She is once again doing her thing, which is just like everything forward all of the time. F46, F5, just
And she won a fun boy. I'm complete fan of her games. I mean, it's just been amazing to watch her games. And well, she's taking a lot of risk and she's winning many games. She lost yesterday, so that's backfired a bit, but that's the way it works. Yeah, you cannot always win. And very interesting concept.
Watching
today
her
again. I mean, it's very, look. I mean, like it's very always.
I'm not sure I like this, quote unquote, objectively, but yeah, it's going to be a fun game for sure. Like H6, Bishop H4, and maybe even D6, D5. The issue with this very quick F4, F5 ideas is that there's no king on G8 yet. So we're not really launching an attack against the king side. There's nobody there, which gives Black a lot more leeway.
Anyway, it's very
yeah. I mean, if I'm really worried, I can go Bishop E7, I guess, and solve that issue altogether. So I think Black is fine, but it will be a very exciting game. I think every single day, Alexandra's games are the ones to watch. And the other 2 matches are Super Beta playing, I think, match 3, and match 2 is.
Match 2 is Monaco.
Circle de Monte Carlo. Blue and yellow,
against blue and yellow. Some Ukrainian team which we didn't see much. I mean, they didn't play the.
They were actually playing. I think they never. I don't think I ever saw them below board 4. But we've been mostly covering like the first 3 matches, so we saw very, very little of them. But they're a very solid team with
for sure.
Natalia Buksa on 1, Inna Gaponenko on 2, Ekaterina Doluhanova on 3, and Diana Tarleva on 4. Probably some relation to Konstantin Tarlev.
Okay.
You have you can probably guess that some relation there is implied.
And you're our boy for. You are the man to consult for relationship and so on, gossips. You should unmute yourself. You should unmute yourself. Okay.
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm absolutely not the man for such a thing.
No, really?
No, of course.
Lawrence has never engaged in a single bit of gossip in all of his years. That is absolutely not a thing that ever happens.
I mean, I'm not really a gossiper. I mean, I kind of, how can I put this?
You don't like gossips. You just like to listen to some some information some people would give you.
I'm a passive bystander. I'm a passive bystander.
Yeah, okay. And actually, your girls from Woodgreen.
Yes.
What's up?
This is kind of an interesting moment to agree a draw here as Irene. I mean, I guess she hasn't got much here as white objectively, but it's not as if like but even if the bishop's like, let's say bishop g3, bishop h4, let's just say I play a normal like b4 here or something, or queen g4.
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, just any. Why am
I don't think we have very much, to be honest.
No, I get
the
that.
bishop will go to g5, and it will just be very, very difficult to prove anything.
No,
I don't mind this. I don't mind this. I think obviously, like, the line itself is not as drawish as all that, and maybe you could be doing something more precise earlier. But now that the bishops are coming off, I think it's okay. On other boards, though, it's quite exciting because Dinara Sadovakasova is somehow a pawn down here against Keti Arhamia Grant. Yeah, she went for this really. Did she miss knight takes d4, c5, knight b5, h6 or something? I don't quite understand what happened there.
Maybe.
Because it's difficult for me to imagine this is being done on purpose.
It's just a blunder. It's a morning blunder. I mean,
I think morning rounds.
I mean, you just play a double fianchetto. What can happen to me? And then she's taking on d4, and you think, that's what
can happen to me. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And
I mean, to be fair, it doesn't look very threatening for white. 97. You don't expect some tactics to work for black, but actually it does.
And now, I mean, she's lucky she's not doing like that badly, because she has bishop g5 here, and she will have pressure against the c7 pawn. Black is a bit passive. You can definitely imagine this not being
exactly.
Being that
I mean,
bad.
takes rook c1.
Something like this.
Already, or maybe rook e1 actually, or c1. I don't know, but here it looks like full compensation. Even black is probably not.
I assume something goes to f6. I would actually play bishop f6 because I think getting the dark square bishops off the board here should be quite beneficial for black. And of course, you're better. You're a pawn up. Like, there is no way you're not better. But you're not as much better as you would expect in a position where somebody probably just blundered a pawn to you on move 9. On board 3, Harriet Hunt has a very nice, like, typical Spanish position against Ekaterina Talik. It's not, great, but it's obviously a pleasant position. You want to play like knight f1, bishop d2, I guess. The other bishop goes to d3 very often. And then we play like the knight goes to e3, queen e2, rook c1, or you can go for play on the king's side as well. An important bit here I want to mention is, I think we're playing knight f1 here very, very quickly, because we do not want to be allowing bishop h6.
Okay.
That bishop on f8 should not be traded for the bishop on c1.
Is knight b3? Is knight b3?
Or knight b3, yeah. But I think the knight on a5 is not great.
I'm never sure, because it can come back, but probably you're right. But
I mean, one knight will be on c5. I think it probably will be the f6 knight.
Okay. So you mean that if
so we take, we go knight, e5, e7, knight c5.
Okay. So anyway, okay.
But I'm not against bishop knight b3. I just mean that, like, we can't wait. We can't allow bishop h6, because if the dark square bishops come off, it's a huge improvement for black.
Okay.
And on board 4, there's a very unusual Sicilian in the game between Marcela Efroimski, who is having a very, very good tournament. She's on 4.5 out of 6, and that's with a loss to Alexandra Maltsevskaya, actually. So against, mortals, she's on 4.5 out of 5. But she's doing something quite interesting here. I don't think I've ever seen this particular like a4 before being played this early.
So queen d3 is a rare move, but it has been played by, for instance, Magnus Carlsen against Nils Gandelus in one of the Vaikanze tournaments. So I mean, it's a move. It's not a reputation. It's just a way to get a game. A4, knight c5, queen e3, e5. Okay, and here we still. It's very surprising actually that you go here and. You weaken a bit everything on the C line. But
you normally do this when you can maybe get, I don't know, a4, a5 with the pawn still on b7, or if there is something on c6 you can continue pushing against with b4, b5. Here it feels like black really hasn't done much wrong, and you in reply have basically, well, I wouldn't say ruined, but significantly weakened your queen side for very, very unclear upside. I mean, I don't quite know what we've achieved. So I'm picking black here. Like, you can go rook fc8, you can put something on c4. I just don't know why we've done this to ourselves here.
I mean,
this looks promising for Katerina.
I mean, it looks very weird, but I need to play knight d5 otherwise.
Maybe.
I don't see what I'm doing here.
Yeah, bishop c4. It's going to be difficult to even play knight d5 because there's bishop g5 in the end in all of these positions, right?
I didn't see it.
Yeah, it costs you material.
Maybe big time, actually.
Yeah. No, this is horrible.
This is a queen, no?
Yeah. Queen f5 still exists.
Okay.
We're running away, but
yes, it's okay.
It's irrelevant. Yeah. So honestly, I already prefer black quite firmly in this position. So the match so far, there's one draw on board 1 with white for wood green, which generally wouldn't be ideal. But I think apart from that, the match is looking pretty good for wood green. So maybe they can get, like, if they win, maybe they have a chance for a podium finish. Yeah. Maybe I can't.
The supporter, the hooligan, Lawrence Trent should know about that. Do they have a chance for a medal?
Yeah. Let's see. It's very up in the air, but a game has caught my eye in the open section in the Yasipenko visit.
Yeah, like Vidit is not going to be on 7 out of 7 here.
Ooh.
What happened there?
So that was his prep. I mean, Rook e1 d4 is the most natural moves.
Yeah.
Are the most natural moves in the world. So I guess he prepared for that. Takes h3.
And just h2, h3 here, very clever by Andre. I guess the point is queen d1, bishop g4 probably comes in here.
And it looks like actually very good comp.
Yeah, that looks decent. But after h3, if what Vidit played is the best you have, and he's playing extremely quickly, so I guess he knows this is fine somehow, but it looks horrific. Like
beyond horrific. No, I mean, what on
how
earth
is this fine? I
this
really
is just
don't
not
understand.
fine at all,
I mean,
right?
my small, I'm sure he's working with a better computer than the one we have here, but I mean, from +2 to make a mistake. I mean, it's showing +2 as you can see on my left.
No, I mean, it just looks like
board.
you have to go knight d7, but then after knight c3, the threats just like I think the c5 pawn is gone.
c5 is hanging knight a4. I have the simple, very simple b3, and I will take with check. So you can.
I just don't understand what happened there. Yeah,
So
knight
you have to
c7,
go
knight
knight
c3.
I want knight e5.
Yeah, if you go bishop b7, I mean knight e5 is still very strong, but knight a4 wins a pawn on the spot as well. Like maybe it's actually like here we go rook fd8, and maybe we feel like it's maybe the best case scenario. Like I mean, it's still lost though. Like
it's another one.
A7 is also falling. Like it's just lost.
That's the problem. Yeah, takes here.
Lost.
If you go to e8, I can give a nasty,
rook
very
e1,
nasty,
rook e7. Yeah,
a very nasty check.
I am so confused by all of this.
And here, if you are trying to save your pawn,
knight c5 wins more material actually. Yeah,
bishop c6 we take, and we have. Unfortunate, actually, that the rook. It's very unfortunate for black that the rook is on standing on f8. So I mean, that's a very, very weird stuff.
Yeah, he's on 120. He got here as having spent 10 minutes. I'm very confused.
And that's not, Vidit doesn't have this style that we can see for some people who are playing fast, a bit bluffing. Generally, he's very well prepared. And when he doesn't know, he starts thinking. I mean, it's just very serious player, and you can generally trust him in the openings. I even remember I was talking to Peter Leko a few years ago, and he told me, "Oh, that line should be good. Vidit played it." So he has this kind of respect, from his colleagues, I mean, so because Peter Leko is someone who generally knows what he's doing in general and in the opening in particular, I would say. So bishop e3, this is just basically.
I guess you go like king f7, bishop c5, rook e8, and you play that position. But I mean, this is a bit of an open. And bishop f5 here, and I mean, sometimes you don't lose this. There's definitely some percentage.
You're right. You just played king f7. That's so sad.
Well, it's
very well.
This is honestly a little bit shocking. Yeah.
Let's see the first board of that top match. Actually, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave as black against Krishna. We said shouldn't be any problem for black. I don't think it is any problem for black. Actually,
he actually deviated from what my course says, because I think I give after knight e5, bishop e5, rook b1. I give queen takes a2, castles, bishop d7. But those are all very similar positions. Anyway.
Yeah, this is.
And I think of all the move orders, like I think Whitehead legitimately has 3 moves on move 14, and I think knight takes e5 is generally the simplest.
Yeah, okay.
Both rook b1 and castles are trickier.
So Hare Krishna was not. I guess he was not incredibly ambitious for that game. Well, now it's just not.
Well, I mean, if you could find a good way to play like if our king wasn't on g1, if our king was sort of closer to where the action will be, we would could make a claim that we have something. But here it really doesn't look like very much. F4, bishop d4 check, king f1. Maybe we can even play f5. Maybe we can even play f5. Rook c7 worries me a little bit, but I guess we can just go king f8. Yeah.
Why not take?
Or take, The bishop on d2, the bishop on d2 just cannot really.
Take.
King f7. We're slightly better with black.
No, I mean, I'm not too worried. Okay,
not worried.
I mean, like, I'm not going to lose that, but
I understand,
but I'm not going to claim White has anything. So an easy Grunfeld for Maxime. This is very, very rare and generally gets in into actually some troubles.
Yeah, recently he's had some rocky games in the Grunfeld.
So
but not today.
Andrei Zipenko on board 2. Jules will not bore Peter, otherwise Peter will go on strike.
We should discuss this position for 5 minutes because we have some Catalan fans in the production booth. Yes.
You want to take a break, or that's
no,
you can take a break as well. I mean, it's okay.
No. It's
okay. It's, I mean, like, let's face it. It's it looks better for white because you have this C line. You did achieve something, that's clear, but I don't think. I mean, all black pieces are well placed and with a few precise moves. But you should be precise as black. You will probably slowly but surely equalize. How is a different question.
Yeah, I mean, it feels very attractive to start with 94.
I would, yeah, okay. I thought b5 actually.
Yeah.
And to play rook f8 and 98. This is more passive, but because 94, I go c2 and then what do you do?
I wanted to go queen a4. That's actually why I was playing 94. I wanted the queen a4 and then rook fc8. And I thought maybe a4 is for some reason a better square than b5. I'm not sure it's true. I don't know why I thought that.
No,
because after queen d5, I was worried I will blunder some kind of bishop f1 followed by something. But maybe we can even take on b2. I don't even know why I'm worried about this. Yeah.
It was my plan, but it was maybe optimistic. Yeah, that's why I thought rook c2. But yeah, okay. Either way, I mean, that looks also very. You never want to play b3 because you give the square to the bishop here, and it will be very, very difficult to keep controlling the c file. So
yeah, looked interesting to me. So yeah, it feels like Jules is not really doing all that poorly.
Yeah.
Kirill has played king h1, but then did not play rook g1 next move. He played c5, bishop f3, f6. I guess we can just launch. No, g4 knight b6 is annoying. We have to protect the pawn on g4 before we play g4. And black, on the other hand, probably wants not knight b6 really, but knight b8, knight c6, knight d4, I guess. That is a very typical way of improving that knight.
Yeah. Okay, so everything to play for in that game will be very interesting, I think. And here we have Sergei Movsesian defending the black side of this.
Yeah, is this where they go bishop b5? There are some positions where they go bishop b5 in this position.
Yeah,
like queen b3, he played rook a7.
Yeah, this is really. That's one of the idea of playing a6, but of course it looks super sad for black. Maybe.
Yeah, knight b7. Can we play bishop? I'm very serious about this. Can we play bishop b5 here?
I think we do, and actually I think it's just a bad line for black. But,
yeah, I have some memory of positions where this
so let's show
wins.
takes and well, okay, of course we want to take the rook, but we also want a very, very nasty check on c7, which would be close to mate actually, or mate. So after bishop
bishop d6, I think the point was that we can go
take
on d7 twice and knight a4, I think is the point.
Okay, take here, take here, take here, take here. Yes, that's very possible, yeah, of course.
And that rook on a7 might kind of never get out yeah.
Also something that should be checked, I think it's going to a4 here. Because I'm meditating knight b5.
Yeah, absolutely. That also looks
I'm actually not sure what you do here. Yeah, maybe rook a8.
Rook a8, I guess. Yeah, I really do think it's probably rook a8.
Yeah,
because there are no other immediate ways of dealing with the threats.
Yeah, okay, actually, okay, it looks good.
Yeah, and Sergei, it seems like he's been playing this opening his entire life. He is on an hour and 4 minutes by move 10.
Actually, I would disagree a bit with you. I think recently he did a lot of Ragozin, knight f6, e6, and I think that was just, of course, he played that like 20 years ago. He started to play that, even maybe before. So you are right that he played that all his life. But I think recently he doesn't do it that often, and the purpose was to surprise Nils. But well, seems not completely familiar with all the details of that very precise line.
Yeah, and I think once again, move 6, maybe even as early as move 6. Of course, h6 exists. I'm aware it exists. But I think these days the central line is this knight bd7, queen b3, queen c7 line, right?
It is.
And I think even he himself played this with black. But today he decided not to engage.
Just go here.
No, it's the other way. Yeah, it's
sorry.
c5, 95, I think.
Sorry.
Takes d5. Yeah.
Knight takes d5, c5.
Yeah.
You can take the pawn. You can play bishop d2. Many options here, and in general, the verdict is that black holds with precise play, but it's very, very sad. So I understand why Sergei didn't want to go there, and it's true that h6 looks already a bit wrong and has a bad reputation. So we'll see. Niels clearly taking his time and understanding that he has to punish now. If black is doing bishop b7 castle, they're perfectly fine, actually.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, strategically, these types of Slav positions with the bishop already out on f5, they're extremely solid. It's just that you're behind on development and you have this really stupid rook on a7. So that gives white hopes in a very short term. So you have to be quick. And on board 6, yeah, there's been some trading done in the game between Mathieu Carnet.
And he played d6.
Yeah, he played d6, and that trade happened, the one we were describing. And knight d5 also happened, so white kind of combined the two ideas we were talking about. And now black has a very, very solid position. White pretty much never gets to play d3, d4 anymore with the pawns on c5 and d5. So the one pawn break you are dreaming of, I guess, is f4, but it's also going to be difficult to organize.
Yeah, because if you want g3, this pawn is hanging. Queen f6, king h2, and well, let's face it, it's not. If it's anything, and I don't think it is anything, it's not much for white. That's for sure.
Yeah, should be extremely solid. And king h2 is a clever move because we do want to play g3 and to stabilize a little bit on the king side, make the knight on g6 look a bit more stupid than it does right now.
That's so.
I wonder why he chose queen f6 and not knight f4, for instance, but I guess there must have been a reason. Sometimes they play h3, h4 in response, but I think this is how you sometimes get mated as well, like on the previous move after knight g2. Knight g2, I mean, why not knight f4 here? Because we're threatening queen g6, and if you play h4, have we lost to bishop h3 or not? I think we lost to bishop h3.
That's very cute, actually. You want to mate and queen g4 up and hop, and you win the queen. So that's so here we should
maybe king h2 anyway.
I have to do something very, very. But I mean, if I get out, then your pieces will look.
And in the meantime, Niels did play bishop b5 on.
Okay, very beautiful.
Board 5.
But I don't know what you think about it. But this is the first day we are used to see Novibor cruising after 1 hour and a half. In general, they're already doing very, very well. We are guessing will they do +2, +3. But today is a very, very close match, actually.
Yeah, today it feels like they're going to be challenged quite seriously. Mainly thanks actually to Zipenko, who was probably a winning position. Niels has a very good position, but the rest is very, very balanced, actually. So we'll see. Let's take a look at Magnus's game, I guess, for now.
Yeah. So Magnus played a5, knight f4, knight a6. So what I was mentioning. You want knight b4, so of course white is playing a3, and now he played queen f6, which is a very I mean, the obvious idea is to go bishop f5, exchange this.
And Parham replies with a very direct play as well. He goes f3. The question is, can I go knight f5?
Okay.
I
saw the question was still bishop f5 because after sorry.
I can do this here.
Sorry. I just blundered.
Maybe I can. Maybe queen e5, but
but it looks very.
It looks iffy.
I can. Minimum is that. Then take here.
Yeah. So my point was knight f5 probably forces you to give up one of the bishops, because if you go bishop f2, I have knight takes d4, right?
That's clever.
Nice move.
I think maybe I'm losing in the end though. e4. I didn't realize. Maybe I'm actually losing in the end.
It looks actually very, very lost.
Yeah, because queen 6, bishop g3.
Yeah, I'm very
And
simple.
we have to resign. Okay, then knight f5 makes no sense. Probably.
Bishop f2. Yeah. Queen f6. If you cannot play bishop f5, look. I mean, it doesn't look like a good move. Let's face it. It's very concrete.
Yeah. Is he still intending to play knight c4? I think here the problem is knight c4 doesn't actually force you to take. We can play like queen c1 for the time being, I guess.
You can play queen c1, but what's...
knight takes d5 maybe even, right?
Ooh, that's painful.
Yeah, knight d5 just wins. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, this queen is very misplaced. Actually, I think bishop. I also think that was winning a pawn. I mean, queen takes c4 next. So I mean, this queen on f6 already. Also, tactics now are working for white because of that queen on f6, which is very weird. Let's see what Magnus has in mind. I mean, I'm very curious actually.
Yeah, I mean, e4 is probably not a threat yet because the pawn on d4 is hanging after all. You still have to sort of calculate it because bishop f2 always exists and your queen on d4 is not going to be an oil painting. But the bigger question is, what move do you even make? Maybe knight c7. Because we need to make some kind of a move if we can't play knight f4, bishop f5, and we don't want to play knight f5. Maybe knight e7, knight e6 is what he's intending. I don't. Some trades.
I don't. No, I really don't think so. But no, sorry. B5. Allez.
Okay.
That's actually that looks very weird, but that's how computer is doing it all the time. This B5, B4, B5, knight C4. So when you start checking the position with the computer, you just get attracted by this b5 before. Of course, it can be bad, but actually, it doesn't care about this 6-6 weakness. Generally, saying that you will just doesn't matter.
Interesting. And while we're thinking about this, we can return to this. But Aryan has just made a move. Next board. No.
Okay. Who?
Yeah.
Aryan.
Yeah.
So high.
Look at this last move.
That's yeah. So let's and this ready for the implication here is that if you take on d4, that's why Peter is in shock and would never do that.
I would need very good reasons. Yeah.
Now
I would need very, very good reasons for this.
I mean, you just spoiled your pawn structure without any clear reason forever. I mean, now the end games are just horrible.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, there is actually a justification for it, maybe even from a positional viewpoint, because if black does take, and even that is not forced, you can ignore it.
Yeah, you can ignore.
If you do take it, I will take with the queen, I will play f2, f3, I will put my knight on e3, rook on d1, and the pawn on d6 is actually also a bit soft. And the bishop on b2 is quite beautiful, and sort of the more I look at this, the more I think maybe it's not bad at all, but it's just like I'm impressed by the fact that the thought occurred to him that you can play d3, d4 in this position, because I don't think I would have considered it.
So let me be. I just
exactly. You can.
I want to ask you
this.
questions.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. I mean, like, okay, please answer the questions.
And this is now really like an old school 4 knights. Like there are between games from this.
So of course you don't want to play.
No.
I'm dimming about C3.
Yeah. But I think actually you remember the game Magnus won against Wesley So in a different opening, but I think what we do here is we go d takes e5.
Yeah. Of course I remember.
From an Italian, we take, we go like f3, 93, 95. If we're lucky, if we get all of this in.
And you pretend my knight is very far from
the
square. Actually, I would like to have.
There was a kind of a famous game Magnus won in an Italian against Wesley where he just ruined his structure exactly like this in order to put the knight on d5. I think maybe he even sacrificed a pawn for it. I think his a pawn at some point got
that
taken,
was later. I think that was later on.
Or maybe later in the game,
but I can't remember where it was. But
I know which line it was, but I can't remember where it was. It was a classical game. So this is probably what we do, because if we play d5, just to explain to our viewers, this looks kind of ugly, and d5 looks not natural after c5. But if you play d5, the rook drops back, and black goes like knight d7, knight e7, rook f8, f5. And if all of that happens, white is in a lot of trouble because that bishop on b2 is just so restricted.
Yeah.
And any knight will be just so much better than this bishop for the rest of the game that white is strategically kind of fighting for survival here already. I mean, concretely, maybe we go knight g3, we go rook f1, maybe we're in time to push f2, f4 ourselves somehow. So move by move, maybe it's not so bad. But strategically, this is a very risky position for white. So yeah, c5 absolutely does exist. And you were also absolutely right about b7, b5 in Magnus's position.
Yeah, okay, I hope. Yeah, no, b5 is normal. I mean, when you spend some time checking it and looking at this position, it's obvious that I mean, Magnus played some games, so
yeah, I'm sure he knows.
he knows the ideas. I mean, there's no absolutely.
I'm extremely the way the black pieces are. I'm so tempted to start sacrificing stuff. Like I actually want to play e4 here badly.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
And just king h1. I'm not even playing bishop h2. This is my point. I think I'm playing king h1 here.
Okay. So I'm. So you want to take? So I guess can I go? Maybe I can go b4 even.
Yeah, before queen e2, and you have queen c5, which is what I missed. I thought queen knight e2 was very strong because I thought I was attacking the c6 pawn, but queen c5 is.
I also didn't see it, but yeah, I think
it was definitely missed.
Thank you. Thank you.
It was definitely missed. So e5 here.
Yeah, but that time not going to be worse, no?
Maybe even takes c5, right?
Yeah, takes. I mean, how can?
Yeah.
Why is it? I mean, even that.
No, this one I'm actually kind of okay with white.
Really?
But I think c6, c5 was very strong instead of a3.
Okay.
Just not even take on a3. Just go c5 there.
Okay.
c5, c4, like it looks very attractive for black. Actually, yeah. Okay. So maybe not immediately, but
maybe you should go king h1, yeah?
Maybe, but that gives you time to do something.
I will go knight c4, I guess.
Probably.
I mean, I think I did prepare actually b5 protected. That knight there is no more knight takes d5. There is no more take and knight e4.
Okay, let's take on. You're always taking with a d pawn, right? You're never taking bc. Okay.
Never.
Okay.
I mean, like unless
this is actually a very exciting position to analyze, in particular for me because I've spent about 0 minutes in my life analyzing the structure, so everything is new and fresh for me. Like not for you, but for me, everything is. Lawrence, why the black here?
White. You know, knights on the rim are dim. No, I mean, I'll be honest. My experience in this position is just pathetic, basically.
No, I had this game against Bogner where it was clear that my opponent was like both of you. He was discovering the wall setup, but still, I don't
know. It feels just a little loose here for black. I can't explain why, but if it works, it works. It's a bit like anything nowadays. If it works, it works.
Yeah.
You can't really just be what's the word? Sort of anecdotal anymore. It's just everything is concrete. Like, if it works, it works. And if the bar is saying it's all right for black, then it's probably all right. But I personally would prefer white because I like having the central tension, the breaks. I also don't see a long-term idea here for black. And if I get in e4 successfly.
But please, I mean, that's the whole point, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, but that's what I'm saying. If I get in e4 successfully,
can we continue the line here a little bit? If I play queen c1 here.
Yeah, queen c1's the first move that came to mind for me as well.
Because b5 before knight takes d5 will reappear, and so that is completely unplayable. So you have to do something else. And I'm even tempted to ask you once again, can I play e4 instead?
When?
That probably doesn't work. Like e4. I mean, d4, knight e4 looks very poor for black because there's knight f6 check there if you take the central pawn. It looks borderline lost. So you take it. Yeah, I want to try e takes d5 in that position. I understand knight e3 exists, but...
Yeah, and what are you going to do against that exactly?
I mean, I have two options. I can take on e3 and take on c6.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Or I can move the queen somewhere because the rook on the 8 is also hanging. You're not actually threatening to take on f5 so much.
Are you sure? So
I like rook e3 better.
this is very nice line.
And that
no?
is actually very beautiful, yeah.
Yeah, because takes.
Yeah.
King1, king h2, I have bishop c5.
Bishop
probably.
c5, yeah. Queen takes d4 is actually a blunder, yeah.
Actually, you lose a
Wow.
queen.
That is beautiful, guys.
I mean, you have bishop
That is
h7,
very
but-
beautiful. But
That's
instead of queen takes
very
d4, we still go rook takes e8, and this is still quite unclear actually.
Yeah,
knight g3, queen g3. This is still a mess.
It
Knight
is.
c7, bishop h7 check. Like I don't know. Maybe I'm winning. I don't know.
Oof.
Probably not winning, but it's definitely something I would like to calculate if I had infinite time. So
yeah, fantastic.
And also rook e3, yeah, as I mentioned, like my second idea move 20 there in that line after queen d4, e5, knight e3. Yeah, just rook e3 you take with something, I'm not sure
and
what.
With the queen, I guess.
Yeah, I go dc. I have a pawn for the exchange, my knight is coming to d5, b5 is hanging.
No, that I don't like. No.
Yeah,
Okay.
like my initial reaction here would be I'm winning with white. Maybe it's not, but like that would be my initial gut feeling about this position.
Well, let me defend that beautiful position. But queen f6, I must say, I'm not. I mean, it took sweet to me, but yeah, okay. Again, I'm afraid. I mean, the guy on the black side is much more competent than me, so
so the
because I don't see. I mean, like it's true that you can take on d4 immediately, yeah, because the queen on d8 does a bit of the same, yes, and actually it's what is nice here in this slide. Let's say I go instead of that, I go b5. You go f3, I will go knight c4, and actually if you go e4, I will just take. I mean, it's a bit of the same, yeah. So this d4 pawn is hanging anyway. So queen f6, I don't really see the point if you cannot play bishop f5. But
yeah, I'm worried here for Magnus because once again, obviously, I don't really understand this structure too well, but it feels like we're taking a lot of liberties here, and
it did.
Yeah, maybe king h1. Maybe we actually just like spend the tempo on bishop d7 just to connect our pieces a little bit better. Maybe we are slightly better prepared for e3, e4 if the bishop is on d7. And now
anyway,
yeah, maybe now we can take, and maybe it's not that bad anymore. Like take on e1 and play c5. Exactly. Yeah.
Maybe you're c5. Yeah, why not?
He's played bishop f2. I'm not a fan. Because that makes playing e4 a lot more difficult in the immediate.
And now it makes a lot of sense for the queen to be on f6 actually, because that knight is hanging. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that will be interesting. That's for sure. I will give you control, Peter.
Sure. One back.
All right. Where to next, Mr. Svidler? What do we like?
If you have no suggestion, let me.
I mean, I've been made aware of a massive development in the Hare Krishna MVL game. A massive development. MVL has just bungled it.
Really?
Yeah. Have a look. Let's go there straight away.
Whoa.
White to play and win.
D6 just wins or what? Oh dear.
D6 just wins.
Oh dear.
And that is really a tactic you expect Hare Krishna to see with an hour on his clock, right? I mean, it's just you have to be seeing that at this level.
Yeah.
You would feel.
Is rook c8 d6 also winning or just d6?
So
I don't know why that matters, but the point being, of course, that in this position we are even having we have a choice. We have a choice between this. Whoops, obviously, trackpad while operating somebody else's machine is treacherous. So, yeah. This looks winning, but I so far have... this is probably just completely winning, right? Because we go... can I win a piece here?
Probably.
Queen
If
C7, Rook
like,
B1
yeah.
is the only move. We go Queen C2, Rook A1,
A1.
and it actually survives, yeah.
Yeah.
And he's played D6 already.
Yeah. Okay.
So what was MVL
Okay.
supposed to play after Bishop H6?
That I don't know. Simply.
Just King F7, I guess. Yeah, King F7, Rook C8, Rook B8 is fine. This is fine.
Yeah.
This is very, very confusing. King
Yeah.
F7, was he afraid of F4? But I mean, now we can play Bishop G7 if we want. And there's never, there's never going to be this. The same tactic works even here.
Does it?
This is
I guess
so
it
annoying.
does, right? Yeah.
Bishop H6, D7, because we don't have Rook D5. We never have Rook D5.
I guess it does.
Okay, so F4, we need to still find a proper move here. Was he already in trouble? Actually, I kind of want to check, but it doesn't feel like he should have been.
I'm not watching the live stream, but I'm keen to see MVL's face. He's normally got quite a good poker face, but this one might be too much.
Yeah. No, King F7, it says zeros, F4, Bishop D6 somehow. This looks a bit scary, honestly, allowing E5, but yeah, hang on. I just want to check. I just want to check if that's the only move. Bishop D6 is fine. Bishop G7 here is also fine somehow, because after D6 we have Rook B7, I guess. Or yeah. So yeah, just play King F7, and then all of these problems would have had reasonably simple solutions. For instance, in that line that we were discussing here, D6 is a decent move, but Black can just take on E4. And as I mentioned, like the moment we have access to the D file, we are untroubled pretty much. And yeah, no, D6 is just horrible. And after Bishop plays H6, which appears to be the only move to even continue the game right now, yeah, White has a choice, which I assume you go D7. There is also the option of playing Rook C8.
Yeah, what about Rook C8 and D7?
And D7, but then Black goes Rook B1, Rook B2, Rook D2. I don't know.
And you're saying we can't escape the checks, basically.
No, I mean, actually, maybe we can't escape.
We can't
escape. We can't escape the checks because
King
of3, Rook B3.
Yeah,
this is just a draw actually, because we cannot cross the D file allowing Rook D2 and Rook takes D7. This is just a draw. So we always play D7, and then after Bishop C1.
So this we have to be accurate here after the king move, basically.
Yeah, so just D8, King F7, and the simplest is to play something like Queen D3, and then EF, and things will start collapsing.
Yeah,
this is so weird. Like MVL never used to miss tactics like this.
Well, yes, but it's a morning game now. I wanted to ask you, I perform horribly in the mornings in general. My score Sunday mornings, if you look at Bundesliga or for NCL or whatever it is just disgusting. How is your performance typically on a Sunday morning for these teams?
In club events, generally fine. As I mentioned, like since my kids were born, I'm a reasonably early riser. It doesn't traumatize me as much as it used to. I'm still not a fan, but I don't think there's like a precipitous drop in results for, let's say, the Baden the Baden club.
Do you know of any top players that really do just not perform at all?
Yeah, I mean, I know of a couple of cases of people who basically stopped playing the Bundesliga because of the 10 o'clock or Sunday round.
Interesting.
I mentioned Alexander Morozevich yesterday, specifically in this context, and I think I know of at least one more. I would assume, like for Sasha Grishuk, this would be like an absolutely unworkable proposition. Like he is very much not a morning person. Yeah, no, this is really, really strange though, because. Yeah, I mean, generally you want to play King F7. Even I would even suggest that, like, even if you don't want to calculate anything, if you're choosing between King F7 and Bishop G7, I think you're probably like much rather play king f7 first and not have to calculate rook c8 anywhere, because rook c8 rook b8, as I mentioned, white maybe has to show equality because the e4 pawn is hanging, and like bishop endings might be lost with the outside passer there on the a file. I mean, not lost maybe, but definitely you don't want to be defending them for no reason.
And by the way, this is obviously, just from a match perspective, a massive moment.
This is
Andrei Yesipenko is objectively completely winning, and then the rest of the matches are very evenly poised, right? So
yeah, that's,
I think it's a massive moment actually. For the tournament.
that is really very unexpected, because I mean, there's only two pieces left on the board, and d5 d6 is something you generally need to be aware of. And it really should now cost MVL the game, because you can't actually win the bishop in the current position, but you can definitely win the f5 pawn in a number of ways. Like queen c8, rook b1, and simply e takes f5 being one of them. Nothing fancy, just go after it. And this looks lost. It will require some work, but it looks very, very lost. Yeah. Morning rounds. What else? I mean, very difficult to explain it in any other way, really, because you would take MVL to see this in a bullet game.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, very confusing. Talking about that board too, I mean, Andrei is still, of course, sort of completely winning. You still have to. This is also not like you will have to pilot it carefully, because maybe your pawns get blockaded, and you still have to work a little bit. But generally speaking, even let's say if you imagine some kind of an absolute best case scenario where, like, I don't know, bishop b3, black plays c5, and then you for no reason whatsoever allow this trade, and black goes rook b8, you have to play, I don't know, rook d1, rook d3, and black plays, I don't know, a6. Even that, I think, long term, you don't hold with black. But also, you never get this position if white, has any sense. After bishop b3, c5, something like rook d1 probably just wins, because you get this rook to d5, you get the other one to d1, everything collapses. Yeah, but obviously, Andrei will at some point turn to his, I don't know, depending on the color, I guess, right? Or is it always to his right? No, it's not always to his right.
Yeah. Oh, you mean to check on his?
Yeah. I mean, he will turn his head to take a look at MVL's game, and that sort of changes your demeanor. You shouldn't really play differently when you realize that the match has suddenly gone slightly off the rails. But I think everybody gets affected. I don't know if anyone who gets completely unaffected by suddenly realizing that what used to be a pretty safe position on board one is now completely lost. Should actually, I suspect, make the conversion slightly more bumpy. Let's put it like this. Because you take some time to recenter, to kind of readjust to the situation that maybe you winning this game is even more important now, because you're potentially just on -1 in the match, with MVL being as lost as he is here. Yeah, very important development there on board one. More so for Anier than it is for Novibor, because we have to come back to the fact that Novibor probably can afford to lose today with a kind of a modest score and still be first on tiebreak.
Yeah, they really only need a few points, don't they? Basically,
yeah, that's
looks as though they're getting them.
That's the assumption. All right, so I'm also keeping an eye on the women's matches. It seems like at the very top boards in the match between Budugosh and Pamhagen, Alina Kashlinska is now doing really well, because what we were describing has actually happened. After king h1, black played queen d7, she played e4 here, and the kind of a line that we were discussing happened. I'm a bit surprised the knight went to, maybe she was, I mean, here maybe she's just losing to rook takes f6, which is why the knight went to g4 and not c4. But this is like a very typical position we've all seen, in history books. Like we've seen games won by Botvinnik in this fashion in the mid-30s and 1940s and so on. Looks completely busted for black. You just need to make sure you don't blunder rook c2 somewhere. But let's say we invest one more tempo into playing rook e2, and then we go e5, knight f5, and we just give mate.
Just over, isn't it? Really
yeah, it looks like you probably need to stop rook c2, but once rook c2 is stopped, I mean, black can play rook c2 anyway, I guess. But then it takes knight e3 and then queen f3. Hang on, this is actually not that clear. Right? Queen takes.
This is an interesting try.
Actually, queen takes c2 here, and my bishop is hanging. Okay, so perhaps still some work to be done, but looked very good. And also, obviously, we're very spoiled by the fact that the engine bar suggests white is basically winning. On board 2, Anno Shenin has, I would assume, nothing whatsoever against Olivia Kilbasa. This seems very, very solid for black. On board 3 in that match, Yulia Osmak is a bit worse with white, I would guess, right? It's still the two bishops, so you still have to be kind of careful not to give them any air. But I guess you start by playing f5.
Looks
and
fine.
And you ask the question, yeah, do you want to allow f4? How happy are you with this bishop locked out one way or the other? Because f3, f4 is also kind of singularly unattractive. And on board 4, Alexander Maltsevskaya is somehow the f pawn got traded off. So black after knight g2 played h6, bishop h4, g5, which is also a way to solve this problem instantly. Takes, d4, bishop b6. A kind of a clever move, protecting the queen on g8 with the bishop, so that if all the trades happen here, the knight on f6 stays protected, which is a nice little geometrical idea there. Alexander played queen g3, black played g5, bishop b3, queen e7, castles, and h3. If black is in time to, if black gets to play bishop g5 and let's say castle long and play bishop c7, I think black is completely fine. But you're still some moves away, and after bishop h5, maybe white has something concrete. Not entirely sure what, but yeah, kind of a tricky position. Circle the check against blue and yellow. No, everything seems kind of normal in that match, apart from Elizabeth Betts basically having a winning position on board 4. This is an absolute dream for these types of Najdorfs, where black has everything going for them. The pawn on b7 seems like it's hanging, but it really isn't, because there's always rook b8 there, so white has to somehow prepare to even take on b7. And even if you do lose the pawn on b7, in many cases this pawn feast in the center just continues rolling down the board. This looks horrible for Diana Tarleva. So Circle the Check seems to be doing quite well. I mean, the other 4 boards are all very much still in play, but the one sort of well-defined position is very much in favor of the Monaco team. And Wood Green against Superbet, one draw on board 1, as we mentioned. Ketsivana Rahamia Grant is a pawn up on board 2. Not as much better as we would expect, but if black gets to play a7, a5 here, securing the knight on c5, you do have a healthy extra pawn. Harriet Hunt on board 3 is, yeah, you go bishop d3, you try to put it on b5. If that happens, you're much better. I guess you have to worry about bishop d7. Like if you play bishop d3, you allow bishop d7, you have to find a good solution to this question. So maybe it's not that simple, but I like these types of positions for white. And a huge change in the character of the game on board 4, because we left it somewhere here. And Katerina Toma I feel like she somehow maybe did not believe she was doing that well. And maybe, playing against somebody who is a very strong up-and-coming player, outrating her by 200 points, she felt like she has to do something immediate instead of just making solid positional moves. But I really disagree with the idea of playing g4, queen f3, and a6, a5, a6, a5 in particular, because it gives white, yes, the white queenside structure is compromised and destroyed, maybe you can even say. But by allowing white this extremely important b5 square, you actually do a lot of a lot of things they wanted to do themselves. And now after ba5, rook takes a5, bishop e5, knight c5, knight d3, this is suddenly looking very, very rosy for Marcel Efraimski. Rook c8 played, and now after knight takes e5, I'm guessing Katarina is now realizing that she, of course, wants to take with rook, but then after bishop a3, the knight on c3 is still protected by the queen, and you are just straight up losing the pawn on d6 for not very much. So, yeah, this is a very, very big change, because Katarina had a very good position by move 17, and now by move 23, I think she is fighting for survival.
Yeah, totally agree.
What happened to my boy, Maxim?
Your boy.
Your boy missed a tactic he normally would never ever miss.
Oh wow, that's morning games. What
Yeah.
happened? D6. Oh, yeah. Is it lost?
Pretty
Yes.
much, yeah, pretty much. You still sometimes hold this, but yeah, queen c7 hasn't been played yet. Queen c7 is okay, queen c8 is okay, queen d3 is okay. You, in most cases, will actually have to give up the pawn on f5, and then it's difficult to imagine how you hold that.
Actually, that is nasty, huh? Because you want queen c4 as well. You have rook c5 though.
You have rook c5. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out why the engine doesn't actually go rook c5 here. After queen d4, you have to continue putting pieces on some really weird squares, though.
Yeah, not to lose.
Yeah, like maybe you have to play bishop a3. Yeah, and
it looks like something will hang, yeah, at the end of the day.
Exactly, yeah.
And not the a7 pawn, something bigger, yeah. Which
is
actually...
and this is the point I wanted to bring up, and also what Fress is referencing. If you only lose the a7 pawn and you bring the bishop back, like this is actually a very simple draw.
Yeah,
but you get the feeling that the way the pieces are right now, Harry should be able not to allow that at all. We haven't figured out exactly. I think queen c8 maybe, in terms of really not allowing it, queen c8 is maybe the simplest, because you have to play rook b1. Everything else loses more than just a pawn. And after rook b1, I think I can take on f5, because I'm really not worried about any of those discovered checks.
Yeah. That's so disappointing. Yeah. Played a bit too fast. Okay, that's bad news, yeah, for Anya, that's for sure. Okay. So what else? What should we look at? Magnus Carlsen?
Whoa. Okay, many changes. Bishop f2, and he went to g8. Okay, he played g3. Oh, this was the point. This is a very, very interesting idea by Parham, because bishop f2 looked strange, but he just said, okay, I need to support all of my stuff, so I'm playing g3 here to support the knight on f4, and I will play e4 next move. And queen d8 is, I guess, required to be able to play b5 before, to sidestep knight takes d5 tactics. Because this loses every single time. So he had to burn that tempo to play queen d8, e4, b4. So what are we doing here with white? Can we take bishop? Can we take e takes d5?
Yeah, that's the first move we should consider. If bc, then bishop takes first. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Takes on c4, and we are just a pawn, yeah.
Yeah. Why is this not just very, very good? DC here, like I'm also sort of giving mate on the king side. Bishop takes f7 becomes an immediate threat. With queen c4 to follow, queen b3 or something. This looks like it will be mate if it's allowed.
Yeah, I have to hope for the best in that, but yeah, I'm not.
Well, bishop f7. Like, no,
no, this is not.
But also rook e6 is probably mate. Like you have to go forward. No, after queen b3 you have to go forward.
Yeah.
So and then rook e6 probably gives mate. So. It's even worse than it looks. Yeah,
sure. I mean, like even queen a3 looks.
Absolutely, queen a3 also wins, but yeah,
rook e6 is indeed very likely mate. I mean, it is mate. Let's face it. So that's not a solution for
So what's happening here? Is he planning to go like knight takes b2 here or something, or rook e1 and knight takes b2 or what?
So rook e1, knight takes b2.
But that's also horrible. Even if I just take on b2 and on c3, I have queen c6 in the end. This is also kind of bad, yeah.
That I may survive because
knight c7. Yeah, I blundered knight c7. Okay, so let's go back a bit and see if we can find something stronger for white against this. e5. I don't know why I included rook e1, but maybe to have a queen on d8, yeah, to protect the pawn on d5.
And it took
e5 played, by the way, so yeah, we will see in a moment.
That's a move.
Yeah. So let's continue analyzing though. Rook e1, knight b2, because I have a lot of options here.
Yeah,
I can play bishop h7, king h8, and then
I don't really see the point of. Okay, but yeah, fair enough.
Something on g6. I want to put something on g6 in this position. As we all say, they are not our pieces, right? So we're quite.
So you want that, yeah, basically.
It doesn't work. Like you just take and go king g8.
Yeah, no, I understand, but
I don't know what it does, but I want to do it.
Yeah. Okay, I understand.
Okay, so go back.
No, bishop h7.
Yeah, go back.
Yeah, actually, it looks very forced. Yeah, to take on b2.
Yeah, that whole thing looks kind of. Okay, I found it. I think queen c3.
Okay. CD.
CD5, 95, right?
And queen d5. Obviously.
Or bishop b4. Sorry.
Oof.
I don't. Yeah.
And that's. I'm losing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see anything. Okay. So 95.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
That's should I resign here?
Here?
Yeah, if it's not resign, it's very close to it. So yes, that's not really great for black. I have zero clue here.
Yeah, it's quite confusing. Yeah. No, this line looks very forced. But the thing is, I don't know what apart from knight takes b2, I have like zero clue.
Yeah.
What else can he even mean? Maybe back, like rook e1, knight b6. But that looks horrible as well. Knight e4. G takes c6 is actually playable, but I don't know if I need it. Like something like this, just queen takes c3 here.
Yeah, but that I will.
Yeah, knight c7. Yeah, knight c7 is a very good move. Yeah, knight c7 here is very important.
Hoping to get some kind of.
Yeah. Okay, but let's say we go knight e4.
CD,
knight c5. But again, you're not dead. Like here
No.
you're. I mean, I'm taking white here, but you're not dead with black. Here you can continue playing.
So maybe knight b6. Oh, that's hard to believe. That's so poor. But Magnus doesn't look. I mean, as far as I can read him, he's not terribly happy about his position.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's very rare actually to see Magnus play in the morning because all these top tournaments they just play now in the afternoon, the last round. So can't remember. Maybe in the Olympiad he played the last round. No, he didn't show up. No, I mean he didn't show up. He was not in the lineup of the team for the last round when they lost. I think they lost to.
Yeah, and the team I think in general is in trouble a little bit because if you look at board 2, I think if you take on d5 here, you have to take e takes d5. Maybe not. CD5 because if you take CD, CD,
queen c8, yeah.
Well, queen c8, yeah.
On queen a6.
Aryan actually, I would have assumed you want to play like, I'm surprised by all of this.
That's cute actually, yeah.
This is very, maybe even rook g8 as well. We don't even need to play c5. Maybe we do. Bishop b4. Yeah, probably c5. Yeah, I think you're right. And he played queen d3 instead of all of this. Black played a knight f4, queen b3, and now after cd, like if you take with the c pawn, if you take with the c pawn, I go knight e2, knight d4, yeah, or knight e2 and knight takes e4 even.
Oh, that's
seems like things are collapsing. Yeah, so you have to go e takes d5 right now.
Oof,
and that's not very attractive.
No. You are still attacking the d6 pawn, luckily, but well. And he took e5, yeah? Because
Yeah, I
what
mean,
else?
he knows. Yeah, what else? What else can he do? Magnus took on e1 in the meantime, so
yeah, that doesn't tell us what he wants, but
yeah, very curious.
We'll find out. Okay, and the rest. Well, so how Heck is doing? It's kind of
Eric
okay.
is actually this is okay now. I'm a bit surprised that went for this setup instead of just simply playing the as we mentioned just a symmetrical Grunfeld, just put the pawn on d4.
Yeah, he went d3, but
yeah, this is also understandable. But it gave Eric a chance to get a knight from d7 to some squares. And now that we played b2 before, there is some counterplay for us on the queen side. It's still a bit better for white, of course. You can go maybe knight d4 b5 is one plan, or you can, I don't know, put the bishop on d4 and try to pretend you're a bit better. But it doesn't seem like the end of the world.
No. It's not much. It's not much. That's
Yeah.
for sure. While here it's not much as well. If anything, probably nothing for you and Sebastian against Vocato. Pretty much, I would say, equal. Board 5, Horkedal against the Senator. Managed to get yeah, he went for some very concrete play, rook d4 and then c4, and at least you eliminate one weakness. But white is still a bit better, especially if I manage to take the pawn a4 actually, which it seems that I will manage to do that. Should you go a3? With a nice intermezzo on b2.
Yeah, that would be a dream, but
you can go ba3. That's I guess.
Yeah, and also b2, b3. I think is the way the pieces are. Like you have to play
Can I go? Can I? No, I cannot trick you. I cannot trick you.
Rook c6. Yeah.
Yeah, rook c6 is a very simple trick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so white is better here. That's for sure. I mean, some.
Yeah, definitely some pressure for Luki.
Yeah.
And on board 6, yeah, Benjamin Halverson is doing fine. I mean, he's outranked by Pasha by quite a bit, but yeah, very solid position for white. The pawn on c4 is a bit weak, so you have to be tactically aware here with black to not lose it, I assume.
What's going on with Vishy? Did you check Vishy when?
No, we haven't really looked at that much.
So what happened? Knight e3, knight g6. That was weird. d4. Okay, Vishy playing just very natural moves. Takes, c6. Oh, oof. That looks so random. Of course, after bishop b3, I guess you want c5?
No.
No.
c5 and d5? No.
No, you don't want that. Also, bishop f7 was...
Yeah, this is all very confusing. And actually, like the current position, if you don't know which opening it's from, like if we scroll forward to what they eventually got, like all of this looks random, and we are not going to be able to analyze all.
Looks like a Meran, yeah.
Yeah, this is just a Meran, right?
Yeah, this is just a Meran.
This is just absolutely a Meran. No way you can guess this is a Spanish. Like there's zero chance. And it doesn't really look like a very good Meran for black.
Yeah, but actually h4 is coming, yeah, and it does ask some questions.
Yeah, it's incredibly all in because like every single endgame will be lost, and like even in the middle game, your queen side probably doesn't survive. But if you give mate in the meantime, it doesn't really matter very much if your queen side is alive or not. And by the way, we've actually been completely ignoring one match, which is sort of more important in terms of the fight for the top places than the Superbet Ljubljana match, because the Vugar Gashimov team from Azerbaijan has a chance to end on 12 points. Yeah, Rauf is, I guess, fine against Krivoruchko. On board 1, this was some kind of a heavy theoretical fight in the Rossolimo. On board 2.
That's very interesting, actually.
Whoa, okay. Interesting, interesting material balance, because white is down a queen, but has this very, very dominant bishop on f4.
Yeah, that's just such a nice bishop that you're at least not worse, I would say, here as white.
Yeah.
Are you better? Is a different story.
That is a very different question, yeah.
Yeah.
On board 3, Fedarchuk against Iskandarov is a very, I wanted to say a very modern thing, but this is actually in the Rouser. They've been doing this for a long time. This idea of putting the pawn h5 to prevent white from, getting your usual stuff on the king side with g4, g5. Yeah, this idea of playing h6, h5. I think people played this against me in the mid-90s already. And the resulting positions are just very difficult to assess because black very often will stay with the king on e8 because castling into it is never really very good, allowing white to immediately start opening stuff up. But white also kind of struggles to find a plan. So this is going to be a very exciting game. On board 4.
How boy?
Mazetovic is in a bit of trouble here.
He was criticized yesterday. It was very unfair for his fighting spirit by Lawrence. I don't like. You shouldn't touch to. I mean, like my boys, I will defend them. Till.
You should. This is what the French do. They band together in times of.
I mean, like that was very, very unfair from you.
Yeah.
Very, very unfair. And I'm, of course, not objective at all. But anyway, that's what I think.
It looks scary, but on the other hand, structurally, if he doesn't get mated somehow very quickly, black is doing fine in terms of positionally. Despite white having an outside passer, I think white's real only hope is to achieve something on the king side, because for the queen side, black is just doing completely fine. There's a draw on board 5, and on board 6, Konstantin Tarlev, who used to be on 100%, isn't on 100% anymore, playing against Ulvis Adihov. Seems like a very decent position for black.
No, very, very.
Seems like a very decent position for black. So, Viernheim seems to be doing fine so far, but things could change.
Yeah,
and as we mentioned, for Viernheim unfortunately lost yesterday, so they're not really in the mix for a very good finish. They could still finish quite well, but I don't think they're in the running for the top 3. But if Vugar Gashimov club wins today, they will be on 12, which gives you a tie for second, at least. Maybe even a tie for first, but definitely a tie for second.
Yeah. And Magnus Carlsen.
Knight back, but to a different square.
That was unexpected.
And the engine appears to hate it.
Yeah.
Really hate it.
I mean, the engine is generally a pawn grabber. A bit less these days, but he still likes material. Especially if
and apparently knight b6 was stronger, but it wasn't really any good anyway.
So it was just a lousy position, yeah?
Yeah, it was just not a very good position. And now we can go, the simplest is just go knight a4 and then
knight a4, yeah?
Yeah, knight a4, cd5, knight d5. I think he wants bishop b7 here. And somehow the heartless machine goes rook e5 and says I can hold everything together. This is the confusing part.
Yeah,
I guess f6, queen b3, maybe.
Can I go your stuff?
But this is not mate, right? You can take. It's a couple of checks, but it's not mate.
It's cute checks. Yeah. Okay, so and what if I go for the very, very, I would say, natural? I mean, the first move which comes to my mind actually is to go to e4, nice square.
It's very surprising, and I will actually stop checking because it's kind of annoying me now that knight e4 is actually supposedly weaker than knight a4. cd5, knight e5, bishop b7, and then the knight gets kind of kicked back. Let's say you go knight f4. And then I guess we take on a3 eventually.
And go knight, something like that, huh?
Yeah, or maybe even knight takes e4 and bishop takes a3.
Okay.
It looks horrible still, but we end up being knocked down a pawn.
Yeah.
We give ourselves the b4 square for either the bishop or the knight, and I mean you're still not happy here with black by any stretch. Like e5, e6, you might get mated, but we're sort of alive, yeah.
Okay.
And one final thing, now that I've turned it off, but one final idea here. Against knight d6, the engine actually doesn't hate d takes c6 at all.
Okay.
bc3 and then takes with the pawn for some reason.
For the pawn. Okay.
Yeah, to start pushing c4, c5, I guess. c4, c5, d5. Yeah, you have this bunch of pawns, and this it also suggests is quite strong.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's also when you have to, I mean, to think about it, because you automatically take back with the queen first, because you feel okay. That's normal. That's a normal way to proceed. Simply, you don't want double pawns. But if you think about it,
I think bc3 makes a ton of sense.
You just c4, c5 is very, very strong. Okay, let's see. So Magnus Carlsen in trouble, maybe for the first time, in real trouble for the first time of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Game 1 was really uneventful, and then he won 4 in a row. He took a break in round 2 and then won 4 in a row. So definitely first time in this tournament. And really, maybe like if we include the online as well, like he wasn't really very much in trouble in his last online outing. Okay, very strange position in Niels's game.
And we should say that we have a result. I don't know if you mentioned, but that was a draw, which we expected actually.
Jules defended this quite well. Well played by him, because it felt like at some point it could have been a bit unpleasant, but
but
he managed. He managed.
And
this is a very strange position.
Wow. So
White
what
is supposedly still better.
Takes he took with the king.
King takes. I think you're supposed to actually. I think this is better than queen takes.
Okay, you keep the square here.
Because the difference is knight b6, knight c8 doesn't exist in this position. And it does exist if you take with the queen.
So queen g5. Okay, you would like to castle, but bishop h3 is painful.
King f1 is such an unusual move in general.
Because you really would like that rook to help. So g3 comes to mind, but of course you are weakening your. I could go bishop e4, and you probably still. Can you? I don't know. You can, but I can go bishop h3 if I want to, and it will be very difficult to get the rook into the game. So he played king f1. Okay, fair enough. Rook c8 takes, and bishop a5, of course, preventing the rook to come back into the game. And I just want to enter with my queen somewhere on the dark squares and give some, at least a few checks.
And also importantly, with the queen on the third, we are really only 2 moves away from stabilizing on the king side with f3, king f2. And then the rook on h1 will also join the game. And I was interested because I thought I saw this in some earlier games, and actually the position of the king takes d7 is reasonably well known. There is some kind of high profile games, like Peter Heine had this with white against Sonnenberg Hansen. Vladislav Tkachov had this with white against Valery Popov, and even more recently, Bluebaum Krishna from 2018. The first ever game to reach this position is actually a game where the white side was played by Rafael Vaganyan. So an idea of very long standing. And very curiously, after king takes d7, I don't know if it's well known or not, but the onboard engine suggests that knight a4 maybe is not even the best move, and says after knight e2 you're much better, and after knight a4 you're not as much better. Just knight e2 with the idea of bishop e4, just playing positionally and saying that our usual positional ideas are much stronger now because there's also a king on d7, which you will have to worry about for the rest of the game.
And actually, you will be able to castle simply. Queen g5, for instance, would be just losing, I think. No. What I'm talking about. I thought rook g1 attacks 2 pieces, but you just take here. That sounds good.
And also, interestingly, after b5, knight c5 check, the engine just doesn't freak out, goes king e7 and says this is not bad at all, like king e7, because bishop e4, a5 kicks the bishop away from this diagonal.
Sorry? Bishop e4, a5. Okay.
Bishop e4, a5, the bishop doesn't stay on this diagonal, so it's not that bad.
Okay. And
so this is board
position
5.
is quite bad, yeah? For
it's not great, it's not horrible, but it's definitely not great. You have an advantage here.
How about our boy Kirill?
Kirill is, I guess, pressing a little bit.
He has to. I mean, like the match situation now with the likely loss of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on first board and the bad position of Sergei Movsesian on board 5 is kind of you have to push as white. Okay, Ezipenko is still doing very well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ezipenko is still doing very well. So we need our boys, your boys, to help the Frenchie here.
Mm. Yeah, it's another one of those structures where I kind of struggle to figure out if we're honestly better or not, because yes, we got rid of the two bishops for black, but we had to take e4 takes f5 to get there. Black now has access to the d5 square, and the bishop on e3 is still very restricted, as well as the bishop on f8. Such a weird structure.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Lawrence, I want your opinion on the topic of
Please.
fortresses.
Yes.
Let's go
I'm
back to
an expert.
Let's go back to MVL's position.
Yes. To quote a very famous man, I don't believe in fortresses. No, we're not far off. I mean, let's assume, I mean, this is a terrible assumption to make, but the white G pawn were off the board. This would be a rudimentary draw. You would put bishop on f6. Even with the white G pawn, I guess the problem is, can you keep the construction with the bishop on f6? Like, let's say I put the bishop on d4 and the pawn on e5. Does that hold? Yeah.
That you won't manage anyway.
Yeah, that you won't manage in the first place, and I'm not even sure it holds. I don't believe objectively this should hold. Yeah, let's say something like this. Play king f3, for example.
Yeah, we bring the king over to g4 as long as we don't blunder the f2 pawn, and then we start opening stuff up. And yeah, it feels like it shouldn't hold. And also, I think very importantly, it's the e pawn and not the f pawn, meaning that. No, let's say FGHG. I mean, in terms of sort of for the future, if and once again, I may be talking entirely out of the wrong orifices here. But like, if you imagine a scenario where black loses all of their pawns and the bishop, all of their pawns but the e7 pawn and the bishop for white's entire pawn structure. Is e7 exactly the same as f7? Because with the pawn on f7 and the rook on g6, we know this is a draw. But if you have king is, let's say king f7, rook f6, rook d6, this setup, is this a draw? We can actually check. I feel like I'm learning so much during the shows by not knowing anything and then asking the table base. It's a very important, very important life hack.
But yeah, while you are checking, I think like g4, g5 will come. Actually.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's still the same. Okay, fair enough.
Oh, take on g6 first. I don't know if it really matters, but probably it's okay. I need to play g4 immediately.
So the position I was talking about is still a very safe draw, by the way. So
okay.
There is some hope. And what I was trying to describe is some kind of a scenario which is not going to be easy to achieve for MVL. I'm not saying this is like automatic in any way. Is where black only has the e7 pawn and the king and the rook on the 6th, switching between f6 and d6 squares basically. And white has king and queen. And I thought that because it's closer to the center, maybe the fact that I have checks from h7 makes some kind of a difference. But it actually doesn't. It actually doesn't. It's still a draw. Yeah, and this really is kind of shameful that I have to ask the engine about it, because those are very basic endgames.
You want bishop h4, which I mean I can still. I don't know.
G3 rook g1, maybe, or rook h1 or something. I don't know.
Wow.
I mean, it doesn't do very much. We can give a check. The bishop goes to f6. We're not losing anything. But black maybe gains a tempo somewhere.
Queen e3?
Yeah, rook g2, rook a2, or rook a1. I don't know. Yeah.
Rook g2, king f3, rook a2.
G4. And then we go g4, g5 anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Because when g5, if you don't have any stable square for the bishop, it's difficult. It's more than difficult. It's lost. No, it's lost. I mean, let's face it. Maxim, just yeah, a poor blunder. He thought it would be a draw in a few minutes and played too fast. So this is a lesson.
Yeah, that's very uncharacteristic by MVL.
While Cornet
is he's a bit better now, I guess, and but maybe not very much. Yeah, I thought knight e2 f4, but yeah, the black knight is already ready to come to g4. Yeah, looks completely fine actually for black. Yeah, just looks completely fine.
Yeah, no worries.
In the meantime, Parham did play knight a4, knight takes d5 there. And Magnus didn't even play bishop b7. Played rook b8 instead. Yeah, this looks horrible now. We can go knight c5. Bishop might never come to b7 now. This looks horrible.
And knight c5 played. Wow.
I guess he goes knight c7, but yeah, I mean, this is just a very healthy extra pawn, and even the pieces are better for white, right? Like it's just very, very poor.
Yeah. Yeah, no, okay. So black is lost, objectively speaking, almost for sure. And well, that will be of course he will create some problems, I guess, but yeah, that's very sad, obviously. For black. Okay. How about
yeah, where shall we go?
Yeah, it's not clear.
I've been clicking around, but yeah, I'm not entirely sure where. And Offerspiel in general is, I think, in trouble because Magnus is busted. Ariane is also not having a very good day. On 3, actually, Eric is doing okay now, just completely okay, but
yeah,
he needs more than do okay. Orchidal is worse. Johann Sebastian is not really better on board 4. Yeah, it feels like Offerspiel is not, like they will need a dramatic change somewhere to win this match. Because currently it looks like they might lose like -2, maybe even -3 if things go bad.
Yeah, so Clichy is a massive favorite in that match.
And that will get Clichy to 12 points, right?
Yeah.
So they will finish on the podium, but probably probably not first, yeah. Maybe even clear second in some scenarios, right? Because Novibor is doing okay.
Yeah, as always. And yeah, and depends of the match between the Azeri team and who is that in front? It's Vernheim. Sorry. So we'll see.
So it's like if Vugar Gashimov club doesn't win and Clichy, as seems very likely, do win. The way things look right now, it will be Novibor in clear first and Clichy actually in clear second on 12 out of 14. No, not even a tie for second, just a clear second for them. And then there probably will be a reasonably large tie on 11 points.
So that would be a very, very good performance for the French teams, that's for sure. Okay. Should we maybe the women's section?
Yeah, I've been looking at that, and there's no real breaking news that I could spot. But let's check anyway. There are 3 matches there that we're paying attention to. Actually, yeah, Elena Danilian is now doing really well compared. She's still worse, but this is an obvious improvement because the queens are off the board, meaning that you probably aren't going to get mated, which was the biggest real threat to her position earlier. And it was kind of tricky because I took a look. And this entire line with Rook e2 happened. If we go back to move 25, yeah, Rook c2, knight e3. And here, you had to find the move Queen g1, apparently, to be better.
Ah, okay.
And the idea being that knight f1 probably loses to knight f5, right? I assume.
How?
And I don't know, Rook f2 maybe, and just pick that knight up. And after queen takes c2, my problem would have been queen takes c2, maybe not even this, but I guess queen takes c2, we take on f6, queen takes b2, and then maybe knight h5 is actually mate. Once again, where it's extremely concrete, because if we don't have knight h5 here, maybe black survives even. But looks like we do have knight h5, rook g6, and
yes.
There's queen g2. Yeah, but this is lost anyway. I go king takes two. This is lost anyway. But yeah, queen g1 is, I think, a reasonably easy move to miss, and it wasn't found.
Yeah.
It wasn't found. And now Alina is still better, but she will have to sort of win that game all over again. On board 2, Anna Oshenina is definitely not better against Kielbasa, but should be around equal, right?
Yeah.
Nobody really is better here.
No.
The bishops are
that's a funny
still on the board, yeah. This one is difficult to call because I think the engine likes it for black, but honestly, I wouldn't hate this. If I had this position with white, I wouldn't hate it because I would feel that, if I'm lucky and the bishops somehow break free, we could be much better even in some futures. And there's a very strange position on board 4 where there's this bishop on h2. But white is one move away from putting a knight on the 5 somehow, which would be a very, very good development. So
again, very interesting.
Yeah, all in all, a very unclear match here.
Yeah, hard to say.
Pamhagen and Budagosh. Circle de Shek is winning because Elizabeth Petz is, as we've established, winning on board 4, but also Pia is much better on board 3.
Again,
here bishop f2 just wins the game. And this is just bishop f2, and you probably just resign, honestly, because
that is going to be seen.
Yeah. So yeah, Circle de Shek is doing really well.
Okay. F3 nice as well.
That's maybe even stronger. Yeah, that's very cute. That's very cute.
So
and Pia is much better on board 3.
Yeah. Okay. So Monaco is going to win that last match almost for sure.
Yeah, and that gets them to 11 points. Meaning that they will definitely be, they will get medals, but they will probably not be gold medals. And in the match between Superbet and Woodgreen, this is unclear. Yeah.
Okay, not that one.
Still a pawn up for Ketsevan on board 2, but yeah, winning this position will not be trivial. White has established exactly what she was supposed to establish here. A lot of pressure against the c7 pawn, and yeah, finding a way to improve here for white will not be easy at all. Board 3, that's Spanish between Harriet Hunt and Ekaterina Atalik. Yeah, this is very pleasant for Harriet. Yeah. F5 played, but now I guess we can switch to giving mate even. Something like takes queen h5 might just be winning by force now. Queen h5, e4, knight g takes e4 seems to be finishing the game. Yeah.
Yeah, that's looks like mate.
Yeah.
Simply.
Yeah, looks pretty bad for black, and should be a very logical continuation, which Harriet should be spotting. And knight takes d5, I guess, is better than that. But knight d5, knight f5 also looks horrific. Yeah.
You mean
gf queen h5, knight d5. Yeah, knight d5 just to get it to f6, not to get mated immediately. But it looks horrible anyway. This knight, I mean, it will get to c5 eventually, maybe, but you're probably not surviving an attack on the king side.
No, that's
and,
way too much.
And on board 4, I think it actually became a bit better for black than the last time we looked at it. Or maybe not, yeah. Actually, not at all, yeah. E5 is hanging, yeah. E5 is just hanging. Yeah. Yeah, if that bishop wasn't on g5, but if black had the option here to play bishop takes d5, e d5, bishop d6, maybe things would have been manageable. but that bishop doesn't get to d6, and that means that white probably plays d5, d6 very quickly. And yeah, if that pawn, as usual, if it reaches d6, black is in a lot of trouble. So the wood-green match is currently, you would assume, is going to end in 2-2. Like if you stop the match and adjudicate it, right this moment, something that hasn't been done in, I don't know. When was the last time you've heard of something adjudicated?
Adjudicated?
Yeah, adjudicated. Have you ever played in events where adjudication was part of it?
Yes, I am still old enough to have played in events where adjudications were. The Southend Easter Congress in the late 90s, mid to late 90s, there were still adjudications.
What was that really, really famous scandal that still rumbles on 100 years later? The Battersea against something, or?
Oh God, I don't know. 100 years ago?
There's this really, really famous scandal-ish, because there was the two English rival clubs were playing against each other, and then somebody had to get a train as usual, and there was an adjudication of some position where it was adjudicated a draw, where white is actually winning, and it's still, I'm pretty sure if Loz Cooper is still in chat, he'll tell me. Come on,
Okay,
Loz.
I don't know that story.
Come on, Loz.
I don't know. Did you ever have an adjudication, Laurent?
No.
No? Wow.
I don't think so. No.
What happened in dinner is too important in France, huh? No. Il faut manger. There's not enough time. Something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how it works, yeah.
It is how it works.
Yeah.
What's your favorite French cuisine? Have we ever spoken to you about this? Very quickly before we look at more chess. What is your favorite French meal?
I'm thinking. I don't know. No, it's a good question. French meal, I mean, like.
But it has to be typically French.
Escargot.
No, really?
Yeah. Snails.
Oh, okay, you like it. Okay.
Snails. I love snails, yeah, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I know that sounds disgusting for many people.
No.
You like snails?
It explains that. I mean, there's a synergy between what you love to eat most and how you play chess. But,
Yeah. So, you have a.
I've tried it, of course. Yeah, of course, I've tried escargot. I've tried escargot. I've tried cow tongue, which is a speciality in France.
What? What did you try?
Cow tongue. The tongue of a cow.
How is that a French speciality?
I'm pretty sure it is a French speciality, isn't it?
No.
I don't even know what you mean, but
No.
yeah.
Tongue.
Yes, definitely.
Of a cow.
Ah.
Yes.
No, it's.
I think, Lawrence, it's our tribe speciality, no?
No. I remember I had it in Capelle Laurent years and years and years ago. I don't think it is. I'll be curious if anybody knows. But I do like escargot. But I'm not such a fan. What else?
How can I not find this? There's a whole blog dedicated to this. I've gone down that rabbit hole more than once about this position. It's a famous position as well. White has a piece sacrifice in the final position, which wins very easily, and it was adjudicated a draw. And Laws apparently doesn't know.
All right.
This is very surprising to me. Laws not knowing about that. And now I'm googling and it doesn't give me anything, because like if you type in anything which includes words chess and scandal, it just gives you Hans Niemann and nothing else. Like no other results. Like even if you include words British and adjudication, it still gives you Hans Niemann. It's impossible to Google anymore. Yeah.
I mean, Igor Rausis is, there
it is. Yeah, actually adding the word Battersea.
Right.
It's Battersea versus Brixton. I found the link. I'll post it in chat as well. Hang on.
Right.
There it is. Yeah. I mean, it's a famous story. How am I the British person here?
I don't know. I mean, you'll send me the link. I've never
And,
heard.
sorry about the crackling. Yeah, I'll stop shouting. Yeah. Okay, I'll tone it down a little bit. Got a little bit too excited about the 99-year-old chess feud. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, moving swiftly on. Is Magnus surviving?
Oh.
Magnus's position improved a great deal.
Apparently. I don't know.
Great deal.
I don't know exactly why.
Because he has a bishop there now, and he can just go rook b8. Yeah, exactly. And white kind of lost shape a little bit.
So if
here.
you takes,
we just take on a6.
Takes.
No, this is basically fine for black. Yeah, the bishop on f2 is too passive.
So what did he miss? Yeah, I don't know. It just took. Yeah, okay. And now it's clock as well. Only 15 minutes for Max Zudlu, so probably it's tempting to exchange everything and make a door. Now that if he realizes he's not better anymore, can I take on b4, by the way? Take with the knight? I'm not sure actually. Take with a pawn, maybe.
My default reaction would be knight, I think.
Yeah.
Knight and rook if we have to trade further. Now this is a huge improvement. And yeah, the mistake apparently was the move bishop takes b5, which I would be very unhappy about having to play it. But once again, like the engine goes rook e5, bishop b6, rook e4. I think you just like the problem is you don't look at rook e5 very seriously. It looks weird. You just kind of ignore this option. But you put it back on e4, and then if you go bishop f8 back, we can just move the knight somewhere, and the d4 pawn is not hanging it. So as long as you start calculating rook e5, you probably realize it's very strong. But yeah, the trick is just to start calculating.
Yeah, it's not obvious at all. I can take on a3 even in that position. That pawn is hanging. I mean, it looks height actually.
You probably get mated somehow. Yeah, like takes queen e2, and then rook e8. It looks. I mean, I'm probably not doing it right, but
it's very, very dangerous.
Yeah, you can definitely see that it's very dangerous. Yeah, at least. And now that light square bishop is gone, you can start seeing the hope for Magnus for sure. The match overall still stands quite poorly though, because Irene is struggling on board too. And in general, they don't have very many good positions.
No, that's a problem actually. Where is the hope? I mean, they don't have any. They don't have a single better position, which is worrying, obviously. Let's see, Maxim. Does he manage this?
Fighting valiantly, but.
So after takes there, he wants to take
rook f3, rook f2. Yeah, I mean that actually is a huge improvement. That might be a draw.
Yeah, that's true.
We're one move away from
and now
everything. Yeah, no, this is just a draw. I guess you play, and the same applies to queen e6. Like my first reaction was queen e6 is probably good, but rook f3, rook f4 has to be stopped. So I guess
queen e4.
Queen e4. Yeah, I guess we go queen e4. G5 maybe. But g5 maybe h4 wins, right? h6 looks extremely weird, but maybe you have to do it this way. Just hope against hope that our dark square blockade holds.
Could be actually like some scenario like that.
Yeah, but I'm not sure we're winning this with white.
Yeah, exactly.
Like this position, I'm no longer so certain this is winning. Like if the rook gets to g5, it's probably just a very easy draw. I don't know how we get it there, but like, I don't know, rook c8, rook g8, king h8. I mean, queen e3. I mean, I probably already blundered everything away because queen e3, and we can't stop g5 anymore. But yeah, you can definitely see some kind of dream scenarios where MBL holds this.
Isn't
Yeah.
there some kind of fortress here as well, just humanly? But if I give up bishop, for
I
pawn,
wanted to check that. Yeah.
yeah. If I give up bishop for pawn and put a rook on f6, is that a draw?
Yeah,
And the-
exactly. Yeah, I was
I'm
also
not
wondering about
sure.
that. I don't. It's all. Now I think it matters.
That's also a draw. Yeah, that's
it's
also
a draw. Yeah. Wow.
Mhm. And then
So
this
let's
is a
say
draw then. Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is a draw. Yeah?
Exactly.
This is also a draw, yeah, and rook f6. Yeah, and once again, like it feels like the fact that there is an h file on the board should give white something because you have more squares to give checks with the queen, but apparently not.
And it's clear that Hare Krishna is thinking about different kind of fortresses. So from what he knows, and Maxime knows his fortresses. Yeah, this is a French school of suffering. Yeah? So he knows.
Yeah, and Hare is on queen d2, not to allow g5 at all, which is probably a good move actually. Yeah, not to give black any of those options.
So that is just losing immediately. So diagonal is too short for the bishop.
And this is actually so close because we can take on h3. No, immediately no. This should lose. But we can take on h3, g5, bishop takes g5. And I think fg rook f3 check is probably just a draw, right? But there is queen g2 there. Like it all holds on such small things.
Take with a queen, yeah.
Yeah. And if rook h5, then we take fg, but the rook doesn't get to f5, which is obviously a huge big deal. And now after gf, we have at least queen e2. And that probably isn't a draw, even though like these positions you still have to win. Yeah, you still have to win them because like rook g5, king g6.
Yeah.
And then
king h. I play king h6.
Well, king h. I mean, doesn't. I think
your
idea.
Yeah, I want to put the rook on g6 and claim.
No, but that's not,
just give. Just the f4.
Yeah, but you are going to lose that. Yeah.
I'm going to lose. This isn't a fortress, then, no.
If you have the king on g7, though, maybe. But I won't let you.
I think with only one square, this isn't a fortress. But I'm like once again, I will continue asking. Because
yeah,
I think it's kind of important for our viewers.
Yeah, if I could get my king on g7, I feel happy. But here, I don't feel happy.
Yeah, if you can get that,
is this a fortress?
I would really think so. But
I mean, it feels like it. I mean, I just dance around g8, g7, h8.
No,
what do you play?
Yeah, this is losing. Yeah.
Oh, this is losing.
This one is
yeah,
losing.
Yeah, that's a
this one is losing. Yeah, h7 pawn doesn't hold. You don't have enough squares for the rook. This eventually gets zugzwang somehow.
Yeah, because you need to put the rook there. Yeah.
Yeah, so the h pawns are always bad
on i6.
On i6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried that, Laurent? Just slide the rook off the board?
It's normal in France, we do that.
Yeah, rook i6. Just do it and pretend.
Yeah, of course. Okay. It's very standard. Is Ezipenko converting?
Well, he's not winning it as smoothly as Anier would have hoped. It's still, of course, much better, but yeah, this is the kind of a frightening scenario that we were talking about. Black kind of stabilized, c7 is protected, and knight on e5 is difficult to push away, and the pawn on b3 is a target. So, I mean, it's still not great for black, but it was worse than this earlier.
And it's on the board, by the way. Rook h3 is on the board for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who keeps playing super fast in that game, 57 minutes.
Yeah, g5 also played. You have to play bishop takes g5. Everything else loses much more easily. And then I suspect queen g2 is the best. Is maybe the only thing that wins.
Bishop c3, queen d7, yeah? Oh.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. No, this gets mated, yeah.
Yeah.
This gets mated.
Yeah, so Maxime will have to take on g5, I guess. Yeah. And hope Hare Krishna doesn't see queen g2, but it will be seen. That's It was seen a while ago already. That's a lucky win for Krishna for sure. But yeah, Maxim was not played too fast. One move too fast, and that's it.
Yeah. So in the meantime, kind of an important development in our top match in the women's, where Elena Dailian is now probably just straight up lost against Alina Kashlinskaya.
No, that's a big change.
Yeah. Yeah. There was some shifts in evaluation, like the last few moves were there were a lot of swings, but this one final decision of playing knight c4 here instead of, for instance, knight f6. Knight f6 wasn't very attractive, but knight c4 just allows rook takes c4. And that position just never like.
I think she's missed that after takes, rook b8.
Bishop c3 knight e2, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think she's just missed that knight e2.
That's so clear.
I think so. The king, yeah. This
because there's bishop b4 at the end.
That's a bad news.
Actually, probably that's an important detail.
Yeah, that looks like a very important detail actually.
But on the other boards, that position that we keep on describing as all kinds of other openings, just not the one that it actually is on board 3. Yulia Osmak is now basically winning. So the match is still very unclear. Yeah, this is the dream where White had to give away one of the bishop pair, and they are left with the one on h2, which really doesn't do very much, and the queen side is now collapsing. So yeah, Yulia is doing really well. So currently, it seems like it will be 1-1. Board 2 is still very equal, and on board 4, Alexandra Maltsevskaya is better.
She's fighting.
She's better and she's fighting. Yeah, the knight is getting closer and closer to actually getting finally to occupy the f5.
Bishop e1, knight f5. That's very obvious. That's why it's a very good plan.
Yeah. Well, she's playing very solidly. I think, this is why I couldn't understand her decision yesterday in the opening, because she doesn't really need to go completely, all in on move 5 to win chess games.
Yeah,
like there was absolutely no need to be completely lost by move 7, and she even won that game. I mean, almost.
Yeah,
she at one point she was better yesterday, but still the decision to be basically busted by move 7, considering how well she is playing when she has a normal position, is unusual.
Yeah. There's some overconfidence, I guess.
Yeah,
which can happen when you win 5 games in a row.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
that's very understandable.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So yeah, Osmak is going to win. Yeah, okay. Will be interesting to no major changes in Monaco. I mean,
Monaco is still winning.
Played f3, g4, takes, and finally she played bishop f2, which is collecting material. So this is just
And the wood green match is still basically where it was earlier. Yeah, with Ketevan a bit better on board 2. Okay, so something happened on board 3 there, because
she didn't go for.
She didn't play queen h5.
She played queen f3, which is a pity. Because queen h5.
It was still winning. Yeah, queen h5, queen f3 is actually a stronger move according to.
Wow.
According to the engine. Queen h5, bishop e8. Yeah, I blundered bishop e8. Queen f3 is very strong, but after knight c5, she, for some strange reason, decided not to take on f5. Just bishop takes f5 here is, I mean, it's a good pawn. Why are we not taking it?
Knight d3, I guess.
Bishop b6. No, bishop knight e1, yeah. And then queen h5 wins the queen, maybe, or something. I don't know. It does, like rook f5 exists. I'm wondering things, but
it's not that clear actually.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah, it looks actually very good. Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah, it still looks good, and instead of queen h5, queen e3 is even stronger, I guess. Knight e1, queen e3, and we're a ton of material.
Oh,
Suddenly.
that's nice. That's nice. That's
Yeah.
nice.
So yeah, bishop f5 was just very, very trivially winning, and instead she thought for a while and took on c5 and played rook d1, and now it's just completely unclear. Because black can do a sequence of e4 followed by c4 or the other way around, and the game becomes quite sharp.
Okay, that will be interesting to
Yeah,
follow.
and I think the problem there for Harriet was that she was playing extremely well, but she left herself like 5 minutes for 15 moves, and that's why she didn't trust her calculations as well as she should have.
Okay. While Marcel,
Marcel is winning,
she's converting. So that's a very important point for
Superbet,
for Superbet. Okay, will be more to come. And Magnus Carlsen, let's see what champion was in big trouble after the opening. Let's say early middle game.
Did he speak?
Sorry.
I wanted to say, did he speak? Because he was in big trouble. As we know, if he speaks, he's in big trouble, right?
Ah, okay. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, okay. I hope he didn't. He didn't speak. C6, rook c8, and now.
Yeah, bishop b6 is the critical try, I guess. But
okay, because you cannot take, you cannot push the pawn, because d5 is hanging. So bishop b6. Now we have to move the queen somewhere. Why is that somewhere? That's a nice somewhere, no?
Yeah, queen c6 looks logical, yeah. And then I tried finding some. I think we can actually play cb7, rook c4, rook e8, but I don't know if it's probably a losing attempt. Honestly, I think we probably end up losing this. Like queen d5, b8, queen f3. I was trying to calculate. I don't know, maybe this doesn't win. I don't know. Rook f8, rook h8, queen d6, and then queen d2. Maybe there is no mate there. Queen d2, and we suddenly don't have an attack with black.
Yeah, but we can do better.
Yeah, we can definitely do better, yeah. King g2. Rook c2, I guess, yeah.
You can't go here because I have check and take.
My hope was to play bishop f2. It's sort of not entirely a joke, because after queen takes d5, b8, the bishop on f8 pretty much always is difficult to protect. But I guess here maybe we play queen d4, yeah? Queen d4, rook f8, king h7, and white only has the 2 checks, and then the f2 bishop falls, and black is playing for bishop c7.
Yeah, he didn't do all of that.
Queen c6. Queen c6, he will take, he will play. Yeah, this is now a draw, yeah, I guess. Takes, queen e7 check. Sorry, knight e7 check. And how does Parham even make a solid draw? Like takes, bishop a4. Because if we take on a5, there's rook e2 in the end. Yeah, this is a draw. Bishop a4, bishop a5, check, rook e2. Everybody goes home.
Yeah. Just a minute. If I take here, just take and take. Yeah. It's a very simple way to. And I cannot even give checks because my bishop is pinned. So yeah.
Yeah. So Magnus gets away with one today.
He gets away. Yeah.
He gets away with one.
Must been mixed feeling about that game, because of course he wanted to give a point, to full point to his team, but on the other hand he was doing so poorly that though cannot be considered as a bad result here.
Yeah, I think hang on a second. 97 check, and we maybe I mean I wanted to play king f8, bishop d6.
Yeah, I thought about it.
Bishop d6 rook d8. And if you play rook e7, rook e7, what am I talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was very, very proud of my attempt to win the a4 pawn, but there's an immediate perpetual, so
that could be, but yeah.
Even this is a draw, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a draw, because you lose a4, but I'm collecting here. Okay.
Everything is.
Come with the king. Okay. Interesting. Does is Ariane saving his game? Not really.
Unclear. Yeah, I mean, maybe we. Yeah, I don't know. It still looks very, very annoying. I thought maybe we can go like takes rook a3 and.
I think you have to take actually, otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, leaving those knights on it seems wrong. Yeah, rook a3, but the problem is there is rook e7, so we can't actually initiate any kind of mass trades. But maybe we go rook a6 here and start a4, a5. Maybe this is the way to try to hold this position.
Yeah.
Because I think if we pass and the black king gets to the center, we probably lose. So we have to be quite quick.
That could be a disaster. So rook c7, you mean a4.
Yeah,
take
rook
c4.
rook a7,
yeah, that looks like a draw actually.
Yeah, rook b7 here.
Yeah.
This doesn't really look even very, very problematic.
Yeah, so that's the way to go. We should go rook e7 played by Jordan. And now rook a6, a4 should be played.
Yeah, because otherwise black goes like g5, king g7, king f6, and at some point, in particular with the king cut off along the e file, you just lose. You can't play this passively.
So can I go here?
Rook a6,
g5,
a4,
king g7,
a5. This way.
Takes, I guess.
We can include takes. I want to bring the king to d3. You bring your king to e5, I guess, and I go rook a8. This looks holdable.
I go b5.
Check.
I go back.
Yeah, I mean, I still have to work, obviously. But
Yeah. Won't be pleasant, yeah, that's for sure.
No, none of this is pleasant, but maybe we don't lose. And rook a6 played by Aaron pretty quickly. So yeah.
I think Jordan will just not touch anything, play g5.
By the way, in Magnus's game, maybe there is a small try because he can play queen c5 check here.
We missed
and get the same position, but with the king on a different square. And I think maybe you have to play king f1. But if you do play king f1, it probably is the same draw.
Because if you play king g2, it's for your
There's
point.
rook c2 in the end. Yeah, I mean, it still doesn't win probably, but there is rook c2 in the end if you take on a5. You also don't have to take on a5 so quickly. Maybe you can do something smarter. Actually, king f2 here instead of rook. Even if we do all that, bishop takes a4, king f2 instead of bishop a5 is probably a very comfortable draw. Just preparing. No, bishop b5. No, this is how maybe you lose. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, you shouldn't do that. Yeah. So queen c5 takes. Of course, after king f1, bishop a6 is tempting on the paper, but that's a problem. And knight e7 is coming. You don't have bishop c4, and that pawn is still alive, which makes, of course, white's life much nicer. So yeah, no real options for world champion Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, none that we can see anyway.
Should be done. That's almost for sure.
Are we missing something elsewhere, Lawrence?
No.
We see Maxim going for.
Yeah, Maxim found all of these moves, but yeah, the issue is FGGF queen e2 specifically. I think before the rook gets to e4 or anything like that happens, queen e2 collects a lot of very important pawns. I think the potential problem for white, if that materializes, we can put that position on the board. Let's say queen e2, rook takes g5, queen e7, king g6 maybe, king g6, and if let's say white takes on a7, which I think is maybe just a mistake. I think I probably play queen e6 check first there, but let's say queen a7, and black goes rook g4, and I think it's kind of well established that if the pawn is away from the 7th, the fact that white has checks from below, from g8 and so on, eventually wins this for white. But I think I've seen these positions actually not won by strong players. I think this, in particular, if it starts sort of creeping towards the queening square, like you shuffle, and black somehow gets to f4 rook g3, and it's still winning, but you start becoming maybe a little bit nervous because it's all moving towards like in the wrong direction for you. But I'm pretty sure this is winning. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Will be interesting for Harry to demonstrate his technique, because I think such endgame, Maxim generally knows by heart what you should do, what you shouldn't do. He clearly remembers. He loves it, actually. I mean, it's a true hobby for Maxim to study such technical endgame. So
whoa,
he knows everything.
You will be like, it's quite interesting. I put the position, let's say queen e2 once again. I just wanted to check.
Yeah. Okay.
Takes, queen e7, king g6, queen takes a7, rook g4. Let me put the king on f1. Yeah, exactly this position. This is winning. This is winning for white, but if you make a mistake here, it's a draw. It's not winning with only one move. I think there's like 6 or 7 moves that are winning here. But let's say queen a6 check is a draw.
Wow.
Queen b6 check is a draw.
Why?
I have no. I mean, asking me why is completely pointless. I'm reading things off my screen. Like, yeah. What do you mean why? I guess because you're pushing black towards good squares, like king g5 now, I guess, and then maybe h5, h4 or something.
Winning by queening. We play for a win here, Lawrence. Come on.
Yeah.
H5, H4, H4. I mean, I cook g3, and you go forward. Yeah?
Against you, I play for a win, no problem.
For sure. I would just afford though.
And also, like if you play instead of queen a6 here, you go king f2. Black goes h5.
Mm-hmm.
This is winning in 70 moves.
Okay.
Which means that it's really not that simple.
Yeah, like, no. I mean, like,
yeah. If this takes a computer to 70 moves to win with perfect play, and for those who might be wondering, this doesn't mean it's a draw because black will at some point start making pawn moves. So this is not like you will not have any problems with the 50 move rule because black at some point will have to play h4, I assume, or f4 or something. So it is winning. But yeah, if it's win in 70, then you really have to wonder if Harry actually wins this in a practical game. I think it's easy to imagine this game ending in a draw. And I want to bring you back to this idea that I think in the current position, queen takes a7 is just a mistake. I think we go queen e6 check. I think we go queen e6 check, and I think we just don't let the rook get to g4 if we can help it. Like if you go king g7, I go king f2 or king e2, maybe even to be able to take on f5 if you play rook g6.
Okay.
I want to keep that position as unbalanced as possible for as long as possible to get my king up to, let's say, the f4 square. And then after I prepare everything, then I will start collecting the queen side. I think from a practical standpoint, I think this must be stronger.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. It will be very interesting. Ezipenko still a pawn up, still winning, but probably. It's not even sure. But yeah, very, very good chances, obviously. And Alexienko. Wow, such a fancy move. G4. Went for G4, C6. King G2, H5, H4. Come on. Such a very aggressive play. E4. Wow. It's going from everywhere here. Hard to understand what's going on.
E4 is brilliant, no?
Yeah.
Because if d4, knight takes e3, that's the end of the game.
That's true. So knight is hanging here.
If knight takes e4, which I guess is the point.
Yeah.
Now, so
I think the point
HG, I guess.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah,
that's
a queen to HG and queen takes
f5. We give a check from h1, but the king goes to g7, I suppose. Yeah.
To g7, why? Yeah, of course. G8. G8 was
GF king g6 maybe.
Oh boy.
But this is a mess.
A little bit broken.
This is a mess.
Knight g3 probably.
Well, queen of 3
Knight
check,
is-
right?
yeah.
Excuse me.
I have queen of 3 check. This one.
But
so
there's a
the
check
point of
around
this
the back.
entire setup, was
Yeah.
to play queen of 3 check.
Yeah, so we should. Here is a maybe critical position. How to say?
Yeah, Kirill, as usual, left himself 4 minutes for 17 moves to play in a very, very sharp position. Where
So let's come back to Hare Krishna. In my Chess24 chat, table base says draws is CP Kutert, I think, good friend of Jan, is telling us that. Is that true, Peter?
No.
No, it's not true.
No.
Okay.
I
mean,
mean,
CP, what are you doing?
well, I don't know. I don't know which table base he's consulting. I at some point, Satiris actually gave me a link to a 7-man table base, and Queen f8 is one of the 6 moves that were winning in that position. So, as far as I can, everything else was a draw. Like Queen takes a7 was winning. Queen e6 check, Queen d6 checks, Queen e8, Queen d8, and Queen f8 were the 6 moves which
So Queen
are
e6, one move. Queen f8, Queen
e8, d8,
yeah,
e6, d6, and Queen a7.
Okay.
King f2, for instance, is already a draw. Somehow.
Beautiful.
I have no idea why. Like, why would that be a draw?
We don't know.
None of this makes any sense.
Okay, and Magnus is officially
as expected.
Yeah, we knew about it. So yeah, it's making some nice hands. Yeah, he just blundered. So yeah, that's clear, but all good and a pretty good tournament. I don't know if he's winning. Is he winning? Yeah. I mean,
Winning
he's making
some rating. Yeah, he's winning some
5
rating.
out of 6, and I'm still wondering if he's winning some rating, but I guess not much. Maybe 1 or 2 or 3.
3 points.
3 points.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 points even after today's draw. Yeah, 3 points.
Okay. So that's well, better than nothing, of course.
Absolutely. Yeah.
5 out of 6 is quite a good score. Let's see. So that position, yeah, is very, very critical. And even my engine, as you can see, I don't know, you cannot see on the here, but
yeah, it's bottoming out a little bit. And after knight takes c4,
Yeah.
GH apparently is even stronger than HG for some reason. I don't really understand why. Rook h1. That surprises me. That doesn't seem right. But yeah, I saw on my screen that it liked GH even better. And it's not playing rook h1. Rook h1, b5. You get hit from that side as well. b5 followed by c4. I guess your position starts kind of collapsing.
It's true that this b5 idea actually we just ignore, but it's in the position, yeah, because the queen wants to come back here, but it's not so clear. So knight takes c4 played. Now it's David to play. Very exciting because move 24, 2 minutes for Kirill Alexyenko, 15 for David Navarro. Okay,
yeah, that doesn't really sound very attractive, honestly, for Anier and Kirill.
Yeah, but and what's happening on the rest? That could be just Alineo Anton is better on board 6. Yeah, it's solely going on Novibor way. I mean, Nils is better. Is it winning?
Yeah, Nils is better a little bit, but it's going to be difficult to win because I mean it's a very sad position. The rook on b7 probably will stay on b7 for the rest of the game, but it's so
that
difficult.
game. That game is crucial because it could
so,
go.
Oh, okay, and white is much better now somehow.
Yeah, it could go either way, and very important for the final ranking of that tournament. Rook h1 check played, and now
Yeah,
King
of course.
Alexyenko.
King g7 needs to be played. King g8 is even worse. So king g7, gf, and it doesn't go king g6. I mean, if knight takes f6, you can understand why white is better because knight f6, you just kind of consolidate. But after king g6, okay, the best move is probably completely impossible to make. Maybe not completely impossible, but very, very difficult. I'm just trying to figure out how easy it is to play this position because I think this is what he will play. I think GF. Yeah, I don't think. I don't think David ever takes on f6 here.
No.
And after king g6, I think you can maybe understand that you have to play king g1 just to sidestep the queen f3 checks.
King G6 played, of course.
Yeah.
We told you that's a human move simply. So now King G1. Wow. Of
Yeah,
course.
King G1 is very strong here.
I mean, of course.
And yeah, if you think about it, I think it's possible to come to that conclusion because you like Queen of 3 check is a very big problem, and this way you give yourself time to prepare for it. And sort of good news for Kirill is that if you play Rook AE1, you're still better, but King G1 is stronger.
CP is telling us, says draw for me. I'm not tolling. Okay. Maybe did you enter the right position, CP? I trust more Peter on that. Sorry, with all due respect.
Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea why that is, because yeah, the 7 man on my screen says Queen of 8 is still winning.
Okay.
Next game.
Next game. It's very exciting. I want to see
No,
what
it's
he
very
plays.
exciting.
2
No,
minutes. 2 minutes. I want to see that. I mean, maybe you have some other time.
No, I mean nothing super major from what I can see. The
But
Senate
here, I
League-
think not only the position is exciting, but also it's crucial for the final ranking. Because it could be, I mean, like a White's win could give some hope, serious hope to Anier. That's for sure.
Yeah, massive.
Yeah, Anier is. So what's the overall
Esipenko,
situation?
okay, they have 2 hope. Esipenko wins. Maxim, let's count 0.25 point. I mean, like, okay, it's always tricky. You don't know, you have some chances to save. Sergey probably saves it.
Mm-hmm.
And Cornet now is suffering, which is kind of bad news, but he should save it. So if they save it, and let's say Maxim lose, Esipenko wins.
King G1 on the board.
King G1. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, Kirill
That's
watching it
impressive,
out
actually.
for now. That is not an easy move to make. on
No,
2
no,
minutes.
that's wow.
Yeah. Why is
Congratulations.
B5 not good now? Because B5 continues looking extremely strong, right? AB5, CB5, I guess opening the A5 for our rook can never really be a mistake. But like if we have to play Queen A2, isn't this a massive improvement for?
It looks
for
like
black?
it, but yeah. B5 played by David Nava takes on B5 snapped.
Yeah.
CB will be snapped as well.
Yeah.
My best guess. Would be
Yeah, and apparently we're just
Yeah, no.
completely winning after Queen A2 now.
Wow. Eddie played Queen
Doesn't,
A2.
doesn't matter
Fantastic.
at all. Yeah, apparently we're just completely winning.
Just want to
Amazing.
take and
Yeah,
mate, yeah.
and give mate ourselves. Yeah.
Actually, it's a good plan, no?
It is a pretty solid plan, yeah. And also, I think maybe another bit of difference is that now the knight on d5 is unprotected, so you can't even
Yeah.
play queen f3, for instance, because it just drops the knight. Okay, that would be a,
And that is very beautiful, actually. If
Mhm.
you want to start like that, this is just mate. Wow.
yeah.
Okay, so that's game over, actually.
Well, I mean, he's on 2 minutes. And,
Yeah, but still, I mean,
it's
it looks
still a
very easy to
mess.
play now. I mean,
Yeah, but
I w-
in the last 2 moves, it has become a lot easier. Rook b7. I
Can I-
think rook h8 is very strong in all of these positions, actually, with the threat of rook g8, rook g5.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, what can I say? It's very beautiful.
Yeah. No, this will
Okay.
be a massive, massive turnaround.
We'll keep an eye on that, but let's go for something else. I don't know what's exciting. Maybe in the woman. How Vishy is doing, by the way.
She's winning.
Oof, oof.
She is completely winning.
Yeah, but here's a queen up and queen c8, queen h3. Yeah, okay. So Arjun really having a rough one. Losing today, could have lost yesterday, was actually just pardoned by Christian Bauer.
Yeah.
Just pardoned for no particular reason.
And resigns.
And resigns, yeah. So Vishy ends on a high note here with this win.
Yeah.
Last one. Not too
Wow.
bad.
But must feel good to beat one of the Indian prodigy. I mean, like, what is like 35 years older?
Yeah.
Thereabouts.
He's 53
yeah.
and he's 18.
Thereabouts.
19
yeah.
is 53. Okay, 34.
Nearly, yeah.
I mean, 34 is like gone adult. I mean, like, okay, that's just amazing, actually. Congrats to Vishy.
But yeah, that match doesn't really like.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Watching Vishy play is always interesting, but the match isn't really that important.
So Clichy is still doing well, I guess. And probably that's the most exciting game. A5, knight g3, which is a blunder by Alexei, according to my engine. So what was the move, Peter, after a5?
I mean, rook h8 was strong. You could also just take on a5. I mean, the machine says just take on a5. Don't worry about anything.
And he played knight g3, which makes sense, but
yeah, but this allows queen f3. Yeah, you should never be like, letting the queen in.
And now knight e3 is, it looks like complete panic.
Yeah, but yeah, this is the issue of playing on 2 minutes. Yeah.
What's the idea now?
I think he wants to play rook h5 probably. And honestly, I don't know why this isn't good. Like queen g8.
Yeah.
Maybe this is not mate. Whoa.
Why is that?
Just king takes.
Just king takes f6. There's no checks. Knight e4, rook 6.
And we're controlling that square.
Yeah.
And we're doing mate. Oh,
yeah, it's over.
It's actually over, but the other way around.
It's
what he missed. It's so easy to miss.
We have a check from g5, so we're not actually losing.
How?
Well, I mean, in the end, there instead of 94 check, we have.
Okay, let's have a look. Page 5, 93. Check. Here. Here.
Yeah, but the king just runs like king e6. There's no mate, so eventually you just have to take on e3, and that endgame is not very like we haven't even taken on a5, so like takes a4, and like a new chess game starts.
Yeah, g5.
Equal material.
Bishop
material.
d6. Yeah, okay, so it's
like a whole new game starts for
I still
no reason.
Yeah, I still would take white here, but yeah, okay, it's a long way. Okay, let's see if David, I guess he has to play queen f3, and actually it's possible to blunder that knight e3 is not possible. Alexeyenko just did actually.
Some breaking news in the women's section.
Okay.
Anand Muzychuk has just made an incredible blunder. Which means a lot for the standings because
that's for sure.
Monte Carlo was one of the teams that could catch Parmagen. If we go to Anand Muzychuk's game playing against Buxa, the move knight c6 is I just don't understand what's going on. Allowing queen c3 check here is extremely strange.
Yeah, it must have been some kind of a weird miscalculation because you can't go rook d2 because it allows rook takes d3, and if you have to play king e2,
you just take on f4.
Yeah, take on it. Yeah, it feels like you're getting mated. It's
like knight takes a7. You can worst case rook takes a7, and you're probably winning.
I mean, king b7 is probably also fine.
King b7. Oh yeah, you would probably play.
But yeah, she somehow lost control. She was much better earlier, but then she.
But is it such a big deal because Monaco was so dominant? But what happened? Pets didn't win.
No, Pets is still winning, right? But I mean, not as much as we assumed. Like
she was like
the game should have been over, yeah. But
I mean, like Peter was talking about resigning, which is normal maybe for
Peter. Yeah.
I mean, he likes to resign quite early.
I do like resigning. Yeah,
but still, I thought it was very reasonable to talk about resigning, while sometimes I think you are being unreasonable with this resigning claims.
Yeah, but this sequence, I mean, we all like the move f3. If we go back to move 30, f3 is a cute move, but if you follow it up by bishop f2, we should be playing bishop f2 here. Yeah, just go bishop f2 here, rook c1, bishop takes b6. You preserve all of our passers, and the moment they start running, the game ends.
Maybe she was righty.
Oh, but king f7. I mean, why?
But you don't correct g2 anymore.
Yeah, but we have enough. We don't
Yeah,
need
we have
any more.
enough. Yeah,
Yeah, we have enough.
but sometimes
Knight G3, E4, E3, E2. You know, like so. And here after FG, like if you play F3, if you play F3, I would have assumed you want to play F2 and win that way. But she probably will still win, so it shouldn't really matter that much.
You think so?
Yeah,
maybe. But yeah, probably. And but Pia was
Pia is winning. Yeah, Pia is still winning.
Yeah, she doesn't give any chances, and so still okay for Monaco, but
probably
it is a draw. But yeah, of course, that's not never good news. Yeah, to lose a game as
white.
White.
Is not great.
What happens on the first board? So Alina Kashinskaya was playing for which team, Lawrence?
Alina is playing for Gvedza Vidogos.
Yeah,
Vidogos.
Thank you. So she's probably going to win.
Yeah.
And that is going to be a draw.
Yes.
Yeah,
probably.
just in time, I guess, right? Because King C3, you're just in time to play A5. Because if you allow King B4, I'm not sure you make a draw anymore.
Yeah, no, of course. Well, I'm pretty sure you don't.
Yeah.
No, but that shouldn't be allowed. She will of course play A5.
And how is our? Whoa. Okay, no, this is a different game. What's happening on Maltsevska's board?
Yeah. Knight G7. Knight is jumping now.
And also the A file got opened.
Yeah, which is but after Bishop E1, yeah, actually I was expecting A4. But I thought it was no big deal, but actually, yeah, she's very consistent. This is Rook A8 idea. Oh my.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this Knight G7 is supposed to achieve. Is this a draw for her?
I mean, she's going to repeat once, but not twice.
Yeah, that would be my guess as well. Yeah, like
no, but it could be title clincher actually. Because the draw it's 2-2. I mean, most likely.
That is a fair point, actually. Yeah, that is a very fair point.
She may make an exception just to win the title.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe that makes a lot of sense actually to make a draw for Maltsevskaya, considering the team situation. Is Osmak still completely winning? Yeah, Bishop D6 did scare me, but actually it's probably nothing. After Rook E6, it's game over. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, let's see. Kirill is
Kirill. There was a very big shift there because Queen of3 wasn't played. David played Queen E6, and Kirill took on A5 with the idea, I guess, if Knight takes E3, we play, I don't know, Queen A7 or Queen C7. Just something. A7 is probably slightly stronger because after Queen F7, which appears to be forced. If we have if we have a Queen on A7, we're not obliged to trade. We can take on E3 first, which might be a difference. I don't know. Like it might not be important, but yeah, maybe Knight E4 here or something. Yeah, and these endgames are probably very good. So he's down to what? He made that move on half a minute. Yeah. So he's on a minute for 8 moves remaining in a very complicated position.
Yeah, but that's so much better, actually.
Yeah, now he's back to being much better, but
yeah, it probably means that the pawn on F6 was possible. I guess he missed that after Rook H5, 93. Queen G8 is not mate anymore.
I think it's quite likely, yeah.
I mean, it's very easy to miss. I would say. So let's see what he does. Rook A8, we just snap, yeah.
I think, yeah. I mean, we don't have a choice.
Yeah,
but it seems to be very, very good, right?
Oh, sorry. I will take back, take, and 93. We can just even take here. Okay. Probably just completely winning, actually. Yeah.
Yeah,
interesting.
Black is struggling to create a threat in that position.
Yeah.
The knight comes to E4, so consolidates everything.
I don't like what I'm seeing from far, actually, in that. Ooh, Nino Cornet.
That's an improvement. Yeah, that actually is an improvement for white. We can.
Yeah, but I was really. I mean, it doesn't look like an improvement. I mean, my next
I
move
guess
is
we
rook
go
d2
knight
and you
f3,
resign.
right? We go knight f3. We stop rook d2, and then we try to play like rook b6 or rook a7, a6 or something, and start distracting black. Here I go rook b6.
And if I go here,
rook a7 would be my first
take,
choice.
yeah, you have to.
Yeah, I'm worried about rook 5 d7 here or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still very annoying. I'd be worried with white for sure. But
oof. Tell me about it.
I'd be
I mean, because here you can just. I mean, actually,
hang on
even
a second.
here.
Can we play rook b6 in the current position?
Here?
In the no, in the current position.
Wow.
Rook b6, rook d2, king f2.
Yeah.
You probably take.
Take. Yeah, check.
You give a check. I go king e3.
I take.
You take. I take.
I push.
You push. I play a6.
You are banking all your hopes on 82. I know you.
Yeah, I mean, I have to.
Yeah.
It's not like I have a choice.
And now I will
rook
do
b6
some
played, by the way.
Wow.
How do you pronounce his first name, by the way? I think I keep on doing it wrong.
Matthew.
Matthew, yeah, okay.
I think you did it very well, actually.
Mm.
Since the start. So. Okay.
Yeah, I think this might be okay. In particular, once he's played rook b6,
yeah,
because it's
exactly.
very important to keep the pawn on b5 under threat.
Yeah, the line we played, so of course you shouldn't start with 92 because then I would just take an 94.
Yeah, that would be
even c2. But you just go a6 and after c2 hop.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you have a draw.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you have a draw anymore.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Very interesting. Rook b6. So concrete. Chess is a concrete game.
It is, yeah. And it's a good thing that it's moved 38, because I think on 8 minutes this might be tricky. But with only 3 moves to go, he could invest quite a bit of time into this decision. And I have a feeling he came to the right conclusion.
Yeah. Rook d2, king g2 played. What's going on? Yeah, Sergey is doing.
I think Sergey will hold.
Yeah, Sergey, no worries. So that will be 2 draws. It was a draw on board 3
draws. Yeah.
Maxim is thinking now for a very long time. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, the problem is Vishy is actually not going to lose anymore. Yeah.
Oh.
Vishy is actually saving this position.
Such a beast. Okay. Very impressive because he was so lost after the opening.
Yeah, it was a very, very strange game.
Okay, but still, if Alexeyenko wins, then Hare Krishna needs to win his game to make a draw and secure the title for Novi Bor. So this is not over. I mean, we know that Novi Bor has excellent tiebreak and
yeah, let me check actually what the tiebreak situation is before the start of the round. Whoa, is Clichy winning?
Clichy is winning.
Clichy is winning because there is only an 11-point difference between Novi Bor and Clichy. Yeah. So if Clichy wins today and Novi Bor actually loses, it might be tight. I mean, they probably are still favored, but it might be kind of tight, yeah.
And Clichy, okay, Amin Bassam is better. Jordan Van Forest is better. That one. Ooh.
Johan.
What
have you done?
Yeah. He just created a pass pawn for black. This is very bad for white. Urkedal against the Senator is getting. Oh, Senator is playing a great style.
Yeah.
So he has a free roll. I mean, everyone has a free roll. Except
Pavel, yeah. Pavel who has a bit of a problem, but maybe not even such a big problem here. So yeah, Clichy should probably win. And it actually might be extremely important how big they win. If Harry doesn't convert and Kirill wins.
Yeah, so that game is very, very important. At the end of that game, 3 minutes and 40 seconds for David Navarra. Move 32. So a lot of moves to play. I mean, in such position, 8 moves is really a lot.
Yeah, and he's been thinking for quite a long time here after Queen A5. I think he realized that Knight E3 is not as much of a threat because Queen A7 exists specifically. And yeah, there is no way to stop Queen H7 without that Queen F7 move. So he is now sort of struggling to find something better to play, but
we don't call Queen G8 a move.
Not really, no.
No, this is not a move.
No,
okay.
Probably loses to F7.
No,
and
I understand,
Rook
but
A6,
I mean,
yeah.
so just to what? To
F7 Rook A6 probably gives mate.
Ah, wow.
Using all of the board.
Okay. Let me mate me, please.
Yeah,
I
okay.
want to
Queen
get
H7, King F6, Knight E4.
Yeah, just
King E5, Rook H5.
And you take
yeah, FE3 is pretty good here. Yeah. FE3 is pretty good here.
Just to mock me. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good enough. Yeah. No, okay. That's not happening. But well, I don't know what's happening actually.
No, I think you take on E3, you play Queen F7, you admit that you're going to be in trouble, and you just go for
it. He took on E3.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if he plays Queen C7 or Queen A7. You claimed Queen A7.
I think it's maybe slightly cleaner. There might not be a big difference, but I think Queen A7 is slightly cleaner.
You give okay.
Okay, he played Queen C7. Then you have to take on F7, but I don't know if it's so horrible. Like we take on E3. We're
maybe check. Why
maybe
not
check? Yeah, I don't know. Why are we giving up on F6 so early?
Ah, I didn't see. I was giving up on F6.
Let's just take on E3 first. Yeah.
Takes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He's thinking. Is Queen F4 move?
Maybe that's what he means. Yeah. I'd be worried playing like this. Yeah, Queen F6 exists, and we have no checks. Yeah, I don't think why this is an improvement over simply taking on F7.
He took on F7.
Yeah, he took on F7. And I think he'll take on E3. I don't think there's any particular reason to give a check from A7 and not keep it in our back pocket.
And we see on the screen Magnus Carlsen watching his teammates. There is a ray of hope for them, but really it's very, very small. But he's a good teammate and stays there to watch. At least, at the very, I think he will leave after the timetable ends because it becomes less exciting. But he will watch the end of the timetables, that's for sure.
The takes on E3 all happened. I guess we go Knight E4, right?
He will.
Yeah, we go Knight E4 here. Rook E2, I suppose, is the move that worries me the most. Because if we give a check, black for the time being, the king will be kind of safe on G6. Because the bishop on F8 covers all of the squares. So we want to create some counterplay. So let's go Rook E2. Yeah, that's actually a very solid decision.
I think it's just that, Rook's still lost, actually.
Yeah. Knight E4 played. And Kirill also, this is already move 36, and he gained some time even. So, yeah.
Such a pro of timetable. Impressive.
Yeah. I mean, he's in this situation in pretty much every single game. So, you have to.
Okay, Maxim Vachilegraf played A5 after this long thing. How many? Okay, we'll have time to discuss it, but I'm always curious. So, how many moves are winning? How many?
Okay,
moves
let me.
And C4 played by David Navarra makes a lot of sense. The guy has little time. You want to?
Okay. So, how many moves do you think win there for Harry?
Here?
Yeah.
5. 1?
Yes.
One moves. One move wins. So
one move wins. Yes.
It will be a check.
Yeah, Queen G8 is. I think you can get there because you want to put that. Yeah, Queen G8, Queen F7. I guess is the point. Yeah, just making sure that Black cannot really connect properly.
Okay. That makes sense. But
this
only
is
one winning
possible.
move. Yeah.
This is possible.
But maybe you want to, you want to do a lazy move, and you think, I will do it later. But no. I mean, King F2 would be one of my options actually.
Yeah, let me check it. If you play King F2. H6 is a draw, everything else loses. I don't understand this.
No.
Okay, why is this a draw and H6 on the previous move wasn't a draw? Hello?
Hello. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, let's look at the timetable. We let you try to understand the.
I really, really don't understand anything about this.
That's actually very well. Yeah. Why h6? Yeah.
Yeah, like h6, queen g8 check is winning here, but not with the pawn on a5 and the king on f2. I refuse to understand this. Like, what? This makes no sense.
No.
This makes no sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense. I agree. No, maybe you just at some. I don't know. You will have to lose some time to catch the A pawn. I don't know. Okay, it's too complicated. Let's have a look at the timetable. Move 39. So he played king f2, very logical, attacking the rook f3, king e2, protecting the very important pawn on d3. Takes, rook e8.
Yeah, now
technical.
It looks like the f6 pawn is hanging, but actually after rook f6, rook a7 check, you are in trouble. So rook h4 is very logical here. Well, I mean after rook h4 specifically. Yeah. Now if you take on f6, rook a7 is just very, very strong.
Sorry. Rook a7, I was already anticipating on. Yeah, if I go here, I will probably get mated.
Yeah, king f5, at least we have rook g5, rook b5. If nothing else, we have rook g5, rook b5.
Okay, if rook h4 is played, I like his chances. Move 40, 1 minute. I guess he will do it.
Seems very logical, yeah. It's not the only thing, like rook h7 and then rook h4 back is also quite strong.
And why that as well, yeah?
Yeah, and that as well, yeah. You can do it. You can do it pretty much in any order.
Actually, I like rook a7 just to, move 40. But maybe, I don't know. Well, he will find it.
And honestly, reading those table-based files, I'm kind of leaning this might be a draw eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, he gave a check on g8, which is, as we all know, was the best move.
Only one winning move, yeah? Queen f7, I guess. Or you can go queen f8 as well, I guess. And just repeat.
Yeah,
queen f7, a4.
King h6. Yeah, actually 4 moves are winning, yeah.
Look at Maxim. He knows. He wants to play a4 just to distract the queen and to get this king g6, h6 setup. That's obvious to me.
Yeah, and now you have to go up with your king, and now there's a bunch of moves which are winning.
Okay.
Pretty much every logical move wins now. Yeah, king f2 is fine. I guess MVL goes a3 because everything else is stuck, so you kind of have to.
And Kirill Alexeyenko plays his move 40, played rook a7 check, which was very understandable because it looks like it will never spoil anything. And it's move 40, and now he has 30 minutes extra on the clock and can think about his option. I guess he will come up with rook h4. I mean, it looks very logical to me. King g6, we gave king g6, but king f5.
Yeah, this is why I didn't really want to give this check early to not allow king f5. But
is it really a big deal?
No, probably not. I mean, f7 even maybe in some positions. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe rook a5.
Rook a5, rook b7. Rook b7 might be quite clear. I don't know.
Rook b7, but before I was.
And then maybe rook b5, and I don't know why I'm driving the king to f4. Like I'm not sure what I'm doing here.
Yeah, rook g5 is a bit unfortunate. Yeah, no. He has to be show a bit of technique, but I should f7. Very good point, actually. Just go push them.
If
rook c8.
No, rook c8, and then some checks are about to start, and we're still not really giving mate. This is still like the engine obviously indicates that this is very comfortably winning for white, but I think in practical terms you can still go wrong here. It's still a confusing endgame. Black has a passer on g4. Black has a one active rook, and potentially the second rook might become active as well. This is not clean yet. It becomes very technical and very clean if you remove the g4 pawn from the board, which is why rook h4 was such an attractive move.
Yeah, it was a better move. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah,
maybe with
the time control, either already finished or almost finished. I just wanted to briefly update. Hang on a sec. What happened there?
Isipenko is winning again. That's very good
Okay.
for Anya, actually.
Yeah.
That's a very good news. Why is he winning? So Vidit wants knight f1 and rook a1 and create some counterplay. Is it a big deal actually if I just push? What do you do? Check
I'm
if
so
you want
confused.
here.
I'm so confused because something extremely strange happened on board 2 in the top match in the women's.
Okay.
I guess no, but that's a different team. What happened there?
Where?
Board
Oh,
2.
my goodness.
Board 2. Shenina against.
Oh my
Kyrgios.
goodness. Oh my goodness. She agreed to draw here?
No, like first of all, Shenina played a 4 move 31.
Yeah.
Which is crazy, by the way.
Which is a bit risky. I guess maybe even specifically because of the move she probably missed, which is a6, a5 here.
But otherwise, I think it's a good move.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, but okay, a5 and
I think it's a very good move if there's no a5, actually. I mean, king e7, king c3, and maybe you lose.
Yeah. No,
it makes a lot of sense. Just if you blunder a5, it's bad.
And now, but what happened later is just even more strange because she went bishop d1, okay, king e7, and then she played b3, and I guess she offered a draw, and it was accepted.
And how do you win, actually?
I mean, king d6, king c5. I mean,
yeah,
you could like. I understand. I'm kind of very heavily influenced by the fact that I keep on promising our viewers that I will switch the engine off, and I never do. So I know what it says. But even if I didn't know, you look at this position, and you say to yourself, it's very unlikely I will lose it because like I'm massively better.
Yeah.
With zero risk. So, and it's actually, it's Ushenina's team who is very safe. Ushenina, of course, would like not to lose, but it's not that important for, as we've established, for Pamhagen. Even if they lose today, they probably still win. But for Budagosh, it's a huge big deal if they win or not. So, just play on. If it's a draw, it's a draw. Like if you actually don't win this, which is possible, I understand it's possible not to win this, then you don't win this, but like there's really no reason not to continue.
Yeah, it's a pity. Yeah, it's just, sometimes you just think it's a draw, you have to bind. It's very, it's one of the most difficult things in chess to have this mindset that sometimes you have unexpected presence coming, and not accept them, but to take your chances. I mean, it's because you think for a couple of hours, you think, okay, it's going to be a draw. That's it. You already finished the game in your mindset.
I understand. And maybe now that we're here, maybe we can show the viewers how things can continue here. Let's say king d6, king c3. And the problem for white is that, like, I think if the pawn on g2 was on h2, it's unpleasant, but it's probably still a draw. But the way things are here, we go ba, we go, let's say, king c5, maybe even h6, h5 first, but king c5 is also fine. Let's say bishop c2, we go h5, and white is just passing. White has no moves. You go bishop c2, bishop d1. We go h5, bishop d1, we go g5. Bishop c2, we go f6. And now, after bishop b3, we go f5. Ef, bishop takes f5. And then we play h4, gh, gh, and we play e5, e4. And suddenly things start falling apart. And here, I guess e3 is winning.
Really?
Probably, yeah.
That doesn't look winning to me, but okay.
Well, the king goes like d5, e5, f4, and
that is more convincing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fair enough. But also but even if you don't calculate any of this, you can offer a draw at any point from this moment, and your opponent will just jump at you accepting the offer. Like it was like you should continue.
Yeah,
you should continue. But again, enough. Like it feels like I'm very sharply critical of something that is, maybe not that important in the grand scheme of things, but it's a bit of a teachable moment.
Yeah, so to summarize, Osbak is going to win, and Marcevskaya, she didn't even repeat. I mean, knight f5, queen a3, she went for g4, and she keeps on playing. Okay.
Yeah.
And Kashlinskaya is.
Yeah, she is winning.
She's winning. So that's.
Black has no moves here.
Yeah. Okay. So Parmahan is still doing very, very well.
Yeah, Parmahan is fine. Yeah, Parmahan is not really struggling. I guess maybe this is a good time to take a shortish break.
Yeah, and we'll come back. Plenty of excitement, right, Trent? I mean, like this, we still don't know who's the champion.
No, plenty to see yet.
Hallo Papa.
Hallo.
Ich bin gekommen, um dir mit dem Rasen zu helfen. Ich hole den Rasenmäher aus der Garage. Papa, wo ist der Rasenmäher?
Komm, mein Sohn, lass uns Schach spielen, während ich den Rasen mähe. Alco. Quality for Life.
Lustig kann man es auch. Familienunternehmen.
Super Produkte.
Nachhaltigkeit.
Die Sauberkeit und die Verlässlichkeit.
Tradition, moderne.
Sicherer Arbeitsplatz.
Weil arbeiten wir mit den besten Rohstoffen.
Super Zusammenhalt.
Eben, wenn man was braucht, kann man zu jedem hingehen.
Super Dienstleistung.
Es hat wirklich viele Aufstiegsmöglichkeiten gegeben.
Mit Produkten, die einfach eine Qualität haben.
Das macht dich auch schon stolz, wenn du siehst, dass du mit den Größten von der Welt mithalten kannst.
Manchmal auch ein bisschen fordernd, aber wir stehen zusammen, kriegen es hin.
Auch an die Zukunft denkt, wenn man Entscheidungen trifft. Und da fühlt man sich auch als Mitarbeiter einfach sicher und gut aufgehoben und kann das auch mitleben, diese Welt.
Ich bin froh, dass ich vor 10 Jahren angefangen habe.
Gute Leute können man immer brauchen. Ich bin jetzt seit 26 Jahren da.
Eine tolle Firma.
Ich bin stolz auf das, was wir da zusammen geschaffen haben.
Gebe ich ganz gern.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the last round of the European Club Cup. Things are still undecided. Very, very tense moments indeed. And we've got some big matches still ongoing. We've reached move 40, at least, in most of the games. Laurent, still a lot to be decided.
Yeah, and as you said, we reached move 60 in the Hare Krishna Maxime Vachier-Lagrave game. And Hare Krishna so far showing a perfect technique. That's amazing what he did in the last few moves. We saw here Queen F7. That was a crucial maneuver, just to not to let Black play King G6, H6 as Peter showed us with stable base. It was just a draw. So A4 trying to distract, but King F3, A2 takes. And now he just did everything perfect and collected the pawn. Amazing technique, Queen F8. H6 anyway. He wants King H7 and it's a draw, but takes the pawn. And now you have to, I don't know what you have to do actually. I never know how to win such kind of, I mean, it's very, very difficult. Let's see if he knows, he seems to know what he's doing. But that would be very impressive to win it from Harry actually. So here's the point. How do you win that, Lawrence? Show us.
No, you're asking the wrong dude.
We have to wait for Peter.
Yeah, I mean, Peter might have a... Maybe, yeah, you have to somehow come around the back, play some Queen C7 check, force King F6, then slowly... Yeah, let's say after King E6, I go Queen D8, for example. Yeah.
Okay, Rook E4.
Yeah, now let's say I play Queen...
I have two squares. This is very confusing.
Let's say I play Queen E8 check.
Here.
Queen F8, yeah.
Okay, let's go.
And now let's say, because Queen G7, Rook G4, right?
It's always the same. Yeah, it's easy to play actually as Black.
Yeah.
You don't have so many options. So how do you...
So you probably need to find some triangulation It's very complex. I just don't know. I don't know why this is.
And it's not. I mean, if you don't know, it won't be easy to find. And let's see. That's it. Yeah, Queen F8.
Queen G5.
Queen H6, King F7, Queen G5. Okay, then I come back. Then I go
And,
check.
check King E5, Queen F7. Yeah.
That's very
This is the way.
Wow, he knows the way.
How he is.
And now you give check, and finally the king has to go here, Queen F6, and takes the pawn.
And then you have to demonstrate you know how to win Queen and King versus King and Rook.
And that's why with the pawn on F6 and the Rook on G5, it's a draw. It's precisely for that reason that the Queen cannot go behind. Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, very nice. He's giving a check, Maxime. Okay, Maxime knows as well. Yeah, I mean how to give some headache to white. So King E3, Rook E4, King D3. Oh, we should go the other way. That I don't know. And now King F4.
Yeah, and you continue cutting. I assume a move like Queen G7, maybe Queen G7. Even
Queen G7, yeah.
Just to cut some more.
P5 would be very unfortunate, and you're losing here. So Queen G7 is probably zugzwang, actually. You don't have it. And if you go King F3, then I go Queen G5.
Queen G5, for example.
Yeah. That is winning. That is completely winning. But as you said, he still has to demonstrate this
which he does, which he will, and he does know how to do it, and he will find a way inevitably because you can't defend like a computer in King and Rook either.
Are you sure?
Well, I mean, MBL might be able to, but most humans can't.
Okay, so it seems that match is incredibly tense. Now Esipenko seems winning again. Of course,
he needs to play G4, but what else can you play? I think the good thing for Andre here is that you don't have very many choices.
G3 maybe, but
G3 might be similar, but G4 looks sort of
but here knight F3, knight E1.
Yeah, but
King
King
F1.
F4. Yeah,
King F1,
exactly. But you give some G4 options. I mean, I don't know. G4, G.
Yeah, I don't know why we need to be allowing this.
Of course.
G4 just looks a lot more logical.
So he will probably win. Alexeyenko.
Yeah, this is the problem. Yeah, now the king gets to F5. This is why we were trying to advocate for Rook H4 first. And I glanced briefly. I will actually close all of this down. It really annoys me. Rook H5, Rook B5 is how the machine proceeds here. But this is so cold-hearted. Like, you allow G3, you allow all kinds of stuff. I mean, G3 immediately, maybe Rook F5 check, we're just winning, right? Maybe it's not that bad, but...
Actually, yeah, why not, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and Sergei Movsesian made a draw, I guess, and there's still this game going on, but it looks like
the black pieces are way too passive for black to actually win this. I guess we go King F4. So we just go forward actually, like Rook A4, King F5, or even maybe C3, King F5. No, C3, King F5, Knight B3. So after C3, I want to play Rook C7 first. Also to take away the B7 square from the knight. And yeah, we're so active here that it's extremely difficult to imagine how we are even, struggling to hold the draw. Seems very, very comfortable.
Yeah, but Novibor in trouble then. Right?
Yeah.
And very much depends on Clichy now. Because Clichy has the best tiebreak, so it could be quite an upset actually if Novibor wouldn't win that tournament. Wow.
No, Clichy doesn't have the best tiebreak, but they have a close tiebreak too.
Yeah, they are the only one to have a chance, to catch.
Yeah. That's the right way to describe. Whoa. So, Senator is maybe losing.
No.
What? How?
No.
How?
Oh boy.
Where did the queen go? We had the queen.
I mean, it was in full control. What happened? Bishop C5 was missed.
No, but already here it doesn't look right because the queen on F3 and we have no way of getting rid of it. The previous position we watched on stream was like around move 30 and like, yeah.
E4 was.
Yeah,
E4 was
E4,
wrong.
E4 is a strange decision. Yeah, I mean,
E4 is a terrible move. Let's face it.
Oh my goodness.
And to lose that.
I mean, he hasn't lost
he
yet.
lost
It's
a pawn as well.
Yeah,
no?
yeah.
Wow.
I mean, 4 against 4 would still be a very comfortable draw, actually. But 3 against 4, I don't think we hold this with white. We just eventually the king side gets opened and we lose.
Okay, so the Norwegians are in the mix.
Yeah, they're back in the mix because Frodo
let's
is.
see. So that will be a draw. Magnus made the draw on first board. That one.
Johann Sebastian is losing though, just completely lost.
Okay,
yeah.
so
this is over. Yeah, like Rook A3 and those two just win. Yeah.
Okay, that is one for Clichy, but the rest doesn't look very promising. I mean, Pasha is in big troubles with bishops and his A pawn. So yeah, it's not a given Clichy is going to win actually.
No, not at all.
They may lose.
Yeah, this is the last round. This is the nerves of the last round, the pressure of the last round is what we're watching here.
So that's very good for Novibor actually.
Mm-hmm.
That's very good news. And in the women's section,
unfortunately, the dream for Wood Green is dead because Ketevan Arhamia made a draw on board 2. Board 1 was a draw for a long time now. And Harriet Hunt eventually went badly wrong and is now much worse. And they also lost on board 4.
Okay.
So yeah, Superbet will win and get to 11 points.
As Monte Carlo will as well. Because I guess Pets won a game. Yeah. And okay, even if Anna Muzichuk lost on first board, they are winning on second.
Yeah, they should be winning, because
so it's 3-1. It will be 3-1 for
most likely,
Monte Carlo, while Parmagan is 1.5-half, thanks to a smack. And there's still that game, so Kashininskaya is going to win for the Polish team, which I'm not going to pronounce the name. And so it will be 1.5. And the last game where, well, anything can happen, actually. That's very exciting.
Yeah, this is a very unclear position.
But they are repeating.
Okay.
Okay. So Matslevskaya will just probably just make a draw. Because it's just a title.
It makes perfect sense to actually do that when that absolutely solidifies your title victory.
Yeah.
And also, I'm not sure she's even better with the A file being as open as it is. I don't think you can play for a win very convincingly.
Yeah, you have these pawns. Everything. I guess Sivka is the one considering something. She can take.
So in terms of the tournament standings, Superbet gets to 11. Circle the Czech probably also gets to 11. So yeah, for the team Gwiazda Budagosh, it probably doesn't make. I keep on returning to that bishop ending where the draw was agreed in a position where Black could have continued, but they still wouldn't have gotten the medal. So it's not that important. They would have maybe gotten like a 4th place instead of the 6th or something, which is good. It's still important, but it's not like a medal chance has been missed.
Okay. So
this is completely over.
Not much, let's say, Haveland games in the women's section. Actually, I think it's all clear.
Yeah, pretty clear. I think both Superbet and Monaco are winning. So the question is, who will have the better tiebreak? It was very close starting before the start of the round. Superbet were 2 points ahead on the first tiebreak. So yeah, it's so
we let them calculate. Yeah. And Maxime, starting to go. Rook on strange square. Okay, showing he's not afraid. 13 minutes only for Pentala Krishna. And Alexienko, maybe that's actually the most important game. Actually, for Anya, rook b7, which is a mistake. Oh, and he spent like 20 minutes trying to find a solution, but he didn't find the right one, apparently.
Unclear why, but maybe you can just play b4 or something. I don't know. No, but b4, rook b5, king f4, rook g5, perhaps. Does that exist?
No.
No. Oops.
No. That's a very clear no.
Yeah, that's a clear. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's what
With
I
a cold
blundered
shower.
that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Black can and apparently should play rook d8 here, trying to attack the pawn on d3.
Wow.
Just giving the pawn on b5 his check. Everything. King f4 is also sort of playable, and rook d8 should now objectively save the game, seemingly. Rook b5, king f4, and the activity. Yeah, the activity is so much that.
If I go rook g5 is rook e3. No,
rook e3 check, I guess, and then rook f3 back, maybe. I don't. Yeah, even this is very unclear. Like, why is this so great for black? Yeah, I don't know. Rook g3.
No.
King g5. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't.
King f6.
Okay. That's.
No, this actually looks like a draw now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a draw. Yeah, I agree.
This looks like
okay. So rook g3. Wow.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm actually for a change not reading anything off my screen.
You're very strong when you read things off your screen.
I become almost unbeatable. Yeah.
I mean, you're exceptional.
Yeah, I become. Yeah.
Okay. So that's very active defense he has to find, but yeah.
But yeah, he is on 28 versus 8. Yeah, you see Elena Danielian resigning her board 1 game, but her team will still become champions more than likely because of Yulia Osmak won on board 3.
But it's over anyway. She made the draw on board 4.
It's already been. Okay.
So that's very, very official. Parmaren is European champion. Congrats.
Yeah, congratulations to Team Pamhagen, who played a very, very solid event. At the final count, they will have made 2 draws and won 5 matches, and that's no losses. The only team in the tournament with no losses. So obviously a very, very deserved winners.
Okay, and yeah, so it's clear we just have to they are probably both
also scoring the most board points in the tournament. So yeah, just winning very, very comfortably on every single count. And rook g8 found by David Navarra.
Wow,
very, very important move there.
Yeah. Okay, well played. And the only question, as we said, is the order of our bronze medal and silver medal. You will find out. I don't know. Probably at the end of this show, with second and with third. Rook d8. Okay. What's the best chance? That's such a pity.
Yeah. In the meantime, Yesipenko is now more or less completely winning again. So.
Yeah, but. I mean, Anya needed both guys to win to have
assuming MBL loses, you need to win both of those games,
And it seems that I saw Magnus on the screen. So Magnus is still there. It seems that this Hokedal game against
gave him renewed hope,
renewed reasons to stay. So yeah, that's of course. From just a loss, you just win. I mean, it's just amazing. Mazetovic on the screen. How is because this Vugar Gashimov team was also fighting.
What's happening there, by the way? It's kind of important.
Yeah.
So Mazetovic is completely fine, but I don't know if he can make progress.
Okay.
What's
the score so far?
I think there's some draws. I think
No. Fedorchuk beat Iskandarov on my screen. So it's basically over for
for the Azerbaijani team, yeah?
Yeah.
So drawn 1, drawn 2, drawn 5. They lost on 3. They are not better on 4. But they are better on 6. Yeah, but they need to win, right? They need to win
make
2.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's unlikely Mazetovic loses this. So yeah, I guess Bulgar-Gashimov is not really in the mix to tie.
Only hope for the Azeri team is that Mazetovic will try to win, because I guess for Viernheim, I mean, makes sense to.
Yeah, they need to try and
top
win
5.
big, yeah.
But yeah, of course, it's a very nice position for Mazetovic. So let's see. And Pavel, did he save it? I mean, like, wow.
Well.
Yeah. Okay. Still very annoying pawn on a6. Not sure if it's winning though. While you and Sebastian may, we will just resign now.
Yeah.
I mean, that is game over. Okay. King f8 played. How are we doing?
I guess we go King f3 for now, right? We go King f3. We ask for a move. Ideally, I guess I want to play Rook c7, Rook b7, and then think. It's going to be difficult to win because the bishop eventually will go to d4 and
exactly
control the a6 pawn. Yeah, I'm not sure Halldorson actually wins this position, but I mean he will torture Pavel.
Maybe I will just try to force you to play d4, and then
that would be quite good. And then yeah,
so
that would be
just
an improvement.
I will just go Rook c7, Rook d7 on the next 2, and ask you how you protect your pawn on d5. So yeah, it's still a torture going on. Why look? Does he have reasonable chances to save that?
I mean, probably not. Like you could maybe still blunder something, but in general, in particular, if I can play h5 and either provoke h4, after which I think f5, f4 gains in strength a great deal, or play h5, h4 myself, well, we should be winning. And I thought Rook e3 was a threat, but Rook e3 just loses everything to Queen c2. Like h5, Rook e3, Queen c2 actually wins a bunch of material because everything is hanging. No, I think as long as Frode doesn't lose his mind, he should win from here.
Or blunder, but he doesn't seem to be the one blundering in that game. So, yeah, it's really pity for Luke because it was a very important game for Clichy, that's for sure. And I mean, Bassem, does he have any kind of chances? Yeah, after all, he has an outside passer, the bishop against the knight, so
a little bit, yeah. I mean, you
more time as well.
Yeah. Black probably should hold this, but you can definitely misplay it and lose.
And Jordan is draw, yeah?
Yeah, this has to be a draw.
That's very easy. And d2 king f5.
D2 king f5, and yeah, we don't really make any progress ever.
Yeah. What we should look at? Okay, and we have this line on Navarre Alexienko.
So this entire thing happened, yeah. Yeah, for Kirill, it will be just a tournament of missed opportunities.
Yeah.
He's had so many good positions, and he will end up on, I think, on +2. And +2 doesn't sound horrible, but against the position he played, he will end up losing rating with a +2 score.
And we saw Ayantari just making a draw with Jordan van Forest. His teammate Magnus Carlsen came and congratulated him. Because, I mean, not for the whole game, I guess, but for the tenacious defense, because he got into a lot of troubles in that game. And gives really hope to the Norwegians, clearly. That is just actually very easy draw, no?
Yeah, it's not difficult even. Yeah, you will win either the d3 pawn or the b2 pawn. They're too weak. The rook on h5 is just not where it should be. You play knight e4 check, I guess. Black goes king e6, and like d3 is already hanging. The only way to hold is to play knight f2, and then rook d8 just makes an immediate draw.
Yeah.
Yeah. David just found all the best solutions, and it's
very quickly.
It's now very, very solid.
Is Connect doing?
I don't know why we played knight f3, but we're probably still completely fine. I would have played h4 because I just don't understand where. Okay, knight b7 now is a bit of a move. Yeah, okay.
So he wants to get.
He wants knight f3, knight d4, and start creating actual threats. Yeah, knight f5,
Okay.
knight d6. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Okay, yeah, that's so. Okay, so that will be a door. And yeah, and Maxim, of course, already, put Zouk on c2. And okay.
Yeah, he's pressing, right? He managed to cut off the white king on the back rank. Yeah, he's outplaying Hare Krishna here.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't lose the rook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's outplaying Harry a little bit. No, but I mean, jokes aside, he's defending well. I mean, the rook is still alive. He hasn't lost control. And so when was the pawn taken? The last capture or the last pawn move?
Oh, that was not such a long time ago. Here, no. Move 60 and we are move 79. Oh, okay.
I mean, they've already made 20 here, so
20
I mean,
and he didn't.
Yeah, no progress has been made. Yeah, the king somehow went. Yeah, the king somehow went from g3 to f1, which I kind of, I don't know if that's best practices, honestly, but it's still winning, of course. Yeah.
Oxy8. Oh boy. I would be so nervous doing that. I mean, like, I would think I would lose the rook in 2 checks, but yeah. Are we winning the rook here? No.
No.
Are you sure?
No.
No, that doesn't work. Oh, that's Maxime. That's funny.
But okay, you put the king up now. Now you bring the king.
But you come from there.
No, I understand. I mean, what else are you supposed to do?
Yeah, you didn't have squares on the second rank, and now eventually we have to start coming up with the king. Obviously, like the queen alone, as long as black doesn't actually blunder some checks, the queen alone doesn't really win this position, but with the king included.
Yeah, I don't know. You think Maxim will save it?
Probably not. Like I wouldn't assign a 0 probability to it from this position, but I don't think he does. I don't think he does now.
Vidit is thinking, but yeah, he will. I don't even see how to.
Well, I think we now have to pivot to trying to give the knight up for the c7 pawn, because there will never be any perpetuals anymore. So you have to go for that. Like you play rook a2, I guess. King g2, you give a check from c4, and you go somewhere in the direction of the pawn. But king f3, I think we can play king f3. Yeah. But it looks losing. It doesn't really look like it should be. It should be a draw at all.
Yeah, you would just, when I play c7, you would just go.
Yeah.
Try to give up the knight, yeah, but it will be lost, obviously. Yeah, fantastic. And okay, we see Hare Krishna, he will come with the king now. He has 8 minutes. And
he has 8 minutes and 30 moves to get there, but
yeah. Okay. When it takes a pawn, it's still not over, but yeah, that will be a major improvement, obviously. Doesn't seem to be like knowing exactly the technique, because that would have been faster.
Probably would have been faster, yeah. But actually, okay, this I have switched the table based on just to check, how well he's doing, but that number is, I think, until the end of the game, because it currently says after queen d7 that after rook e4 the win is 29 moves, and he only has 29 moves.
He resigned.
What?
I resign. No, he didn't.
What?
You don't resign there.
What?
It's a mistake. They'll still be playing.
No.
I mean, we can see it on our screens. Yeah, he actually resigned after queen d7.
What?
No, I understand. There's queen g7.
Yeah, there's queen g7, and then
I think you lose a pawn. Actually, made it. I mean, how? Let's say rook e4.
Queen g7, king h5, queen f6, and yeah, you start actually losing the pawn here. Yeah.
You lose
king
the
g4
pawn.
check, and there's a mate on g3. Yeah.
So you lose. Yeah. Okay.
No, but actually, no. Hang on, rook f4 check instead of king g4. It's still 27 moves. Rook f4, king
That's
g3,
crazy.
king g3, rook g4, king f3, rook f4. Yeah. Or here, yeah. But the point is king f3, rook f4.
But come on. Yeah. That's nice trick. Stalemate. But why to resign? Come on. Yeah, he was completely off today. I mean, that's
Yeah, it just wasn't his day for sure. But still, yeah, I'm a bit surprised he didn't.
Especially in the team competition. I mean, it's tense.
Yeah.
I don't know. So weird.
Wow.
He was losing that pawn against best play quite quickly, but you still have to. It's something I would have done, and this is not a compliment, you know.
Yeah. Something you would no, you would not resign.
Probably not, but I could have. Like I have done stupid things like that in the past. So yeah, I wouldn't put it past myself. But it's not good. You shouldn't.
Yeah.
It's not good.
No, it's definitely not great. Yeah. I'm speechless. I mean, okay.
So that brings all the pressure back onto.
By the way,
Andre.
just to interrupt, horrible tournament for MVL. Didn't win a single game. -1, losing 11 rating points, and is probably at his lowest rating that I can remember in years. He's probably down to around 27, 35.
What?
35?
Yeah.
Wow.
It is, yeah. Whoa.
That is a low rating for Mr. Maxim Vishy.
He was world number 2 in 2016. So he was 28, 15. I don't know. We can see on this 2700 chess. I mean, it was very high. So like,
that is stunning. Like, I knew Lawrence probably checked before speaking, but I still couldn't believe it. Like, it just didn't sound right. It just absolutely did not sound right. Like, MVL is not a 27-35 player.
Yeah.
No. Well, at the moment he is.
At the moment, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Look in the book, as the quote says. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is very, very difficult for me to, process.
Yeah, but getting older. He's not too old, of course, but yeah, he has to do something about his chess, because clearly something is not clicking these days. So also to resign here. I mean, come on. Something is weird. I mean, like, it's not his style. I mean, to resign that. I mean,
very weird. Maybe he needed to go to the toilet or something. Maybe he was just.
But he has 50 minutes on the clock, so please,
yeah,
can just take 5 of these minutes. And yeah, okay. Shocking. So, but it's all on Andre to save the match actually now.
Yeah,
it doesn't
yeah,
really
it's,
matter because
so
that
we can
one.
start. We can start actually talking about scenarios, right? Anier is not winning, so Anier doesn't get to 12. Vugar Gashimov is also not getting to 12. So the only team that can get to 12 is Cliché. Because Offerspiel probably isn't winning this match, right? Although, I mean, it's
no. I would. It's what, 3 draws so far?
Well,
no,
Vogator beat.
Yeah, but they have 2 games where they are winning basically. I mean, they are a favorite here. I mean, the Norwegian team is a favorite to take silver.
Yep.
I agree. Yeah, I would put my money on them for the silver medal now. I mean,
despite -1 in this endgame, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't go all in, but with my money, but I would. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, something can happen. Yeah, that's true that it's 2-1, and they have a slightly worse endgame here.
But I think a funny thing could happen here, and we could actually have Novibor on. We assume they, like Alexei Yesipenko wins, right? Yesipenko should win from there. So that match most likely is a draw because Mathieu will make a draw here. He probably loses the G3 pawn, but 2 against 1 knight ending is completely fine. So that's a draw, and if Yesipenko wins, it's 3-3. So Anier is on 11.
Yeah.
Anier is on 11, and then
nobody on 12. So that way, depends.
What I mean is, if the Cliché match is a draw, there's going to be like a tie for like 2nd to 5th or something.
Yeah.
How many teams are on 9? There's actually a very few teams are on 9.
Superbet actually made a draw.
Superbet and Ljubljana, and then made a draw as well. How is Viernheim doing?
Viernheim is +1.
Okay. So Viernheim maybe joins that tie on 11.
That could be fantastic. Okay, we will. It's a mess. Nothing is clear. And the most important match is the match Clichy against Offerspiel, where Clichy is leading 2-1, but there's 3 games to go. And we are watching that with the world champion Magnus Carlsen. We're sitting there and feels that a medal is there, and the silver medal. That would be an amazing result for his club.
Yeah, if they get silver, it's just fantastic for them.
Yeah,
and a kind of a vindication after pretty much this squad.
From
absolutely
the Olympiad.
Bombed in the Olympiad. Despite being one of the overall favorites to be like in the top 5, top 10 for sure.
Yeah, that went wrong from the start to finish in the Olympiad, and now they're showing.
Yeah, and as Satir absolutely correctly points out, we have identified the problem then, because this is the same team with no hammer.
That is you are taking your responsibilities here.
we have successfully identified the.
I don't want to end up
on Norwegian TV. Yeah.
Yeah, no troubles with Mr. Hammer.
No, we all love Jan Ludwig, and I'm not very serious about this, but if you just take a look at the squads, you can make this statement and even maybe keep a straight face while making it.
Okay. Let's see if Hansen, who is actually replacing Hammer, is.
It's interesting that the machine just says this is a draw. I'd be worried. It's very curious to me that this is nothing, despite the outside passer and the fact that the knight on c5 doesn't really have very many jumps. Like king b4, king b5, I would start.
No, but king b4 is knight a6, right? I mean,
this is so important.
Yeah, king b5, knight c7.
We can't go forward. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. No, you can go forward.
That explains a lot. Okay.
Yeah. So.
And Frodo is probably winning by force now, I would assume, because I think we can go 4.
Oh, come on, yes, 2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Someone is going to be unhappy if Hokedal doesn't win that game. Okay, I promise that. And it's also, I mean, it's a downside to play with Magnus. I mean, on one hand, it's great to have it in, I mean, like, it's a lot of motivation, but it's a lot of extra pressure as well when he's watching your game.
I was about to say, that on a certain level, of course, it's very nice, and like this is what you would like to see, that Magnus is there. There you see his, the back of his head there, on screen watching his teammates. But maybe it makes it slightly harder for them to play.
Yeah, it's
when he's just sitting there and not moving, silently calculating together with you everything you can and should and shouldn't do.
And being very surprised of the movie
and then,
you chose, you picked. Okay, well, that's still very exciting. Benjamin Aldertsen, who was not actually, who is also an add-on from the Olympiad, is doing well against Tregubov. Is he winning or not? That's a different question. While Alexienko and Navarra made a draw. Well, that's a missed opportunity, as you said.
We knew that.
So 2 games going on, but Novibor is the European champion. Okay, they are 2.5, 1.5. They need a draw. And El Nino, Anton, I can guarantee he's not going to lose that position.
He's not losing this position for sure.
So, Novibor is European champion, as we could guess from already a couple of days. But that's now almost 100% official.
Yeah, and Hockey Real, just looking through the games. Well, he was actually kind of completely busted against Firat Burak, so
that's true.
But
that was mainly because of you.
Yeah,
because you didn't warn him.
I didn't warn him. Yeah, I should have.
And you knew
what to expect. Yeah.
Okay, and Hokedal played Rook C6 against our friend Luke.
Yeah, I wonder if he means to take on C3 after knight C3. That's probably a mistake, right? Because you do win the F2 pawn, but I don't think you ever want to be playing queen against rooks.
Yeah, as I discovered yesterday, thanks to
Rook G1, Rook G1, Rook G2, and then, I mean, maybe the computer wins this, but I even doubt that. Maybe we never do this. So what's the plan after knight C3? Just queen G4 or queen some?
I would guess, so why not queen G4?
Yeah, queen G4.
And also, I mean, some Chipo.
Yeah,
Chipolito here.
If we provoke F3, we've definitely achieved something. Mazetovic drew, by the way, in the meantime.
Yeah. So that's 1 game remaining, and Viernheim being on 3-2, but Tarlev is doing well now.
Something
against
something changed there.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but yeah, it just like this. It was showing good for white. Oh, bishop c7, queen rook f5.
He just made a very the very last move is a large mistake. This rook d5 move, which looks very natural, but now after queen e7, suddenly black goes rook f6 next move, and the pawn f4 falls. And that pawn on f4 is just much more important than anything else, because the king on h2 suddenly becomes extremely weak.
So Viernheim will be on 11. That will be interesting.
Yeah, Viernheim gets to 11, and that might be a tie for second.
Or at least so.
Yeah, definitely at least third, but maybe a tie for second if Clichy doesn't win.
So they're probably already checking tiebreaks. Well, that's the magic of the last round. When you care, you have to, and everything changing, and sometimes it's one of the last boards which decides your fate. Oh, that's sport. What can we do?
Okay.
Let's see, and we see now Viernheim buddies. I think they opt for a draw actually in that Norwegian because you go also to other board and you hope for results which are good for you. So a draw would be very good for Viernheim, because then it would be a massive tie. for 11, and they have a chance for.
And
for
this is very
medal.
cute, actually, because I think bishop takes f4. Maybe nothing else maybe is so clear, but bishop takes f4 wins on the spot, right?
Ooh, yeah.
Because rook f4, queen d6, and then g5, or queen e5.
Yeah, queen e5, king g3, g5. And if you just ignore, you will see it. That's almost for sure. King moves, bishop e5, and Risainito.
Yeah.
Okay. So
he will actually end on 5 out of 6. Yeah, one of the sort of the unsung heroes of the tournament, Konstantin Tarlev. A very, very good result for his.
And he took. We see it on screen. Bishop f4 was played.
Yeah. Queen f4, same thing. Yeah, queen f4 we take, but the rook is pinned, so you never get to take on f7. It's so heartbreaking. Yeah, it's so heartbreaking. Yeah. So.
If something happens to me like that, I mean, I would complain the whole evening. That's for sure. Like, I would say that's so unfair.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So this game, still.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting to me that the machine dislikes it so much for black.
Yeah.
Because I really wouldn't be sure I'm losing here. Like I know I'm suffering, but I wouldn't be at all sure that like. If I defend perfectly, obviously it's very difficult to defend perfectly. But yeah, these types of positions with the outside A passer, like there's a very famous example which Lawrence probably knows what I'm talking about. This exact structure. That game.
Which one?
The one we have on the screen.
Yeah, no, but which game are you referring to?
I think it's Spielman-Wróblewski, right, from the Moscow Olympiad. The game that decided a lot in that Olympiad. But I mean, in that game, the rooks were off the board from the start, and I think John won that endgame eventually, giving the England squad very good finish.
I don't know it actually.
Okay, because I thought that game was kind of part of the lore by this point, and I would have assumed that it will immediately kind of bring itself up in your subconscious, but
no, actually.
Okay.
It should, I'm sure, but you're talking to me over here. This is
you're talking to me.
Are you talking to me?
Okay.
Hang on a second. Is it now? It's a full rook, no? For Yesipenko. Because Vishy somehow allowed king b2, and now we go king b2, we go c7, we go rook h8 check. It's a full rook now.
Yeah, so let's
or
say
or an extra queen or something. Yeah.
Something like that. C7, yeah, 96. You're not in time anymore because this is just a queen for rook. Okay.
Yeah,
this is
not even very
very
difficult. Like because let's say you imagine a scenario where black takes on c6 and then maybe wins the h3 pawn and loses the a6 pawn. This is difficult. Like you can actually fail to win that.
Yeah.
But he somehow got himself into a situation where he cannot even give up the piece for.
And he has 20 seconds as well.
Yeah.
So soon we'll see Andrei Zipenko giving a draw to Anya. Most likely, actually, Nino.
Rook f1 is very clever. Actually, maybe he does get to. This is very clever. C7 rook f2 check, and we don't have squares. We actually have to allow knight b5, knight c7.
Why?
Rook c2.
King d1.
And then you. Yeah. Okay. I'm being stupid again.
So.
Okay.
Yeah. King c1. I think it's just. So cleanest.
Yeah. That's very clean. Yeah.
Because you don't have you are missing like. I mean, you cannot. Of course, this mechanism. King c1. I guess it would be already a draw. Yeah. H8. I just ignore. No, you can queen. Actually, that would be losing as well. So yeah. But this mechanism to make a draw, it's very well known, but here it doesn't work. And c7 played by Andrei Zipenko, and Vidit had a 6 out of 6. Okay, still
a fantastic result for Vidit, of course. Yeah, fantastic result. But yeah, today he almost got away with it. There was a certain point around, I think, move maybe 30, 35, thereabouts, where the engine was saying he has saved the game, but then he went astray and ended up losing.
And it's nice for Zipenko because he had a very poor showing in the French league with the very same team, losing like 25 points or I don't know. So he's doing well for the team. He's of course a great player, and it's nice to. It feels a bit more fair because he didn't show his real level at all in the French league.
Yeah, I think this has been a difficult year for him for sure, and it's nice to see him back to some kind of not some kind of form. He will end on like 6 out of 7 here, right? So
yeah, so that's good.
That's pretty good.
And there's that game going on, which is a draw, but of course it's white.
Yeah, you still have to play a bit precisely. I remember I think I had this endgame once against Vladimir Kramnik, and I continued being extremely nervous until I finally found a way to trade everything. And like you always feel like there's a way for you to go badly wrong somehow when you play some technical endgame against Kramnik.
And how about Jorge Dals? I would keep probably the rooks on.
Yeah, I'm not trading rooks until it actually wins some material.
1 minute. He's making Magnus Carlsen nervous, I'm sure.
Yeah. Rook c2 played. We probably play rook f1 and not rook f3, because after rook f3, I think maybe our pieces are slightly more. Actually, against somebody on a minute.
Yeah,
maybe you kind of bluff with rook f3. If it loses, it loses. But
yeah, c'est la vie. But yeah, rook f3 is kind of maybe Luke will do that. Wow, that's very, very interesting. While Talef is completely winning by now, so that will be could be important for the tiebreak for Viernheim.
Definitely.
And
all of these things are still going to be quite important for the final count.
And Vidi just resigned his game against Zipenko, so this is 2.5 with that endgame. Spring knight h2. Mathieu was defending well since the start. Okay, knight h2 is a good move here. You prevent knight g4, and you will come with a king. So yeah,
I think more or less the only way to lose the endgame is to put the knight on a square like h2, and then allow it to be locked down on that square. Like if let's say black gets to play g4, so g5, g4, you get your king to g2, and then the black king comes to, let's say, d3, and suddenly you run out of squares, and then you just get boxed in, and eventually something bad happens to you.
let's show it actually.
Here it doesn't happen, but if you waste one more tempo, if you waste one more tempo, I think you probably lose.
Here, here,
and then we go knight g5, and we slowly generate enough progress. So this is
one
knight
f3. It's Zugzwang, but
this.
of course it was very.
No
we are
need to
helping.
allow it.
No, of course.
No need to allow it.
And he went for rook f3. It's a tricky politician. Rook f3 was 93. Yeah.
Get into my big black car.
So, how do you do it? For Ukedal, 20 seconds. Oof. I don't like it. He played rook c1.
It's actually hang on.
It's a draw.
It was a draw a moment ago, but it's not a draw anymore. Rook c1, he should have gone. Oh no, it just was never a draw. It was a glitch in the matrix.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's not? How do you win?
F4 gf queen c6, apparently. Maybe it is still a draw, because you go like knight c3, knight e2. You will lose the h4 pawn, but maybe you don't lose the game. Ef, knight e2.
Yeah.
Queen e4, knight takes f4, king h6. And then you sort of run out of moves with white. King g3. We have queen f5.
Queen f5 is very, very nasty.
So you shouldn't play king g3. King g3 actually loses.
Okay.
I guess, but you can play something like knight h3.
And you lose h4.
Check, rook g3, queen h4. But I don't know if we win this. Maybe we don't.
I don't know.
Maybe we don't.
But yeah. Although first of all, he has to find this
Mhm.
f4 and queen c6, which is, I mean, he's on 20 seconds. It doesn't seem so. I mean, it's not overconfident, let's say. in
Yeah,
his,
I think he started kind of badly wrong with rook c2.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, he's about to play, and no, he didn't play f4. I think. From what I saw on my screen, he played
played queen b1 and
he played queen b1, and now it's
now after 93 he's not really even better anymore. Yeah.
okay. Politician is getting away.
Yeah,
With all his blunders.
Considering how well he was doing after the opening, it's
fair.
sort of fair that he doesn't lose.
Yeah.
But yeah, he almost lost that position for sure. Yeah.
It's really a pity for the Norwegians, but I don't think they will get that silver.
Yeah, and I
medal.
think that's there on the edge of our screen is Magnus actually leaving, or maybe
Really?
not. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe my view of the large screen.
No,
there he is. No, it was somebody else. Yeah,
Yeah, but he's
it was
no,
somebody else.
he's clearly looking at the Okedal game.
Yeah, double teapot.
Probably
Double teapot
not very impressed by what he sees. And knight f5 played by Luke van Velde, and now you just wait. Actually,
Yeah, no, you go knight e3, knight f1, knight h2, and you actually unpin. I think you can get the knight. You can get the knight all the way to h2, and then you go king g1 and you unpin yourself. Yeah, it's a bit heartbreaking, frankly, because this would have been very, very interesting if Orchidal won.
Yeah, and now so I'm in Bassem still. Pressing my computer doesn't know if it's winning or not. Probably don't still. And of course, Pasha Tregubov still.
Yeah, he made a very interesting decision. I don't think he was forced to do anything at all, but he went h6, g5. And now white can play h5, generating a second passer. And I don't quite know why we allowed this. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the one. No, actually, like, yeah, I mean, nothing was really happening.
Yeah, nothing was happening at all, and he just by design just went with it.
h5 played, of course, good move. Good move by Carlsen, just creating some winning chances, but unfortunately they needed that game to. Yeah, no.
Yeah, only one win will not do anything for them because.
Did Mathieu blunder knight f1 says knight g4. Oh, that's so bad.
Knight c4 probably.
Knight c4
probably.
Knight c4, yeah.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. Some kind of position like this.
He play king d3.
Oh, or that, yeah, or that.
Oh my. Oh, that's stable fun, yeah. Because now they will lose the match and they will be out of top 5 even.
Yeah,
they will be like on 10
horrible,
points, no? 10 points? It's like
10 points gives you nothing at all. Yeah, if you lose this, and it does look like you will eventually lose this because you've completely run out of squares now.
Oof, that's painful. Okay, and Novibor will just win all their matches. That's amazing.
Yeah. And you have to go back to, like, I was wondering even at the time, move 56. Instead of king e3, he could have gone king e2, king f1, I thought.
Yeah.
Because king f5, king f1, knight g5, I guess maybe was worrying him a little bit. But as long as we keep our knight reasonably active, we kind of lose, right? Knight g4. But maybe, king g4, king g2, knight d4. Maybe there was actually a reason to worry here.
Why?
But now, once again, like g5 and we're in Zugzwang, or h5 and we're in Zugzwang.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, like these endgames are, you assume you will save 2 against 1, but if your king is very passive. And
okay, but still, I think I still make a draw. But
and apparently Eric also blundered something. So lots of things happening.
Lots of drama.
Yeah.
Bishop a4 checks simply, no? I guess.
King b6. It's played. King d6. King
Yeah,
b5.
now bishop b5.
Yeah, king b5 simply.
King
yeah,
b5
and
is
you,
just
and you
over,
start
yeah.
pushing. Yeah.
Oof.
What was he supposed to have done though?
Yeah, it was very difficult. So I was too optimistic when I said that the Norwegians were favorite, and now Clichy might be in the mix to be like.
Oh, yeah. Clichy. You know, it's actually incredibly important for Clichy that that Cornet is losing that night ending, because they would have been in the maybe in the. Oh no. Novibor needed to
They have
lose.
12 points. They will win the match now.
Yeah, but Novibor was never losing. Novibor was making a draw, which was also enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Clichy takes clear second now.
Clichy clearly, I mean, yeah, no, of course, they take clear second. Yeah.
Yeah, they take clear
it's
second
a
now.
disaster. It's a disaster for the Norwegian team. Okay, and we see.
Yeah, this is just a very, very straightforward pawn ending.
Yeah, this is game
I
over.
guess maybe Eric thought he has enough time to push something like e4, fe, ge, and then f5, but he never has enough time for that.
Yeah, that's sad. For Eric, he's going to resign.
Yeah, Eric is going to double check. He has 5 minutes. He can check as much as we want, but yeah, I guess you try e4, but takes king c3. I guess is the cleanest to king c4. King d4 doesn't matter. King c3 just to be in the square for the g pawn. Takes, because if you play king c4 here, maybe you have to calculate a little bit, because f5 gf g4 actually queens the g pawn. we might be winning this, like the queen ending might be winning, but nobody wants that. But if you play king c3, but if you play king c3 in the same position, I will have king g2.
Yeah, and that's
and the f pawn just becomes a queen.
Yeah.
So we can now, with very, very high degree of certainty, say that we know the top 2 finishers in the tournament. And there we see Parham congratulating Amin Bassem for that victory over Eric Hansen.
And they will,
Clichy takes clear second. Novibor takes clear first. Anier will be on 10 points. So maybe Viernheim takes clear third.
It's not over. I mean, like Korkedal, you're sure he cannot win?
3 against 3? No, we don't win this. No.
F5. Allez.
Yeah, F5 but knight h2, and like how do you even create a threat?
I go F4.
Okay. Oh yeah, maybe the h4 pawn still falls, right? But even that is not immediately obvious. Like I take, I play king g1.
Take king g1. Okay.
But the Norwegians need to win both of this position and also the Halderson-Triguev position. And yeah, if you need to win both, and neither of them look like they're necessarily winning, it feels unlikely. Yeah, and
it feels unlikely, but it's not.
It's not over yet. Yeah, but like
it's not 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
We will. It will be over when Magnus will leave.
Yeah, Magnus is.
He thinks there's still some hope. And yeah, of course he's.
Yeah, they're discussing. I guess they're discussing some intricacies of this endgame, because it wasn't actually a very clear endgame at all. And I'm sure Magnus has been trying to calculate it to the best of his ability. Hang on, rook c5. So Pasha wants to have the check from c4. Are we sure this? Hang on, okay, yeah.
That's a blunder. That's a blunder apparently. No, but
take on f5. Are we just winning this? Maybe.
No, but takes is in small.
There's that's a bit unfortunate. That's an immediate draw, of course. Yeah. Because the h pawn doesn't win.
Of course. So, what should I do? Rook a3.
Rook a3 probably. Yeah, rook a3. I'm pretty sure Pavel is intending to take on g4 and go rook c4 check. And then we go This looks like a draw, right? Because I mean, it looks like a rook and bishop.
Yeah, it's a draw. And look at that, Mathieu Cornet on the top match just made Desperado.
Yeah, I mean, he realized that he's running out of squares, so he.
But actually, that doesn't help much because you take knight g3 and you just go g6, and you will quietly come back with the king.
Yeah, actually, it's quite remarkable.
King h3, maybe. Actually, maybe it's half a chance, you know, like
Knight f6.
King h4.
King d4.
King g4.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
94 check.
Knight
No,
e4
this is
check.
winning, yeah.
Knight e4
Ah!
check. Knight e4 check.
Good.
No, go back to move 60 after 95 check. You have like King e2 here is the only move that makes a draw.
Okay.
King e2 and you black plays g5, you can play knight f3. And if you if king e2, king e4, now we can go knight f1, and we're actually getting out of the corner because knight c4, knight h2, and we have enough squares.
Okay.
It was already quite tricky. He actually had to start
very much so. Okay, he's trying a last trick, but that's probably not going to work. Take on g4. Oh, what happened here? He played rook a3 takes and king g2. Tempo.
Okay.
Bishop d4. Huh?
Bishop d4, rook c1 or whatever. Yeah.
And yeah.
And then we
watched
this. Yeah, we watched this for a bit.
Which could be decisive, depends on Rook, actually. So probably not, because Rook is not going to lose that. Yeah, that's a sad situation, of course, for the Norwegians, as they cannot, even a draw, I mean, the draws end up on what? 11 points. Okay, at least a draw gives them something.
Yeah, draw definitely gives them something.
Maybe maybe a medal even. Okay, so yeah, there's okay, h3 is a good move here.
Yeah, and I guess you try to hold on to the h-pawn for as long as possible, but eventually maybe you just give it up and find some kind of a setup. What would be the ideal setup? I guess knight g1, rook f3, king h2.
You mean if you?
Yeah, I mean if I get that, I very happily give up the pawn.
Yeah, or knight f. Yeah.
Just go knight f3. I think I actually get that quite comfortably. Like I want to play, even let's say after queen f5. My idea is to play king g2. Let's say you play, I don't know, king e6. I don't know if you have anything better. You probably don't. I want to play knight f3.
Yeah, I mean king e6, and you
Yeah, and then I would just want to play knight g1. Queen g4 check, king h2. King e5, and like my next move is like rook a3. And like make a move. Okay, like doesn't matter. Yeah. Just...
King e4 was not the most precise.
Yeah, king e4 wasn't very good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, I just want this setup, and I play king g2 here, and I shuffle.
Yeah. Okay. That's a total low.
Yeah, and as Satirius is telling us, I've been trying to keep an eye on that, but there are still some games running in the women's tournament. We know that Bamhagen wins quite comfortably, but there's going to be a tie for second and the third between two of the pre-tournament favorites, Superbet and Circle de Chèque Monte Carlo, and it's very, very unclear who's ahead on tiebreak there. So until every single game in the tournament is finished, we will not know who gets silver and who gets bronze.
So it's 2-1 for Monte Carlo, and as always, Pia is converting. Better position we see on the screen. We will see on the screen. She's just cruising to another win. How many points did she make? I mean, like something ridiculous.
Pia is
like 6
currently on. No, it's not as bad as that. She's on 4 out of 6. Will be 5 out of 7.
5 out of 7.
Obviously, still a very good result. But
yeah,
not,
no, for sure.
By her standards, like That's just, you know, a day ending with a Y.
Yeah. Okay, and what is the other game going on for Superbet? Oh, the match is over on Superbet.
No, everything else is over. There are a couple of games going on
Okay.
lower down. There's one game in the Odlar Urdu Sirmium match, and there's one game going on in the Schachzentrum Zieblik versus
but it's
Gambita
not...
Seco.
Yeah, okay. Let's not. Let's come back to Nino or to Kedal.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oof, and look at Pasha. Okay, but still check.
Yeah, I thought he just made a kind of an immediate draw, but there's rook a6 check.
Yeah, okay.
I thought for a second it's just a draw right there, but no. And once again, to recap, Clichy is a massive, massive favorite to win their match now, and if they do win, they will be the only team on 12. On 11 so far, we have Viernheim, and that might be it. Yeah, that's it. And potentially on 11 are... Actually, nobody is potentially on 11. Only Anier if Mathieu makes a draw there, but
I don't. From here, yeah, I don't think he will. Do I get 93? Yeah, actually. No. Oh, yes.
93 is the only move that wins, by the way.
Oof.
Everything else is a draw.
Okay.
IH2?
Yeah, it's played.
Why is this?
I guess we go king e2, king f2, and h4, h3, king g2. It's a bit of a study. It's a bit of a study, but it's a solvable study, right?
Yeah.
Maybe king g3 instead of that. Let's not allow king f4.
Yeah. Sorry. King g3. Yeah.
Yeah, king g3. Another 3 h3 though, but yeah, looks like it's winning.
It is. And he has to do that. Okay, he did it.
Yeah.
Very strong player. El Nino. And we see the two last boards where the Norwegians, they need 2 wins to make a draw, but that's not happening simply.
So we actually are going to, extremely likely that we're actually going to get clear first, clear second, and clear third.
Who will be clear third then?
Viernheim.
Wow.
Viernheim just overtakes everybody because everybody on 10 points lost. It's quite something. Yeah, there were 4 teams. I mean, not everybody.
Clichy,
Clichy won. Clichy won.
Lost.
Yeah,
and they beat the Azeri team. Okay.
Yeah, and they beat the Azeris. Yeah. So they actually, starting in a tie from 6th to 8th, they will be clear third if everything ends as we expect it to end.
That's a dream scenario.
That's amazing. Yeah, that's really amazing. And they rested Schach today. They probably they gave up to such an extent.
No, I don't think. Maybe I don't think Shah wanted to play against his Azeris.
Okay.
I mean, it's always a bit weird, and
I apologize. Yeah,
and especially he has a very special relationship with Rauf Mamedov.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to play.
For a second there, I forgot what they were playing.
And so the name is, of course, the name of the team is Vugar Gashimov, and we all know they were great friends and colleagues, and so probably it doesn't feel like playing that much, which is very, very understandable, of course.
Yeah.
But happy end for Viernheim. Yeah, that's amazing.
Absolutely, yeah. So they beat. They beat the Vugar Gashimov squad here, and they don't even tie for third; they just get clear third. And both of the Norwegian bottom 2 boards are going to be playing for a while, but both of those positions seem very, very safe.
I'm not here. Yeah, okay, we'll collect. Ice Spring for Pasha won't give up on his pawns so easily. That's for sure.
Yeah, you get the feeling they will eventually get collected, but
they will. Because
I'm looking for a way to lose this position, but even rook e4 doesn't lose.
I mean, this is
Yeah,
That's
this
the best
loses.
way. This
Yeah,
is
this
the best
loses.
way.
But I thought Rook E4 was also losing, but no.
Rook
Because
E4 is
if
not
you-
losing.
Yeah, because if you give a check, I will have King G7 in the end.
And if I go here, you go here.
Rook
no?
E6. Yeah, I have Rook E6. Yeah,
Are you
I'm extremely
sure?
lucky.
I mean, like, okay. You have to go B6.
Check. Ah, no,
'Cause
check
King
King
F-
F1. Check King F1. Whoa. Okay.
Or checking F1.
Rook F6, but why are we losing this?
No, I wanted to play the fancy King G3, but
It's not made. Yeah, Lawrence.
Yeah, it's not made.
That is not made.
I know you love this endgame.
Yeah.
And you have a very specific reason for loving this endgame.
You still owe me for that, just to let you know.
Yeah.
You're into me for a lot of money, just so you know.
Well, I mean, that actually is probably more money than I lost in Baku.
What happened?
So
yeah, go on. It's your story.
I mean, I was managing Fabi in 2016, and it was the
I know.
candidates. And Fabi had Rook and Bishop versus Rook against Peter, and he had a winning construction at some point, and he didn't convert it. Had Fabi won, obviously, then he would only need a draw against Sergey in the last round, which was not, a given. So it's not an absolute.
But better than having to win with black. Yeah.
Yeah, he wouldn't have to win with black, and then obviously playing Magnus in New York in 2016, we already had a lot of things lined up for young Fabi, so it was an expensive. It was an expensive non-conversion, which I solely blame Peter for. And
For sure, yeah, it's so much.
I sent him the bill years ago, but he hasn't paid it yet. So.
Yeah, it got mislaid in the post.
My dog ate it.
Absolutely, yeah.
My dog ate it. And Mathieu is about
my future dog. Yeah, at the time, my future
You
dog
had no dogs at the time.
absolutely ate it. Yeah.
Okay, that is just resignable actually.
Yeah.
Because now you don't even take one of the pawns, so check and hop.
And then we start pushing. Yeah, it's just
We go first check. I don't know. Yeah, whatever.
Doesn't really matter anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. And okay, let's see this. And then okay, so you stopped walking with Fabi after that because you didn't convert.
I mean, no, it wasn't because of that. But I mean, things after that started. Well, things were already a bit strange. I'm not going to go into that now.
Yeah,
but,
sure.
You know.
And we see on the screen, congratulations to Novibor for winning all their matches, new Open champion. Fully deserved. Just full domination of the tournament.
Absolutely, yeah.
Just
okay. It says a draw now, but it definitely wasn't a draw.
No, it was not a draw.
Yeah. Currently on my results screen, it says David Anton drew that endgame against Cornet, but no, pretty sure it's not true. So yeah, congratulations to Novibor, who and Pam Huggins. So we do know the winners of both the Open and the women's section. Very, very nicely played. Pam Huggins lost 0 matches, won 5, drew 2, and Novibor actually won 7 out of 7. But the fate of the other 2 sets of medals is still very much up in the air. The way things stand in the Open section, Clichy are huge favorites to take second, and then Wirnheim does take third. But there could be other permutations if Offerspiel actually wins the 2 remaining games, which are both just like there's a theoretical draw in the game between Halderson and Chigubov, and this is not a theoretical draw; it's just a draw. You can't really make progress here.
You played King G4.
Yeah, but you still have no threats. Yeah, like King G2 or Lucky went for the same setup I was going for, but with knight on G5 instead of knight on G1, which is, he's an aggressive player.
Yeah. No, but actually, I mean, the knight on G5 is protected.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah.
I mean, like I like it because the knight protects the pawn protects the knight protects the rook, and the rook protects the bishop, the pawn. So
Yeah.
I mean,
everything is under control here.
Yeah,
Absolutely everything is under control.
End of the story, and the rook is cutting the everything. I mean, like if something comes to the third rank, you just take it. Well, basically the pawn. And so actually, you don't have. I mean, the start of a plan for.
Yeah, he's gone queen d1, which I thought was maybe that actually is a clever move. That makes Luki think.
Because king h2, queen f1, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if you
F3.
provoke f3, maybe now we've taken on h4. It's an improvement.
Oh,
knight h3. Oh, we lost this with black. Whoa!
Wow!
So impressive. So impressive. We managed to lose this with black.
That could happen, huh?
Yeah, I am so happy with myself. Yeah,
that could happen.
We found a way to lose this position.
And actually, rook f6, queen d5 is over as well, yeah?
Is this pawn ending winning? King h2
takes.
Yeah, takes king g1. You do win the h4 pawn, but is that enough? Probably is. Yeah,
I have no.
Yeah, because like it might be a.
Like king g2, king h4, f3.
But
something.
anyway, yeah.
Anyway, this is very clever.
Yeah.
Knight goes back to f2, and then we really stop thinking. Yeah. The way Luki played it.
Yeah. So, king f3 check, and knight e4, and knight to f2, yeah, and rook to h1.
Yeah. And then maybe the king comes to it. Hang on, how clear
I mean,
is
the king will come. That's I guarantee you. Wait. If I go here, then you come, yeah. He played queen e2 check. Okay, he will try everything till the end.
Yeah, I think the right way is to go knight f2, king e5,
e1, knight f2.
Yeah, knight f2, king e5, and we're just in time to play rook h1, king d4, and rook a1, and start giving checks from the side. Just in time.
But okay, let me go here.
Yeah, rook a4 check.
But
this is a draw,
but just a minute. Here. Maybe so queen e7 maybe. Check.
She's gone queen e5 with, I guess, similar ideas.
Yeah, queen e5, yeah, I like. But 94 likely, huh?
94 we give a check from b2, I guess, for the time being, right? And then we start. Yeah. And also they will at some point both of them start playing on increments. So yeah, there could be still some twists in that tail.
That's for sure. And Pavel is
holding steady for now, yeah.
Yeah, but he will lose the pawns, that's for sure. Not that for sure, but yeah. So queen g7 check happened in the Okedal game.
A bit tricky for the senator here. King f1 chosen.
He got himself into so much trouble.
It feels like this is still a draw, but
yeah, of course. But yeah, it's not funny, no? And we have like the last game going on.
Yeah,
the women's section is Pia. How does she win that? That's the pawn now too advanced, yeah. Here. Is it winning?
I just have 6 and go with the king to
what?
e8 if we have to.
No, she didn't do that. She went king somewhere. King g6 would be my guess. Yeah. And we don't know. Computer changing his mind. Okay. King g6, rook g1, king f6. And it's winning, yeah? Are we 100% sure it's winning?
I'm not sure.
I'm
anymore.
not.
I think this was actually a mistake that throws away the win potentially, because she could have gone f6, and if she goes f6 and then just runs with the king towards like d7 squares, the 2 pawns on the 6th I think win quite comfortably. Like you get to e8 and then you have too many threats, but like check and king d7, and you really can't deal with all of the pawns at the same time.
That's one of the simplest, obviously, but okay. I mean, it's the last day, the 6th hour of play. I mean, it's tough. It's tough for sure.
Yeah, and she played rook f1, which I think maybe is a mistake, because now after h7, king h8, king g6, she does not have a check from the 6th, which is very important.
Check here.
King f7.
King f7, and you just
king f7. Your rook is not on the right side. King takes h7.
I want it, of course.
Yeah.
A sneaky stalemate, but it's not happening.
You can play rook e1 on the previous move instead of rook g1, which is kind of cute. But king f7 anyway. King f7 anyway, and this is back to being winning probably.
Okay, let's see how fun. Sorry. Please.
Or actually, maybe even rook g7, rook g5 in the current position.
She played rook g7.
Yeah, also looks quite strong, really.
So king f8.
King f8, we go rook g5. And king g6 and f6, and once again we have too many.
And if king h8, then rook g5.
Rook g5. Yeah, I think I want to establish this situation with.
She will do that. She will do that for sure. For sure, she will do. She will do something like that. Well, actually, the funny part is that king g6 is a draw.
I know rook g5 is actually a horrible mistake, because king h7. Yeah, we're all kind of tired. Yeah, she went rook d7, which is okay, and after king g8, with the rook on f1, I guess we just win by giving a check and playing king e6. The rook is just not where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's supposed to be. We will show that. That's we can show for sure, but we are all the rook game is so difficult. The king should be on the short side, so this is okay, and the rook should be on the long side, because you give checks and you can always give checks. But here the rook is misplaced; it's behind the pawn. So
and also, I think very importantly, we have rook d6. So we go king e6 here. The h pawn is basically not important. So we go rook a1. We go rook a1, f6, rook a6 check. But white has rook d6 here. This is why we played rook d7 basically.
Even king e7 and
king e7, rook d7 as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but rook d6 is a point. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a very technical move actually. Rook d7. It's a very good move.
It's a very nice touch there by Pia.
Yeah, technical touch by Pia. While queen h2 is an idea, I would guess.
It's a threat, yeah. I guess we can go king g1, because how do the pieces cross the
king g1 played?
Yeah. Maybe we can even go rook e4 and chill like this.
That's clever.
Because the king really doesn't cross the e-file. Yeah, looks like Luki is saving this now, and then the rook and bishop is no longer really very relevant.
Not at all, actually.
Yeah, which is good for us, because this could go on for another hour potentially. It's not very good for Spiel, but it's decent for us.
It's pretty bad for Spiel, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, this rook and bishop, I don't see Pasha losing it, but I mean, with the tiredness of the tournament and anything can happen, you can forget.
Yeah. No, but Luki actually is just very, very safely holding, because the pawn on f4 will actually get picked up, because knight h3 is a threat in every single position.
Yeah, he played well actually. Defended very well.
Luki will hold this now without any further questions. So we should probably be watching Pia, because
let's watch Pia.
The open tournament, I think, is basically concluded with Luki defending that position.
Yeah, but actually, Pia, we don't know if it really matters. A win, maybe it does.
It matters. It matters for the second, third. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
Definitely does. Yeah.
We don't know how are the tiebreak, so maybe Monaco is anyways second. Or...
Yeah, it's possible, but if she wins, they definitely take second. Is the point?
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So Satiris told us a while ago that if she wins, it's definitely Monaco second, and maybe even a draw is enough. But
yeah, okay, a draw is
and she finally returned the rook on the G file, which is of course very important because you need to be able to interpose with your rook and when King E6. She should win from here, and then we really can announce all the results and start congratulating people properly.
Yeah. Lawrence, if you can start congratulating people properly. Should behave. You didn't in the past at times.
I did it at bad times. I'm going to do it once the results. Once Luki actually holds and that draw.
That's fair. That's fair.
And when Pia actually converts, because I do have a history of, as we say in the business, mushing certain players, and I wouldn't want to mush anybody, of course. It's not my intention.
Yeah, but now it's highly resignable actually for.
Of course, it's resignable.
Wow, look, she has 37, only 37 seconds. So it means she played her last move with 7 seconds.
Yeah, it's very nervy. It's very, very nervy, even for her. And she's an incredibly, experienced and classy player who knows her technical endgames really well. Even for her, this is clearly not easy. 6th hour of the 7th round of the tournament.
Okay, and Hokedal clearly not
he's not
finding anything.
Here.
Yeah, okay, it will be the 3rd time. So I guess that will be official. Maybe let's have a look at the camera with Hokedal. He's playing Queen B1 instead of Queen C1, but still doesn't give any idea. But yeah, no, that's not. I think he will do something. But yeah, actually, you're right, Peter. I mean, if I protect here, you just lose a pawn. So yeah, you can't. That's simply too easy for Luke. And Magnus still there. What? Okay. So Pasha Tregubov lost his pawn. Now 50 moves, so it could be till move 88, so it could be 50 more moves before the end of the game. So yeah, could go.
Yeah, it could take a while, but
yeah, it could take a while.
Shouldn't.
Yeah, it could take actually like 50 minutes. And yeah, so she plays rook a1 and she plays f6, of course, because she's covering the checks with her hook.
And actually, without the h6 pawn, this is still a draw, right? Because we go check, check, and if you go rook d7, I go rook a8, and we hold, right? But the fact that the pawn h6,
how do you do it?
Check
and rook a8, yeah,
and rook a8, yeah.
Because
black actually needs the g7 square.
Yeah, exactly.
At some point, you will need the g7 square, but you don't have access to it.
Are you sure it's a draw? Yeah, because you go king g7, which I will.
And then we have no progress for white. Yeah.
I hope I won't be able to play it, but let's try. I'm trying. No, that's not a legal move. Okay, correct.
Yeah. Okay. Good enough.
Yeah, king g7, king e7, and now you need, of course.
We have rook a7. Yeah, we always have rook a7.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's a goal. Yeah. Okay. And
rook a8 played, and now because she played rook d6 and not king e7, rook d7. But now you can play f6. Sorry, f7. King takes h7. Sorry, king takes h6. I can't speak anymore. And king f6. And black has no defense against a very simple plan of rook e8, rook e6, rook e8.
Very nice.
But she's on 50 seconds, and This might now be the only way to win. Potentially.
Yeah, let's see if she finds it. While Hokedal just brought back his queen on f6, but no real plan, just to keep the game going and hope for, I don't know, what he's hoping for, but well, a bit of frustration, of course. Okay, let's see. Pia has 15 seconds to find f7, king f6, which is not.
No, he's gone rook g2.
Yeah,
and yeah,
sure, it's a draw now.
So draw now because king takes h6 simply, and if rook g, no, hang on, king takes king h6, we go check, check, and then we go f7. This has to be winning. Hang on, how is this a draw now? Why
is it winning?
Check, check.
Okay, I will start check. Okay.
Yeah. This is actually a draw. Yeah.
I would really think so.
Yeah, this is actually a draw because the king has to go all the way to.
Yeah, he has to go all the way. Check. Here. Check.
And then, yeah, here rook f5 already is a draw. Yeah.
Yeah. Or rook f6. Sorry. Yeah, sure. Rook f6, but even rook 8, I think.
Yeah, even rook 8 is good, but yeah.
Yeah. No, I was just
so even for somebody as good as and there we have Luki signing the score sheet. So yeah, the open section ends before the women's section there.
Yeah.
So congratulations to Clichy for taking clear second and to Viernheim for taking clear third in the open section.
Special congratulations for my what used to be. I played 12 years for Clichy, so I'm very, very happy to. I just changed 3 years ago. I moved to Vishy, but I played 12 years for Clichy, and it was amazing years. I'm really glad that they have such nice result. I mean, like second in Europe. I mean, like vice champion is a really, really serious result. So huge congratulations to them.
So Pia has gone king e7, trying to maybe confuse her opponent a little bit. Rook a7 check, rook d7, and you have to play rook a8. But since everything else will quite clearly be instantly losing, I don't think you can make a mistake there.
Uncharacteristic for Pia not to win that.
Yeah, that would be if it ends up being a draw, this is not what we've expected, what we are used to.
I guess she will.
With Pia.
Now she it will be a draw, no?
Yeah, rook a. I mean, you can't not play rook a8 here because otherwise f7 just kind of queens the pawn.
Yeah, but I mean, 6 hours of play. I mean, but still, yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. That's a pity, and could lose the medal. I mean, the silver medal, not bronze medal is there. Yeah, we don't know. We don't know. So they said 95% sure a draw is enough, but 95 is not 100. We don't know.
It is
probably
not.
some people calculated already in the chat. Tell us. Come on.
And amazingly, this is the last game of the tournament. Everything else is finished.
I mean, for sure, on the women's section. So they probably some people know. They just don't tell us. I'm sure that some people knows. So king f7, she's trying something.
Yeah, she's trying something, but just king h7 here. We don't need to be fancy.
Yeah, exactly. We absolutely don't need to be fancy. Actually, if we are fancy, we may regret it big time.
We may regret it quite badly. Yeah. And let's show why. If you play rook b8, and then actually. No,
I think it's okay. No?
Rook a7?
Okay, 7 king.
Rook a6 she played.
Oh.
Maybe it's okay.
It's still fine. It's still fine, yeah.
Yeah.
It's still fine.
Why? I mean, you should play king h7, yeah. So try to go there. So how does that work?
Rook.
No, actually, king e7, rook c7. She plays. Okay.
Yeah, she played rook c7, and now
I like that move because she's just kind of half passing and she's doing weird things. Evgenia Dulwanov now. She doesn't look so, yeah. A bit very nervous, yeah.
And now Pia is actually
10
ahead on the
seconds.
clock, yes. So
10 seconds, 10 seconds.
King H7.
King
Whoa!
G5.
King G5.
King G5.
That's still fine, I guess, because King G7, you're still okay. Rook C5, King H6. Yeah, this is still okay.
Yeah.
This is still okay, because we're threatening giving checks from the 7th.
Yeah, actually.
So I guess what you do here is you play Rook E5. Because you need to be able to stop the checks.
Yeah. So what do you want, King? Actually, I think you know what idea. I mean, I just pass. If you King E7, I go here.
Yeah. No, but I go Rook E6. After Rook E6, we go Rook E6. You probably have to give a check now.
Okay.
Hang on, King F8. Have I lost it?
You didn't. You were.
I think I lost it actually. Yeah, I think I lost it. Did I?
Probably.
This endgame this endgame fries my brain every single time, even though I really do think I know it. But
Yeah,
it's still,
but I mean,
it still
you
fries
just
my
say
brain
no,
every
but
single
okay,
time.
that shouldn't happen. You should stay here, and that's it. Yeah, I mean, like, Rook should be on 8, and Rook E5 played by Pia. Oof. Such a game. I hope they play for something actually. No, I mean, if Pia makes a draw and Monaco is still second, I mean, it feels a bit,
There's definitely a feeling of
waste.
On
Okay.
Anticlimax. Yeah. So Rook E7, Rook E7, Rook A7. Normally, you have to put the rook on the back rank in these types of positions, because otherwise, a good heuristic is just always playing Rook A8. Okay, so do we make a draw after Rook A6 here?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the variation didn't. Yeah, so it's still.
Yeah. So Rook E6, we might have to actually play Rook A8 there, right? Because if you play Rook A7 check, I think after King F8, we might have lost it now. Because F7 is actually happening next move. You can't stop. I mean, you can give a check, but now we'll go Rook E8.
Yeah, exactly. And now it's, I agree. I think you lost it.
Yeah, I think this is how you lose it. So after Rook E6...
Yeah, she played Rook E6. Now, very important moment.
And now, you have to
find Rook A8.
Yeah, I think you have to go back to...
If Rook A7 probably losing.
Yeah. Rook 8 is the only move. Is the only move that makes a draw.
Rook 8. She has to find Rook 8. She will play the rook on the A file. That's 100% sure. Now where? A7, A8. Of course, she's hesitating. Doesn't look like she knows it by heart. That's for sure. And
yeah, all the way back.
Congratulations,
she
found it. She found it. She found it. Okay, it's only move. And now, how to ask questions, Peter or Lawrence?
Not sure. Yeah, we're kind of.
Yeah, we are. That was a good question, actually. It's okay.
Yeah, just the classic, situation, basically. The classic ending. I'm just very surprised that Pia even allowed this, to be honest, because there were so many ways to win with the F and H pawns.
Yeah, I mean, it started off being, she wasn't winning from the beginning, and then she somehow pushed the king all the way back to the back rank. And then from there, I would have assumed she would win. Yeah, it didn't seem likely that she will not.
So King E7, the only move is King G6, right?
No, but King G6 makes an immediate draw because I think you actually lose the F pawn.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so, yeah.
I know, because F7, King G7, it's anyway a draw,
Yeah. No, here you actually have choices, but King G6 is a way to just
King
end
G6,
the game.
Just such an automatic, actually. Yeah, okay. She's about to play, and it will be a draw, and we'll find out with third. According to Sotiris, it's 1.5 burger points
in Monaco's favor.
In Monaco's favor. Okay. And generally, Sotiris is quite precise. I would say. So I trust Sotiris. But King G6, yeah, Pia will have to. Yeah, now she's losing. Actually, she's really losing the pawn. Yeah, she shouldn't lose on time. That would be a wrong idea. Yeah, that's sad. She played F7 check. King G7, of course.
Yeah, she'll go Rook A6, but it really doesn't do very much. As long as you don't play Rook F8 from G6 check. Yeah. That's the one final thing you can miss here.
Yeah. That's beautiful. G6, take, King E8, Queen. That would be really pity. So King G7 now. No.
Okay. This is just a draw for them. Okay.
Yeah, Rook E2. It will be a check.
She'll play King E8, but then
she will play King E8, and she won't take the pawn. If you take the pawn, this is a very, very last trick. You go Rook G2 check. King has to come here. Rook F2, and you collect the rook. But of course, they made the draw, and we'll find out. So Sotiris promised us that
drum roll, and the final results are.
So there is two games going on in the open section. Pasha Tregov defending this king and rook against rook and bishop and super bet.
Whoa!
So he was wrong, and that game actually did matter quite a lot.
Oh my!
Wow,
that was very important for Monaco. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, that really is heartbreaking for Pia then.
Yeah.
Because it sort of feels like this is how it should be, that you play the last game and there's actually something at stake. But if Superbet actually wins third, it's heartbreak for Pia, who played a very, very good game up until a certain point.
Yeah, it's Superbet. Yeah. So okay. Yeah, so everything is clear, and we can see what you noticed before, Peter. There is a clear break between the top three teams, and the next one was 8 points, like 3 points behind the.
Okay, so hang on a second. Sotiris is saying something very interesting. Sotiris says if Pia would have won, it would have given them 3.5 more points, and they would have tied this tiebreak.
And
then we will have to calculate some more tie breaks. And who knows who is there? Yeah, who knows who wins tiebreak number 2 or 3 or whatever it
Maybe
is.
We end up with a coin flip. That would have been fun.
Yeah, that would have been fun. Yeah,
I would have watched the coin flip.
Yeah, but as things are, I guess we are congratulating the Superbet team for their silver medal finish in the women's section, and Circle de Chèque Monaco takes third.
Indeed, it's been emotional. Still, obviously, that game there going on. I think the young Norwegian will be rather unhappy if he doesn't convert after having really good chances. I don't think we're going to stick around for that, because we could legitimately be here.
And Magnus Carlsen is sticking around, as you can see on your screen, and maybe he could come and commentate instead of being in the playing hall. But no, it's nice. It's nice of him, of course, to stay until the very end.
But yeah, this is only really now a fight for pride and rating points, because with Luki holding that at one point completely lost position.
No, of course we are not going to watch until the end. I mean, unless you.
Yeah, no, I'm also in favor of just once again congratulating the winners.
And, for sure.
And letting them play this out. So in the open section, starting with the women's section, congratulations to Pam Hagen, a very, very strong team led by Lina Daniela, and then Anna Oshenina, Yulia Osmak, and of course Alexandra Maltsevska on board 4, who made the only draw in her tournament in the last round when she needed to, but until then had an absolutely explosive tournament.
Yeah, very interesting to watch.
Winning the first 5 and then losing a very, very crazy game yesterday. Superbet takes second, and Circle de Chèque Monaco, who I think started as a pre-tournament, clear pre-tournament favorites, they end up taking third. And in the open section, an even clearer winner there, Novibor, ending up with 7 out of 7, the most match points, the most board points, the most everything.
Yeah.
The only slight downside, I guess, for them is that Vidit lost today, breaking his unbelievable score of 6 out of 6 in the first 6 rounds. And then we have Clichy in clear second on 12 points, and Viernheim taking clear third on 11, and then a tie for most other leading teams.
So many people on 10 points, so many teams on 10 points. That's amazing. But congratulations, really, to especially Novibor was really dominating Clichy. Also, second place, they were not. They were seeded number 5, I think, at the start. And Viernheim were a good team, but really strong performance for the top 3. That's for sure.
Yeah, Viernheim was seeded number 6, so of course, they were very much in the mix from the very beginning. But the results of the last round, I think they could have possibly dreamt for better, because they were not in any kind of a tie for podium places before the round started, and then everything went exactly right. They of course needed to win their own match against a team that was a point above them in the cross table, and then they needed the results to go exactly as they went, pretty much. But congratulations to them; they played well, and it's fully deserved. It's been fun. It's been fun, guys.
Yeah,
been fun. Yes, thank you so much, Peter, Laurent. Thank you, Satiris, as well. Everybody in chat, the organizers. It's gone pretty smoothly, all in all. So another event done. We are not done, though. Of course, there'll be plenty more coming up on Chess24. Keep your eyes peeled. Make sure you follow us on the social media platforms. I think that's it. Time to enjoy a lovely Sunday afternoon walk. I don't know about you, Laurent.
Yeah, I will do that.
Out.
I will do that. Yeah.
And Peter. It's been fun, guys. Cheers. Take care. And
thanks everyone for watching.
See you on the next one.
Thank you.
See you. Bye.
Hallo Papa.
Hallo.
Ich bin gekommen, um dir mit dem Rasen zu helfen. Ich hole den Rasenmäher aus der Garage. Papa, wo ist der Rasenmäher?
Komm, mein Sohn, lass uns Schach spielen, während ich den Rasen mähe.
Quality for Life.
Hey
Lustig haben wir es auch.
Familienunternehmen,
Super Produkte,
Nachhaltigkeit,
die Sauberkeit und die Verlässlichkeit.
Tradition, moderne,
Sicherer Arbeitsplatz,
Weil er arbeitet immer mit den besten Rohstoffen.
Super Zusammenhalt.
eben wenn man was braucht, kann man zu jedem hingehen.
super Dienstleistung,
Es hat wirklich viele Aufstiegsmöglichkeiten gegeben.
mit Produkten, die einfach eine Qualität haben.
Das macht dich auch schon stolz, wenn du siehst, dass du mit den Größten von der Welt mithalten kannst.
manchmal auch ein bisschen fordernd, aber wir stehen zusammen, kriegen es hin.
Auch an die Zukunft denkt, wenn man Entscheidungen trifft. Und da fühlt man sich auch als Mitarbeiter einfach sicher und gut aufgehoben und kann das auch mitleben, diese Werte.
Bin froh, dass ich vor 10 Jahren angefangen habe.
Gute Leute können man immer brauchen. Ich bin jetzt seit 26 Jahren da beim
Eine tolle Firma.
Ich bin stolz auf das, was wir da zusammen geschaffen haben.
Gebe ich ganz gern.
Endlich wieder Herzrasen. Mit dem Alco-Mähroboter Robolinho machen Sie Ihren Garten smarter. Alco. Quality for Life.